ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. The former Home Affairs Minister Karen Andrews has defended her role in directing Border Force to publicly reveal the interception of a suspected asylum seeker boat on election day. Henry Bello reports from Parliament House.
Federal Labor was infuriated by the election day disclosure and ordered the Home Affairs Department to conduct a formal review. That report found senior public servants refused to publicise the operation while it was still ongoing and then declined to send a statement to select journalists. Former Home Affairs Minister Karen Andrews says no rules were broken.
There was no breach of caretaker conventions.
And she made it clear who wanted the interception made public.
I was asked by the Prime Minister.
The current Home Affairs Minister, Claire O'Neill, has described the election day episode as disgraceful and shameful.
Victoria has recorded another 44 COVID deaths, one of the highest daily figures since the pandemic began. Stephanie Ferry reports.
The Health Department says the 44 deaths do include some historic cases. It's the highest figure since 59 deaths were reported back in early September 2020. New case numbers have fallen to just over 10,800, meaning there are now almost 71,500 active infections across the state. The number of people in hospital with COVID-19 is also down to 820, with 29 people in intensive care and 6 of those needing a ventilator to breathe.
A Victorian emergency physician has blamed COVID fatigue on the low rate of Australians getting their 3rd or 4th vaccine doses. Dr Stephen Parnas is a senior specialist at Melbourne St Vincent's Hospital and had to take leave recently after suffering burnout during the relentless COVID-19 waves. He says perhaps there's less communication from authorities about how the vaccines can make a huge difference between mild and serious illness.
I think people think I've had enough. Maybe I didn't get as sick as I expected. Maybe people are just wanting to think that the pandemic's behind us and we can get on to what we remember as normal life before 2020.
The International Red Cross says a deal between Ukraine and Russia to allow grain exports out of Black Sea ports is nothing short of life-saving. It's been welcomed around the world as a major step in alleviating hunger for people in hundreds of countries, with the United Nations calling it a beacon of hope. Under the agreement, Russia and Ukraine have committed to ensuring the safe passage of cargo ships and increasing supply, which should help bring down the high price of wheat and corn. Ukrainian MP Oleksiy Hokurenko says he expects the grain shipments to begin very soon.
Next week, Odessa is ready to start shipments. Now we are just waiting for the ships to come and we are ready to put grain inside and to send them to those who need this grain, because it's millions of people who are starving or very close to starving today.
17 critically endangered eastern bristlebirds have been moved from New South Wales to Victoria's Wilson's Promontory National Park in a delicate overnight operation. Some are returning home to Victoria after being rescued during the devastating 2019 bushfires, which saw numbers slump to dangerously low levels. Victorian Environment Minister Lily D'Ambrosio says this is the first interstate translocation for the eastern bristlebird, which are timid, poor flyers and prone to stress.
It was a massive operation, that's for sure, and the comfort and the stress levels of the 17 eastern bristlebirds was a paramount concern here, and certainly we're very, very pleased with the result, and we're very confident that the translocation has absolutely been a success.
To sport, and in the AFL, Richmond coach Damien Hartwick has explained why tall defender Ben Miller was subbed off in the final quarter of the Tigers' crucial draw with the Fremantle Dockers, which ended 7 goals 10-52. Richmond was up by a goal 16 minutes into the final term when Miller was medically subbed out of the game for the smaller, quicker Maurice Rioli. A minute later, Fremantle's Bailey Banfield kicked a goal to level the scores. Miller's substitution raised eyebrows as he didn't appear to suffer any visible injury, but Hartwick says there was an issue.
I think he had calf and cramping quite significantly towards the end, but I think he tightened up in his calf as well, so he might be okay, I'm not too sure.
Richmond doctors will now have to provide the AFL with a medical certificate today as evidence that Miller did sustain an injury. To the weather now for the state. Widespread showers in the west, easing in the late afternoon. Isolated showers elsewhere, though remaining mostly dry in the east. For Melbourne, showers with a top today of 15 degrees. Tomorrow a mostly sunny afternoon, 18. Monday showers developing 17. Showers on Tuesday, 13. Wednesday an early shower or 2 and 15. It's currently 14 degrees. ABC News.
Most quiz shows have intellectual giants.
Did you know that, Craig? Did you know that?
Most have fascinating facts.
Julian Bishop got a Barbie doll.
But only one has betrayal. Join Craig Rucastle and Alex Lee for Win the Week.
Don't let me down.
Where swapping celebrities
Come to mama, baby.
is the path to victory.
Well, we're still losing.
Who will they betray to win the week?
Outrageous.
Find out Wednesday, August 3rd on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Season 2022, the fans are back. The colour and soundtrack of our great game. Let's go.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
This is The Lead.
And so they jumped into a maybe coach from a proven coach. There's no loyalty in football clubs league.
This is The Lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling.
They need them, otherwise they're no chance. They're just an above-average team without those excitement, creative players. The playing group there's mature enough to look each other in the eye and go, okay, you know what, Lingy, you need to get better at this. Football is a simple game. Jeremy Cameron's with us. Who's the better fisherman, you or Patrick?
No, well, we haven't had a fish on.
Big moment, sets fly from 50. Good kick. The MCG are up.
This is The Lead.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
A chaotic end to a game where no one gets what they wanted but the chasing pack in the race for the top 8 to start round 19 of the AFL. It was hard not to have Damien Hardwick's words in the back of your mind as the siren sounded. It's Richmond killing Richmond at the moment, as the Tigers had 2 shots to steal victory in the end, but got nothing. Adam Kingsley from the Tigers will take us inside the coach's box in the dying minutes. Freo's chance for a top 2 spot takes a dent, but what about the Dockers forward line? Can they fire in September with Nat Fyfe, the latest, having suffered a hamstring injury last night? And will the AFL's latest interpretation on head-high tackling solve the issue or add to the confusion? What would a grand final parade down the Yarra look like? Would it be Moomba meets the Birdman? And would Clarko be better fit for North Melbourne and GWS? Would all it take a wink and a nod in the right direction to secure one of the AFL's most successful coaches? Hello and welcome to The Lead for round 19 of the AFL. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. Today on Grandstand AFL, it's North Melbourne and Hawthorn from Bellerive Oval to kick off Saturday's proceedings. Sydney and Adelaide from the SCG for our South Australian and New South Wales listeners. Port Adelaide and Geelong, a bit to like about that clash from the Adelaide Oval. And most of our listeners tonight, it's the Western Bulldogs and Melbourne from Docklands. The Q clash also taking place between Brisbane and the Gold Coast from the Gabba. Well, the Tigers fumbled another opportunity to climb higher on the ladder and are left to scrap for 8th position. 10 points left on the table. They're finding new ways to leave opportunities that they could have potentially taken. Cameron Ling was part of our call team last night. Linging, that was an interesting watch, whether you thought of sort of Courtney Dempsey with the siren running as he had the footy in his hands. Charlie Dixon had the shot clock run out in him. I think at Cardinia Park at one stage. There were so many bizarre moments at the end.
There was, Clinchy. It was a weird game. It wasn't a pretty game. Neither team played really well. They didn't. And we got a thrilling finish at the end, so that kind of makes it a fun night. But no, it was not a pretty watch at all. I don't put a lot of that on to Noah Cumberland. I know he's the one, the poor kid, the heartbreak, and that had a chance. I think he was doing the right thing. When he took that mark, he had a player, it might have been Edwards, breaking behind the defence of the Fremantle Dockers, and he's just wheeled and gone and would have made a certain goal and would have won the game if there was 8 seconds left on the clock, 10 seconds left on the clock. So I reckon he's tried to do the right thing. The one is Noah Bolter. I get trying to take your full 30, but needing the awareness you can't take 35 in 40 seconds. That was the real head scratcher for me. And with his booming kick, you would imagine he would have scored something and got them their noses in front. I've watched the Richmond Gold Coast game as just a fan in the stands, and I've worked at both the last 2 games of the Tigers, and Damien Hardwick is right. They are the ones shooting themselves in the foot. They just are finding ways to lose games or draw games.
Adam Ramanauskas, it was probably an uneasy night for Richmond fans as they thought their way back through. How did that happen for another week to us, and how do we get no points, or we get 2 points out of it, but no opportunity to further accelerate our chances up the ladder as we wait for Richmond to sort of emerge as their best side, but maybe this is what they are a bit at the moment. Welcome to you. What did you make of it?
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody. I thought it was humorous, almost, to be honest with you, just watching watching Richmond beat Richmond again. And, you know, the coach mentions it the week before, and then it just happened, deja vu. I thought Noah Bolter was trying to be a little bit smart with what he was doing. He was trying to wind down the clock. He didn't expect the umpire to say play on, but it happens. The clock's right in front of you, Lingy. You can see that countdown clock happening. He hadn't moved. So as soon as it hits 0 and you haven't moved, the umpire calls play on, and he did the right thing. What I was more impressed with was Frederick and the smother.
Yeah.
How quick he came across to smother that ball because Bolter launched into that ball. He absolutely launched. But Frederick it was like greased lightning, how quick he was to get over there and smother it. And then I love the bravery at the end. I love the bravery of Sean Darcy with the tap over the back. Yep, it didn't come off and the ball went down the other end. But Fremantle were trying to win the game. They weren't trying to save the game, which I love that. I love that from a young team, from a young ruckman. Then the composure of Marlon Pickett to hit Cumberland, where he could have just blazed. And I don't blame Cumberland. He's doing the right thing. You can see Jack Revolt in the background saying stop. But he's a 4-game player. Like, you know, there's a million things going through his head on Friday night football, let alone to worry about the clock and the game situation. He'll learn from that, of course he will. But yeah, if he turns and it's 1 second before the siren, well, he probably scores.
So was there a winner or a loser out of last night, Rammer?
Probably. I think Fremantle were probably lucky to get away with 2 points. Yeah. That's the way I looked at that game.
And you guys would have played in draws throughout your career, Lingy. After watching that, did you think, geez, I'd love to see another 10 minutes of that. Let's play 5 minutes each end. Or were you thinking, I'm quite happy to call the siren and let's call it a day. Neither side were good enough to win.
My first game of footy was a draw against Port Adelaide at Footy Park. I'm probably in the camp where I like the draw during home and away season. I don't mind it. It throws a quirk into the ladder. It's part of our game. It's fine to have draws. When we need the results during finals and now in the grand final, that move has been a terrific one. Play extra time, get a result on the day. I love that. But I don't mind, just a little point of difference. Draws are okay. Yeah. I don't need extra time during home and away.
I think I only played in one draw. Now, the one I remember was against the Western Bulldogs. A hack full forward named Matthew Lloyd missed a shot after the siren. 35 metres out on a 45-degree angle. So that's the only one I can remember that I played in.
We're going to chat Tigers. Adam Kingsley's about to join us, part of the Richmond coaching crew. So there is a bit to work our way through, given Jason Castagna against the Suns had the hand pass over the top. There's the Jake Hartz against North Melbourne. You throw in the two Noahs, Noah Bolter and Noah Cumberland, who's less to blame. But it has become a little bit of a thread for Richmond with the close finishes. And you compare it with a side like Collingwood, and all of a sudden the Pies have won all their close finishes. Right. They're up to 5th on the AFL ladder, and Richmond are battling to try and hold on to 8th. So it did feel like a night last night where there were no winners and no losers, as this is how it played out.
Prestia kicks inside 50, Rewalt marks, downhill into the open goal, and Richmond's in front.
Bolter now with the fly, couldn't take the mark, Edwards was there, Bolter with the snap, Bolter with the finish.
Nat Fyfe, this is massive. The fear is it's a hamstring, so the soft tissue injury curse continues for him.
Soldo wins it down to Graham, hand pass to Sonzi. Tyler, the creator, kicks his first goal in AFL footy. Taberner opens up the angle, he bends it through. Fremantle have kicked the first of the final turn.
Bolton all by himself. Bolton for goal number 2. Here's a chance for Banfield on his left. It's curling, it's curling, it's curling through for a major.
One team going to be willing to risk losing it in order to win it. Ace pulls the trigger in the corridor. Brayshaw spills the mark, comes to Baker, kicks inside 50, and Noah Bolter takes the mark at centre half forward for Richmond. Bolter, he'll kick from 50 metres out. He's told to play on. The kick's been smothered by Frederick. An amazing moment. Bolter told to play on.
No winners and no losers here. No winners and no losers. No winners and no losers here. Marlon Pickett, the fairy tale man. He's hit on Cumberland. He's played on. He's played on. What was he thinking? Oh no! Cumberland has played on and the siren has sounded. A stalemate. And
Some of Craig Davis's best work. No winners, no losers last night as Richmond and Fremantle played out a draw. It was dramatic. It was chaotic. It left you sort of scratching your head and searching for answers at the end, which I'm sure Adam Kingsley, part of the Richmond coaching staff, was going through last night and probably even this morning. Adam, welcome. Thanks for your time. How do you try and make sense of it all?
Yeah, it's still going, to be fair. Yeah, just reviewing the game at the moment. And, it was a difficult one. We did a lot right. We were pretty proud of the way we played for the bulk of the game. But unfortunately, towards the end of the game, we just made a couple of errors that, probably cost us in the end.
So in that scenario, are you pretty keen to get to the review and try and get the nuts and diets out of it other than just the last couple of minutes of the game? Or do you know it's going to be a bit of pain to sit down and watch it again?
Oh, it's going to be a pain, that's for sure. I mean, that's the reality of our season, and particularly our last 5 games, is we've really lost or drawn 4 of those games in the last minute. So that's difficult to sort of watch again. It's difficult to review. I mean, the reality is we're doing a lot right, and we're in every game we play, but we're just not closing the game out as well as we'd like, and therefore not getting the results. So reviews will be pretty positive, but the reality is we need to be able to finish the game off and get those wins, and that'll certainly be another strong part of the review this week again.
Adam, that last minute of the game that you're talking about over the last month of football, I would imagine there's not a lot you can do from the coach's box in the moment. So much of it will have been through the review and looking forward, and also trained during the week on the training track.
Yep.
What types of things are you trying to communicate to your players so they coach themselves on the ground in that last minute of a game?
Yeah, it is difficult. You're right. We can't really do anything in those final minutes during the game. It's really Monday to Friday where that work's put in. The challenging part is it's been for different reasons. Whether it's fundamental behind the ball, mark or spoil, big spoil, whether it's a little bit of work rate, whether it's playing on when there's 5 seconds left in the game. That's happened the last couple of weeks. It's different things. So all we can do is really commit to a general philosophy around here's what we want to do, and then you're kind of really relying on the decision making of the players and the instruction of each of our players in those moments to one another. And at the moment it's a little bit below where we've been in the past, but having said that, we're introducing quite a few new players into our team, and it takes time for those guys to sort of adapt and feel comfortable, and we're probably seeing that a little bit, over the last 5 weeks. But we're, having said that, we're really confident that those guys will pick up, really quickly, and we're probably relying on the guys around them to do more than what they've ever done in terms of the communication and instruction.
So to move beyond that last minute, though, and go to the rest of the game, it's strange to see when you see the players running around for Richmond right now, and you just have these memories of amazing execution under enormous pressure in the biggest of the big games. To see the mistakes and only score the 7 goals on a night like last night, is that a confidence thing just being chipped away because of the results, or is this just we've got to now start seeing this as a new group, those younger players, the little passages of play are going to break down because different players are involved in those passages?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of both. I think if you look across the totality of the season, we're the second highest scoring team in the comp. So the reality is we're still doing a lot right, particularly offensively. We're finishing our plays more often than not. We're certainly generating a lot of entries. Our offense, our transition from the back half to the front half is as good as there is in the game. So we're really confident and feel like that's been a real strength of ours across the course of the season. Probably didn't see it last night against what is a really good, second best defensive team in the comp, in Fremantle, and they were able to shut us down to a certain extent and certainly break up, the last kick inside 50 for us. That's probably not something that we're overly concerned with in terms of our offensive stuff. But we do have work to do, and we know that we're certainly capable, but we've got to maintain that sort of level. And the challenge for us at the moment is putting the right people in the right position to have maximum impact, and introducing some young guys who provide that enthusiasm and a bit of a spark to our guys. And the reality is our young guys have been going quite well. We've been really pleased with Noah Cumberland coming in, 7 shots in both of his last 2 games, and had some moments last night that you think, he's got a really strong future. Tyler Sonsi has come in through the midfield in the last 2 weeks and been really strong for us. So we're really confident in those guys. Clearly more exposure helps them. But having said that, across the whole terms of the system and where we're at, we're still really confident that we can be that team that we have been in the past.
And Kiko, that's what I was going to ask you. You flip this around and you win the past 3 games. You're sitting on 48 points and you're sitting 4th on the ladder. So
exactly right.
You look at Collingwood with their close finishes. They've been able to get over the line, but they've been really, really tight finishes. So the team is actually playing good football.
That's right. And when you look at the numbers, now the numbers are the numbers, but we've been in front 15 of our 18 games at 3/4 time. And the North Melbourne game, we hit the front last week during the last quarter. So you'd really say in 16 of those games we've been in a position to win. Now the bigger issue, of course, is being able to finish the game and get that win. We're probably running at marginally above 50% at the moment. So we've got work to do with that phase of our game, but we're putting ourselves in a really good position to have a chance, and that's really what we ask our guys, execute your roles within our system and to give us a chance, right until the end of the game.
So take us into the coach's box in the last 2 minutes of the game of the previous weeks. Are you getting messages to players that are coming onto the ground there? Or
yeah.
What's the coach's role in this situation? Because the runner only can go on the ground now once there's a goal kicked.
Yeah. Yeah, and in the last 3 minutes of the last quarter, you can't go on at all. So that's something you try and do. You get a message to people on the bench who perhaps are coming back on. Certainly, you can hold some signs up to try and convey messages to the people on the field. But ultimately, in those minutes, it comes down to the work you've done during the week and the communication between the players out on the oval in those last 3 minutes. And, we've got some really strong leaders. And to be fair, we've been in positions to win each of those games. We've just made a small error here or there. And unfortunately, that's led us not to get the result that we want.
So what's the phone conversation or the conversation with Noah Cumberland? Is it well done for playing on and putting yourself in a position to mark that ball and potentially win that game? Or is it a learning where you've got to be more aware of the situation? And it's hard to have that conversation with a 4-game player, but he looks like he's made of the right stuff.
He certainly is. So that conversation was had after the game. Dimmer addressed the group, immediately after the game, and that essentially was the conversation. You're doing a lot right. We are doing a lot right, and Noah Cumberland, you're doing a terrific job for 95% of the game. Now, one mistake never costs a game, and one of our old coaches back in the day, David Whedon, would always say that. 25 years ago, one mistake never costs a game, but just so happens it's still right at the end of the game. Everyone sort of focuses on that one, but he's doing so much right. As he gets more experienced, he'll have a little bit better game awareness. And that happens. Every young player makes mistakes, irrespective of who they are. And we just got to keep trying to work our way through that and, build his experience, build his knowledge, build his awareness. And, we'll see the fruits of that in years to come, hopefully.
Richmond assistant coach Adam Kingsley is our guest on the lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling with you on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Adam, just the tactics of the game. Obviously, you're pretty happy to have a defensive, loose Nick Voston, ideally, if you could get it, and Freo were happy to have one more at the contest at the midfield. Yep. Were you happy with the way that played out? And how often do you sort of review that at halftime as to whether you're feeling like you're maximising out of that tactical advantage or whether you feel like there's the potential for Freo to really change the way in which they were playing, where you were able to transition from defensive 50 to inside 50 so well throughout the match?
Yeah, well, that's really what the discussions are during the game. Is our strategy working? Do we need to change it? Who's having an influence for us? Who's having an influence for Fremantle? And then make the necessary adjustments, whether that's either a structural adjustment by the way you play or the way you position your players, or it could be a personnel change throughout the structure. So, we were quite happy with the way that we were defending. Probably a couple of easy goals early from Fremantle, but after sort of quarter time defensively, we were outstanding in being able to restrict their scores from entries. So structurally, I think we got it right. But the reality is you've got to give something up to get something, and to get something behind the ball, we had to give it up around the stoppages. And Fremantle probably had some moments out of their stoppage where they were able to win the ball, but I thought our guys within that area sort of really battled hard and made it sort of a messy clearance most of the time, which certainly played into our advantage of having that one behind the ball. So that's been a real strength of ours, over the years. We've been able to manage the clearance game and maximise on the turnover game, which is, where the predominantly the scores are kicked. So, we have played that way for a long time, and it seems to have worked quite well for us.
Adam, a little bit of chatter last night at the end of the game, just around the footy circles, around the medical sub. Are you able to clear up for us? Ben Miller subbed off, Morris Rioli on. Why Ben Miller was subbed out?
Yeah, he's a adductor. He's been managing this adductor for a while now, and it was just hindering him. He couldn't move, and that was pretty evident from behind the ball. So that was the call. I think we'd made the call, and he double-legged, cramped hamstrings, calves as well. So I think perhaps trying to manage that adductor has brought on the cramping stuff. So I mean that was the reason. I haven't had a medical update from the doctors or the medical department this morning, but his adductors are playing up a bit. But we've been trying to manage him as best as we can, and last night he just wasn't able to perform anymore.
As someone who's been around footy for a long time, Adam, would you like to see that rule changed? Like when Freo make their substitution with Nat Fyfe, would you like to be able to make yours regardless of whether a player's injured or not?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think you should be able to do it at any point. I would think it's a difficult one because there's arguments for both using it for medical subs and not. But the reality is whoever uses their sub first possibly gets an advantage, or who would really know. But I'm all for being able to use it more as a tactical reason, more so than an injury replacement reason.
And Richmond fans would think we've had such great success over the last 5 years, winning 3 premierships in the last 5 years, and yet it's sort of this stage of our development where we're not quite able to get the wins despite the experience of so many of those players who are part of premierships. Is that just the reality of where Richmond are at the moment, as you kind of articulated before, that there's a difference between the experience and the younger players, and this is very much the reality of what Richmond are right now until you get the best players available?
Yeah, well, it is at the moment. I mean, the results are the results. We focus predominantly on the process, and we would argue, as I have, the process is really quite strong still, and we're in every game that we play, which is a great position to be in. The reality is we're not finishing, the plays to be able to win the game. So we've got work to do there. But the reality is when you're had all these players who have been wonderful players, but they're sort of moving towards the end of their careers, and you're trying to reintroduce and reinvigorate the group with young players, unfortunately you're going to get some inconsistent performances every now and then. Now, we haven't probably had those inconsistent performances, but we've had the inconsistent results, which is, can be frustrating, but the reality is we've got to stick to the process. We've got to keep fighting through, keep, introducing these guys whilst, our more experienced guys are still playing. Their knowledge is invaluable for our younger blokes to learn from and to play with. So, we're still very much in the fight, whilst trying to reinvigorate our group.
And 2 quick ones to finish with, Adam. The change of interpretation in head-high contact in tackling. Did you chat to your players about it in any manner?
Not really. I mean, I'm not sure it was a change, was it? It was just a tightening of the rule around if the player with the ball instigates the head-high contact, it's no longer a free kick, and I think that was the rule all along, from my understanding anyway. So we didn't address it with our players. I mean, we've always taught our players to go hard for the ball and try and tackle below shoulders, obviously. So yeah, we didn't really need to address it too much.
And there's two senior coaching positions that are available, the North Melbourne and the GWS one. I know they're incredibly hard positions when the media ask you about it, and you're asked about the possibility of someone asking you. So how do you try and handle that? Do you feel like it's an opportunity you'd like to put yourself out for, and do you hope your phone rings?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's certainly my ambition, is to become a senior coach. That's the planning. That's what I'm working towards. And there are two opportunities to be able to do that. I haven't been through a process yet with either of those two clubs, so it's it's a bit of hopeful at the moment. It depends kind of what Clarko wants to do, really, based on what I read. So that's certainly what I want to do, and I'm certainly hopeful of going through that process.
How many of the processes have you been through, and how time consuming are they to come up with a presentation to the clubs?
Yeah, it's a little easier now, given that a bit more experience, been through a couple of processes in the past. You kind of know what you believe in, and it's a little easier. But still, managing my job at the moment, what I've got to do, and the expectations of that can be a little bit difficult. But you just find the gaps in the schedule to be able to devote some time to it. But yeah, I'm pretty well sorted. I'm really comfortable with what I believe in and what I coach and how I coach and all that. So, I've been in the game for 28 years now at the highest level, so I've got a pretty good understanding of what works and what doesn't, and how to do it and how to educate it and so on and so forth. So, if that opportunity arises, that'd be great.
And I'm sure Craig McRae's been a good example that sometimes not the highest profile coach can deliver the best results. Adam, as always, we appreciate your time. Thanks for taking our call on a Saturday afternoon, and good luck for the rest of the season.
No worries. Thanks, guys. All the best.
Adam Kingsley joining us from the Tigers after their draw against the Fremantle Dockers last night, 7-10-52 apiece. I think it's the lowest draw in 31 years. So neither side really able to capitalise in front of goal, and we really appreciate Adam giving up some of his time, given unfortunately the Richmond players had been given the weekend off, so we couldn't get a reaction out of them.
That is my small concern, though, Lingy, with both teams. I think at the moment, on a perfect night under the roof at the Docklands, 52 points each. Okay, Tom Lynch is out. Fife hurts himself. Rory Lobb not there for Fremantle, but still, 52 points. You feel like, oh geez, what was it? A really wet, sort of greasy, muddy night, but it was perfect conditions. So that's probably my question mark. It's always been my question mark on Fremantle. And I'll reserve my judgment until Tom Lynch comes back on Richmond with that, with that forward scoring.
Yeah, there's something about Richmond. And maybe it's still the recent memory of how good they've been and the premierships they've won, but also the footy they're playing. Now, it seems weird saying that, given they've just lost all these games in a row and then had a draw. They're not getting the wins. But I almost feel like they're one of the most dangerous teams in the competition come September. Now, they might not be in September, but if they are in September, they're still dangerous, because assume Tom Lynch does come back into that rammer, and a bit what you're talking about. Assume perhaps, let's call it an 80% version of Dustin Martin comes back, which is still better than most, even 80%. I don't mean 80% fit, I just mean what he can do. Then there's, Bolton and Prestia, who's just an out-and-out star. Like, Tarrant was superb last night. Floston and Broad, Short and Baker. I still feel like Richmond could do some serious things in September. But if they keep having these types of hiccups, Rammer, there's a chance they're not in September. But, yeah, we'd be if they didn't make it, we'd be missing one of the potentially best teams in the competition not playing.
I wouldn't be keen to play Richmond at full strength. Come September. I just think, like I said, you turn these three results around, they're sitting equal fourth at the moment. So clearly their form is good enough at the moment. execution in the last couple of minutes of the game has been ordinary. Big. What do they got? 4 weeks ahead.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it wouldn't. I think at the top of that ladder, you wouldn't want to be playing them.
No, and it's at no point in the last month, though, have they made it easy for themselves by, when they've had control of games, just ended the game, killed the game, not taken it to the last minute. And that was bad kicking for goal last week against North Melbourne, where they dominated the game. But in the other ones, when they had control, they didn't just end it. And maybe that is Tom Lynch missing in their goal-scoring power. But Fremantle, on the other hand, I don't know. I walked away last night thinking, maybe still what I was originally thinking is they're on a fantastic trajectory, but it's all just a little early for them. And the wear and tear of a huge season, playing in big, intense games now, Friday night games now, is just starting to take its toll on some of the players. And maybe they're not able to sustain that high energy, high quality footy that's, had us talking about them being premiership chances.
Well, as we get Adam Ramanaskis' thoughts on Fremantle, here was Justin Longmuir, the Dockers coach.
Yeah, it's always hard to sum up a draw. Really, we just talked about the process. And you're right, we got the process a bit better in the second half. It looked a bit more like the game we wanted it to look like. And I thought, that last quarter in particular, I think we dominated the first 3 quarters of the quarter. And I think the story of the night, probably for both teams, is just that finish inside forward 50. No one was able to make the most of their opportunities, and it showed on the scoreboard, I think, in total score. I thought our players remained on task and in the moment, and that was critical. And Freddie got the spoil on Bolter, but Schultz was on task and hassling the umpire, and they were ready to react. So I thought we were really committed and that we stayed in the moment. So when a draw happens, you look at the last moments, but there's going to be moments when you review this tape that we could have stopped the score there. We could have kicked the score there. When you're playing close games, it really brings to the fore that every moment's important. And I know they had the last couple of moments, and but we had our moments as well. We dominated the start of that last quarter and couldn't quite get the score on the board. So you probably just remember the fresher ones.
Justin Longmuir there, a gripping final term littered with mistakes for both sides. And Freo had 3 scores, Rammer, 2 goals and a behind, 16-9 the inside 50s in the final term. And yet there were moments where you thought the game's going to open up and they'll be able to capitalise and the class might shine through. And that Matt Taberner's failure to hang on to a mark, Griffin Logue as well.
They missed some set shots. Simple.
And the set shots,
The set shots is the one that, and they weren't difficult set shots. They just couldn't kick those goals, and it's simple. We talk about Richmond's opportunities. Fremantle had as many, and if you look, they're probably going to be 5th by the end of the weekend. I would imagine. I think Brisbane will win the Q Clash, and Collingwood on form probably should get over Essendon, although it's going to be a dangerous game for the Pies. And then you look at Fremantle's last month; they go Melbourne Western Bulldogs next 2 weeks, so. Who knows? They play Melbourne over in Perth, but then they've got West Coast and GWS to finish the season. So you pencil in two of those 4. The Bulldogs will be tough because it's back here in Melbourne. Richmond, on the other hand, they go Brisbane here, and then they got Port Adelaide, Hawthorn, Essendon. So interesting run home for both those teams, Lingy.
Yeah, it is. Rami, you've always been bigger on Fremantle than me throughout the year. I'm with you all the way, by the way, for any Freo fans on where they're headed. I just felt it was too early, but then I started to really I jumped on your bandwagon. Yeah. Where do you see them right now? Do you see them just battling to the finish line a bit, or have they got another gear? What are your thoughts?
I think they're in a bit of a flat patch at the moment. I think they're tired as a young team. So can they get a bounce somehow over the next couple of weeks to potentially bounce in September? But if you look at what they've actually got, Hayden Young's going to be a player. He's still young. Jeez, he was terrific last night. Luke Ryan's a really good player. Jordan Clark's been a great pickup. Just adds more speed and class to him. Will Brodie's been a terrific pickup for him. Sam Darcy, Caleb Sarong, Griffin Logue's thrown back and forward. Andy Brayshaw's could win the Brownlow medal this year. The way he's played, I love Walker. I love Frederick. So that's, I think. They're
a good defensive side.
Yeah,
they're
they
not
are.
a great scoring side yet.
That's what concerns me.
So my question is, come finals, are you confident in Rory Lobb when he comes back, Matt Taberner and their small forwards? Do you think that's got a forward line that can threaten Geelong and Melbourne? Not to mention when that Fife fits in all that.
That's where I'm confident with a forward line of Tabner, Lobb, Fife. Now, we probably understand that Fife, it's a standard hamstring. So he's going to get a bit more work into his body there and fitness. So hopefully he gets maybe a game before September, or do you give him the extra week? So as we know, there's going to be that pre-finals bye, but we haven't necessarily seen what Tabner, Fife, Lobb can do together. That's where my question mark lies, Lingy.
And it's got to be Fife forward now.
Yeah, it has to be.
Even watching it last night before his injury, he looked dangerous for those 2 marks he took. He kicked one of them. He doesn't have his legs yet at all. He cannot explode away from contests. He cannot get across and put pressure on. So he cannot spend midfield, any sort of big midfield minutes. He just doesn't have the legs. He was probably aiming to get them over the next 4 weeks. He's not going to get that opportunity. So it's got to be him as a genuine marking threat, deeper type forward. My concern is him tabbing a lob in the one forward line becomes cumbersome and slow if they're not marking it. Now they've got electric speed around them, so maybe it's okay. I've got my doubts on their ability to kick a big enough score to really worry the very, very best teams.
Dean makes the point on the SMS 0437 774 774. Will Freo have to go backwards in 2023 to go forward long term? I can't see Mundy, Fife, Walters being the best 22 in 2023. Throw in Lobb's impeding departure, and the Dockers may regress slightly.
Can't see Fife in their best 22.
Yeah, you challenge him on that point. But I mean, there is speculation around, what Freo might look like without Lobb and slot in Luke Jackson, what Richmond might look like without Dustin Martin. There's a few.
Not after what Barmy told us last night, Clinchy. There is no way Dusty's going anywhere.
You've set it up beautifully. This is what Neil Baum said on Friday Night Footy.
Hammy could keep him out for the next 4 games, and the rumours suggest that he's going to Sydney.
I haven't heard those rumours from anyone that I would even trust for a second.
Thank you. That's what the listeners were hoping to hear.
Beautiful. Yeah, no, look,
genuinely,
well, you never do know exactly what's happening in the world, but there's no thought of that from our point of view at all. He loves being with us. There's no suggestion that we're going to trade him. He's contracted. He wants to be with us, and we want him to be with us. I don't really know where that sort of stuff comes from, to tell you the truth.
So you'd be shocked if he plays in another jumper next year?
I'd be more than shocked.
So Neil Baum there with our Friday night crew, in which Cameron Ling was a part of it. So you walked away from that going, I would not imagine Dustin's going to be anywhere else but Punt Road next year.
I reckon Barmy would know. Barmy has his finger on every little pulse going around, and he was being straight up. He wasn't trying to play games with us. He was genuine in it, and as Barmy always is, extremely confident that Dusty will be playing in the yellow and black next year.
So there you go. Neil Baum, one of the great footy icons, and he's been with Richmond for a lot of their success. You touched on the medical substitution. What's your gut feeling as to whether just a little bit of that is starting to be manipulated and exploited? You think of sort of the Mason Cox in the wet of Western Australia where he got subbed out. Are we putting too much pressure on coaches and medical staff to come up for an explanation as to clearly teams want to make these substitutions?
Yeah, I think coaches are doing nothing wrong right now because the rules allow them to make the substitution under slightly grey circumstances. So this isn't a shot at Damien Hardwick last night. This is not a shot at Craig McRae with the Mason Cox one. Anything, because what they're doing is allowed and completely fine.
Yeah.
What I think the AFL needs to, and they clarified a rule during the week, they can clarify this one. Is the expectation that a player is subbed out that he is more than likely to miss next week? Is a huge chance and probable to miss the following week's game is the only time? Or is it simply if you have any type of medical concern, i.e. awareness, tightness, cramp, whatever it might be. And if that's the case, then it's practically a sub. And coaches are free to make a substitution regardless of whether or not that player has a serious injury or not.
It's simple. Either go back to 4 on the bench, take the sub out, or have 5 on the bench. You have a sub, it will be manipulated. Any way you look at it, coaches will find a way to manipulate it the best they can. You know, a tall for a small last night. You know, it was quite obvious, and Damien Hardwick spoke about it after the game, and Kingsley just spoke. He probably was sore. Could have he finished the game? Probably. Yeah. Simple as that. Do we need more run at the moment? Yes, we do. Did Maurice Rioli Jr. run down Travis Collier in a critical moment? Yes, he did. Yep. It's got to be manipulated, Liggy. You know that. I know that.
Oh, absolutely. And the coaches are free to manipulate it right now. Because if that was Shea Bolton, who had the same adductor awareness and some cramp, was push on and we'll play you deep. So I just think, I'm with you, Rammer, but I don't want to go to 5 on the bench.
Well, then let's just go back to 4.
Do you still have, and I know this is going to go against what you just said, but do you still have a sub, but then have it just for concussion? But that player can come on while a player is undergoing a concussion test. Yep. So there's no rush. There's no, we've got to hurry him back. Allow them that sub to take part in the game, and then if that player is subbed out with concussion, he remains in the game and keeps playing.
And you hate to say this again, Lingy, but is that open to manipulation as well? Because can we say, a player took a head knock in the first quarter, now it's the third or fourth quarter, he's got delayed concussion now, we're going to assess him.
Yeah, not to mention, we're not soccer. We don't like players sitting on the bench for a whole game and not taking a part of it. You look at the grand final and the medical substitutions there. The thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling alongside Matt Clinch with you on the lead on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Steve, I think the best way to look at Richmond is construct a team lineup that shows who's missing. Soldo for Lynch. Soldo punches the ball out of play, out of habit, instead of marking in the goal square. Bolter should be back. Lambert, Martin, Gibcus come back in. It's not all bad. Hi, boys. I'll take the draw. Rugby league supporters are not a fan of Golden Point. It's just a fluke. That's from Mike. And is Richmond killing Richmond? It's simple. Dimmer better get back on the ball because the Tigers are slipping. Some of your thoughts on the SMS. Coming up next, we'll branch into some of the topics of the week. And still to come, James Warple will join us from the Hawks.
When I'm 90.
When I'm 90.
Teenager's going to be riding hoverboards, probably.
When I am going to try and break a world record, I would get people to do all my work.
You know, I'd want to be in a movie. The next Chris Hemsworth.
I would love to have at least 78 grandchildren.
At least 5 grandchildren.
What's the world going to look like? I don't know. I don't know if I want to know.
I reckon we'll still be best friends when we're 90.
Happy birthday, ABC.
Yours for 90 years.
This is The Lead.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and the ABC Listen app.
What we actually want people to do is look after themselves and their head, and to the extent that anyone is leading with their head, I'd encourage them not to do that because it's about health and safety as well as clarifying the rule.
The AFL CEO, Gil McLachlan, as his closing months in the job start to come to a conclusion. Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling with you for the lead. So how do we hope the head-high tackles are adjudicated? Obviously, Jack Ginnivan would take a degree of probably satisfaction that he's forced the AFL and the umpires to look at this, that various other players now are trying to adapt, that if you can get a shot on goal by lowering your knees, putting your arm up higher and the umpire blows the whistle, then that's a good result. So much so that the competition has now clarified that if the player is deemed to be initiating the contact and there's no prior opportunity, it'll just be a ball up. If there's prior opportunity, it's holding the ball. But, of course, if his head's over the footy, it'll be a free kick.
You want to go first, Liggy?
Well,
I can see you.
I just want to say, out of all it's the right way to do it, but we've just made it so much harder for the umpires. This is going to be... Last night, Dylan Grimes did it and got a free kick.
Correct. Did it matter? It was in the back half.
No, that is true, Rama. Very good call. there's still going to be mistakes, and umpires are going to miss the fact that he contributed to the high contact. But I reckon then, Rama, there was another 2 last night where a player was over in the act of picking up the ball and got hit high and play on was called. That's still high contact. It's still got to be a free kick paid. I'm a little worried that we've made it harder for the umpires. They're going to be less likely to pay a high contact free kick. And we're actually going to provide less protection for the player whose head's over the footy in the act of picking up the ball. Because everyone wants to go, oh, he ducked. Like, no, he bent over to pick up the football. That is not ducking. You have to protect that player every single time. So, I reckon we make it hard for umpires. I know I love to every now and then jump and say they've got to be better than that. That's a poor decision, little things like that. But we make it so difficult for them.
I actually think it's obvious to see when a player drops at the knees. I actually think it's obvious when we see a player lift his arm up. He's got the ball in one hand and lifts his arm up to force the contact. Like, we sit in the commentary box every single weekend and we're probably 50, 100 metres away from the ball at all times. Yep, in an elevated position. But I can see that still. So, okay, yep, I understand what you're saying. In the spur of the moment, we make it really, really difficult for umpires. But I sort of agree with what Gil's saying. If the player with the ball is initiating that contact, play on.
So where do you sit on the Luke Beveridge sort of? Why are we changing a rule in round 19?
Well, I don't think we are. That's still up to the umpire's interpretation. A high tackle's a high tackle. We're not changing a rule at all.
Or the Craig McRae side of things, Lingy, where, there is an art to being able to do it, and all he's doing is exploiting poor tackling technique.
Yeah, so first one on Rama's point and the Luke Beveridge one. I agree, Rama. I think it's a positive move to eradicate the obvious ones that we can all see.
Yep.
As you said, that shrug of that arm up, the real drop of the knees and the lean in that they do to get it. Let's eradicate those. Great. It's the greyer ones, the 50-50 ones. Did he duck, or is he just in a slightly crouched position because he's either has just picked up the ball or he's about to make a move? Is he about to try and step a player and your centre of gravity lowers a little bit? Well, to me, that's not... He shouldn't be penalised... play on called. If he cops one high there, then that falls into the Craig McRae description, Clinchy. Where that's bad, that's on the tackler. If a player has lowered his centre of gravity to try and step around an opponent and he gets one high, he should get a free kick. Please don't confuse that with bending over and driving with the head or leading with the head. Just naturally, when you're standing up nice and straight and you're 6'2", but then a player comes at you, you spread your legs a little bit, you lower your centre of gravity and you're going to try and step around him, all of a sudden you're now probably at 5'11" height. Well, if you cop one in the head or over the shoulder, you deserve a free kick.
No, I hate to do this because he's still a young player making his way in the game. But if you use Ginnivan as the example, I think he's probably rolling about 50-50 at the moment. Free kicks he's got, free kicks he's missed. If you do it, it's up to the umpire's interpretation. Simple as that. I don't think we're changing the rule what the head high tackle is. All we're asking the umpire to adjudicate on is who initiated the contact.
Yeah, I'm a bit with Lingy. I think it gets harder and harder for the umpires now because they're looking for those reference points, players throwing back their heads. That's a bluff, and now they're trying to work out whether it's legitimate or not. So it'll certainly be one to watch across the rest of the weekend to see how the umpires handle the slight tinkering of interpretation. Also in that press conference, Gil McLachlan said the plan for the AFL is to have the AFL Grand Final Parade, which will be returning to Melbourne post-COVID time, but maybe to happen down the Yarra with some boats involved. Cameron Ling, would you be up for this?
Can Rama take this one first, Clinch?
It feels a little bit like Moomba meets, the AFL, but it is one of those times where we know footy is such a big part of Melbourne, and so much so that Melbourne comes to a complete halt and there's 100,000 in the city as the two grand final sides are celebrated. But in COVID times, I guess it makes sense, but it does mean you're going to be a long way away from the players. I'm not sure how this is going to look.
No. It'll be a spectacular shot, first of all, Rama.
Lee, no.
No,
We're not
no,
having.
I'm glad.
Let's just play this out, okay?
I'm with you on this.
We're
don't
standing
worry.
at the side of the Yarra, okay, and we've got players in boats. Well, what are they just got to sort of just wave to the crowd?
Yeah, the royal wave.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just, you know what? The parade is a great thing. Just send them in a car down one of the streets of Melbourne, and then they finish at the where is it? Parliament House, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they now finish at the MCG.
Oh, we're at the
but
MCG now.
They have
with-
had it
that-
at Spring
that's
Street
fine.
and everywhere. They've
Let's
started
not
and
just
stopped
let's
it.
not get tricky on something that's pretty simple to execute.
How
We
do you
start-
think someone like Dustin Martin would go, Lingy, if they have to stand on a boat and make their way down? And they're not quick processes, unless you, I don't know, turn it into a sport, make it a dragon boat race.
Let me tell you now, it's an incredible event to be involved in. You're so excited.
Yeah, it is.
But it is awkward sitting there waving all the time and waving. And I'm just because you sort of feel like sometimes you end up waving and you realise I'm just waving to the opposition fans here and they actually hate me and you're in autopilot. It kind of gets strange. It would be more awkward. Rama's right, out in the middle of the river. The nice thing is actually being close-ish to the fans and seeing that it's a little kid who's pumped and you give them the big thumbs up and lots of attention from the back of the truck. Yeah. Rama, I'm with you all the way on this. Do not change this one.
Just keep it simple.
I think there's going to be some interesting debate as to what's best for the players and what's best for the showcase of the game and what might look good for
this
TV
is the
pictures.
thing. The game's the showcase. This is just a little sideshow and enjoy it and all that sort of stuff. But
Anyway.
If you're worried about the COVID thing and people getting too close, build a whole bunch of those little Pope-mobiles for them. Have a little class.
Now you're thinking. That's all we need. Some more thinking people on the panel. So our South Australian audience is departing in a couple of minutes' time. So maybe just a thought or two linking on this afternoon. Port Adelaide and Geelong. I mean, Chris got kind of led into this. They've won 8 on the trot and they're going to lose one at some stage. But Port Adelaide have done so well to scrap. They weren't quite good enough to beat Melbourne. They might be the best of the challenging bunch, but it's sort of an interesting game to see how the two sides fare.
Yeah, I still rate Port Adelaide. Not top 4, not top anything like that. I'm not talking about any premiership threat if they were anywhere near the finals. But I still like their team, and they've got some good players. Aleer down back, Burn-Jones off half-back. Obviously the midfield's got real quality with Wines and Boak and Robbie Gray and Dixon Ford, and Rosie's just really starting to hit his strap. So they are a super dangerous team for every single team that plays them to end the year. And that's the fact for Geelong today. The Cats have been ultra impressive. The 2 huge tests of Melbourne and Carlton, they handled them superbly. But this is a different sort of test. And if there's any 5% letdown from the Cats, this is one where Port Adelaide could jump up and bite them. So this will be a good game of footy. Obviously, Geelong are the best team in the comp at the moment, so I'll go with the tip there with the head and the heart on that one. But Port are a dangerous proposition. They're still playing good enough footy to upset some teams.
Yeah, well,
How do you view it, Rama?
Well, Richmond opened up an opportunity. I think Port Adelaide is still, they're a game behind St Kilda and Western Bulldogs. Now, Western Bulldogs play Melbourne, so we'd assume most are tipping Melbourne. St Kilda should be able to get over the line against West Coast. Should. I'll say should, Lingy. I'm not overly confident at this stage, but I think Port Adelaide last week, they did everything right against Melbourne and lost the game. If you look at all the critical categories, they won comfortably. So their form stacks up. I just think Geelong are, I don't want to say it because Lingy's going to get angry at me, but they might be in a little class of their own at the moment.
What do you think, Lingy?
No, I think that's fair. Yeah, they're
for the grand final they played in, the prelims, is this their best crack at winning it, do you feel?
Yeah, absolutely. And they're more even across all 3 of the zones. They're like Melbourne, I think I worry about their forward line, but their midfield and their defence is absolutely elite, whereas I think Geelong is excellent in all 3 facets of the game. No, I don't mind you saying that, Ramon.
Geelong don't let you breathe at the moment.
No.
And that's, I think, what Port Adelaide are going to have to overcome. If they can move the ball with some level of speed, I think it gives them their best chance. But like I said, I think Geelong, they're in a class of their own. Geelong will have to beat themselves.
There you go. All lights are green for Geelong, according to Adam Romanascus and Cameron Ling. Our South Australian audience about to depart. You're off to the Adelaide Oval. For everyone else, we'll cast an eye forward to some of the other games for the weekend, including North Melbourne and Hawthorn, to kick off proceedings from Tassie. Great to have your company on this Saturday afternoon on ABC Sport.
Hello, this is ABC News with David Rowlands. The United Nations says a deal it helped broker with Russia and Ukraine will open the way for millions of tonnes of Ukrainian grain to reach the rest of the world. Middle East correspondent Tom Joyner reports from Istanbul.
For months, Russia and Ukraine have been locked in a standoff at Ukraine's ports along the Black Sea, with commercial vessels unable to export enormous quantities of grain. A deal struck on Friday aims to end that. Brokered by the UN and Turkey, two separate agreements will allow safe passage for ships to resume exports from three key Ukrainian ports. UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres called it a beacon of hope for millions of people who have faced huge increases in food costs globally. The US has welcomed the deal and vowed to hold Russia accountable for implementing it. Tom Joyner, ABC News, Istanbul.
The Home Affairs Minister has called an Election Day episode which saw the former Prime Minister's office pressure the Australian Border Force unprecedented. A Home Affairs report has confirmed Scott Morrison's office instructed the department to publicly reveal a suspected asylum seeker boat had been intercepted on Election Day. The report has found the ABF and Defence Force members acted with integrity by refusing the request to release the information to the media as the event was unfolding. Claire O'Neill says the profound compromise of a military-led operation is without precedent in Australia's history. COVID hospitalisations in Queensland have reached a new pandemic record, with the state's winter wave yet to peak. Maria Hatzakis reports.
Queensland Health says 1,061 people are receiving COVID care in hospital. 30 of those patients are in intensive care. That's the greatest number of COVID hospitalisations since the pandemic began. Queensland's registered more than 7,500 new COVID cases in the past day. 8 virus-related deaths were reported. There are almost 65,000 active cases across the state.
The White House says US President Joe Biden's mild COVID-19 symptoms are improving and he's responding well to treatment after testing positive for the virus on Thursday. He attempted to strike a reassuring tone during a virtual appearance at a meeting about gas prices, where his voice was lower than usual and he had a persistent cough, but said he felt better than he sounded. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says Mr Biden is showing the benefits of taking an antiviral treatment and other medication.
He did mount a temperature yesterday evening to 99.4 degrees Fahrenheit, which responded favorably to Tylenol. His temperature has remained normal since then. His symptoms remain characterized as runny nose and fatigue. His pulse, blood pressure, respiratory rate, and oxygen saturation remain entirely normal.
Donald Trump's former chief strategist, Steve Bannon, is facing up to 2 years in prison after being found guilty of contempt of Congress. He was convicted for refusing to cooperate with the committee investigating last year's attack on the US Capitol building. The BBC's Rhianna Croxford has more from Washington.
The US Department of Justice had argued that Mr Bannon felt above the law by ignoring the mandatory legal summons from the committee, but Mr Bannon had pushed back, basically saying he was protected by executive privilege. Now, that's the right of those in government to keep confidentiality with the president, but this was dismissed by investigators because Mr Bannon had been fired by Mr Trump in 2017, so he wasn't actually an advisor. And so now he faces up to 2 years in prison for dismissing the summons, which he now says he'll appeal.
The US state of California has introduced gun control legislation deliberately modelled on a highly restrictive anti-abortion law in Texas. The new measures will allow Californians to sue anyone who manufactures or distributes illegal assault weapons. The Texas ban encourages individuals to take legal action against people involved in carrying out or having an abortion after a fetal heartbeat can be detected. California Governor Gavin Newsom says if Texas empowers citizens to put women's lives at risk, his state will use similar measures to save lives. Richmond coach Damien Hardwick has explained why tall defender Ben Miller was subbed off in the final quarter of the Tigers' crucial AFL draw with the Fremantle Dockers, which ended 7 goals 10-52 apiece. Richmond were up by a goal 16 minutes into the final term when Miller was medically subbed out of the game for the smaller, quicker Maurice Rioli. A minute later, Fremantle's Bailey Banford kicked a goal to level the scores. His substitution raised eyebrows as he didn't appear to suffer any visible injury, but Hardwick says there was an issue.
Oh, I think he had calf and was cramping quite significantly towards the end, but I think he tightened up in his calf as well, so he might be okay. I'm not too sure.
Morning.
Morning, Mr. McAuliffe.
Yes, and what are we doing today?
Radio ad for Mad as Hell.
And when's that back?
Wednesday, July 20.
Time?
8:40.
8:40?
Yeah, Gruen runs over every week.
Bloody Will Anderson. So Mad as Hell back Wednesday, July 20, 8:40.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go for a take.
The new season of Sean McAuliffe's Mad as Hell. Wednesday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
If you love sport, we've got the podcast for you. ABC Sport Daily, it's your daily sports conversation.
It's pretty exciting to have, world champion next to my name. I still can't get over that.
Rugby league is probably his main passion. He loves the Melbourne Storm. He loves Josh Addo-Carr.
He would have been disappointed and thought, one got away, but this one he just took by the hands and he wanted it more than anybody in the field.
ABC Sport Daily. Find it wherever you get your podcasts.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
This is The Lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling.
Grandstand AFL.
An extended 90-minute version of The Lead today with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling ahead of North Melbourne taking on Hawthorn from Bellerive Oval. And James Warple is going to join us from the Hawks to preview that clash. 2 winners after North Melbourne broke their 14-game losing streak. One of the great parts about being in the studio is Adam Ramanauskas has all the monitors going, so we've seen some great success from an Australian point of view. Kelsey Lee Barber has become the first female javelin thrower in history to win back-to-back world titles, so joins Sally Pearson, Kathy Freeman, Jana Pittman as dual world championships. And Sydney McLaughlin just broke the world record in the 400-metre hurdles by almost a second.
Amazing how far she won by.
Did you notice, Lingy, all of a sudden Rama wasn't adding much to the conversation?
And do you know what? With you saying all this and congratulations, they're wonderful achievements. I still don't believe a word of what you're saying, what you've actually got on one of those screens there. Clearly the races are on.
One screen.
Yeah. We've got about 4 screens going here, but we're doing everything we need to do. So that keeps us, some really exciting results from an Australian point of view leading into the Commonwealth Games. So abc.net.au/sport will bring you all the storylines and the narratives to come out of today, and we're going to have Ned Hall doing some updates for us during the Com Games. So exciting time from an Australian point of view. James Warple's going to join us, but I just want to cast an eye forward to a couple of the other games. The Western Bulldogs and Demons tonight, Rama. We're going to be heading to Docklands.
Yep. I'm looking forward to it. Ben Brown's laid out, so Sam Wiedemann comes into Melbourne's team. I think Melbourne would want to start sort of lifting the tempo now. Yep. They're still there, no doubt, and they're still probably. I think Geelong are the best team in it. They're probably second at the moment. But they're not playing great footy, Lingy. I don't think they'll be impressed with the way they're going. It feels like right at the moment, we'll just qualify for the finals and then we'll flick the switch in the final series.
Yeah, and it felt like last week, I think you mentioned just before the news there how good Port really were. Well, it was a Cozzy Pickett masterclass that got Melbourne over the line. And throughout the last, let's call it 5-6 weeks, I think it's been some masterclasses from some of their A-graders that have dragged them over the line, whether it was Oliver or a Petrarca just took over a game. And they've won. And they've won enough, and I'm with you all the way. They're still in the couple of best teams in the competition. But I also reckon they need to cement their team. Is it Brown? Is it Wiedemann? Who are they going to back in? You can have some flexibility, but I think you've got to give confidence and continuity to a group as well as they head into September.
Our first match of broadcast today is Hawthorn taking on North Melbourne. A great clash from Bellerive Oval. James Warple would love to be out there. Unfortunately, a shoulder injury a couple of weeks ago meant his season is done, and he's been good enough to join us on the lead. Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling with you. James, welcome. Thanks for your time.
No worries, guys. Thanks for having me.
How are you tracking? Obviously, the frustration. Did you have the reconstruction last week? And what's it like to be, I guess, about to take in a game from the couch this afternoon?
Yeah, it's a bit frustrating. It's never a good time of year to get injured. It's a bit of an awkward amount of games left. So, yeah, had surgery on Monday, shoulder reco, so almost a week post that. So feeling good, but, yeah, different feelings though watching from the couch. Never like doing it, but hopefully the boys can get up.
James, thanks for joining us. Just staying on the theme of you for a second before we look a little broader. What have you learnt from this season? The first season under Sam Mitchell, at times it hasn't quite clicked like you would have loved to have, played some really good footy at times, and now the shoulder. What's this year going to launch you into for the rest of your career?
Yeah, it's a good point, Lee. It's an interesting year for me. Obviously, haven't really had much continuity, especially under Sam, which I'd like to do proud. Obviously, me and Sam have a really good relationship, and he's doing a wonderful job as coach. But, I'm still early in my career. I've turned 23 this year, so hopefully got a lot of games ahead of me. But, it's a bit of a learning year for me, just figuring out where I play my best footy and how I do that. So, obviously, you have ups and downs in your career, and, unfortunately, this year's just been one of those years for me.
What about Sam? What's he like? As you mentioned, you got a great relationship with him, and he's certainly been a big part of you playing your best footy when he was an assistant coach, and now he's a senior coach. What's he like as the big dog, the main man?
Yeah, he's good, Sam. Sorry if you hear horns beeping behind me. I'm just at some local footies watching the Tooth play. Putting a clinic down here. But, Sam's been really good. I think, it's never an easy job to have. I think all of them age pretty quickly. It's pretty stressful, but Sam's been really good. He's really hard on us, which he should be with a young group, and, seeing examples and standards and stuff like that, really instilling us for the future, which we, obviously we want to be competing for silverware, but we're just not there at the moment. And, I think he's taking us in the right direction as quickly as he can.
Just before Rama jumps in, James, who are you watching? Where are you?
Actually at Bannockburn versus Anarchy. So back at where it all began for me. It's pretty nice. I watched my nephew actually play in the nines this morning, bright and early. So, yeah, it's good to get back.
Oh, you're a good uncle.
Yeah, well done. Well, I'm just interested in your comment, James, about you talk about finding your role a little bit with Sam. Now, you're a best and fairest winner at Hawthorn. I think what's the fine line between the role you want to play and the role Sam wants to play, and where do you find that happy medium?
It's a tricky one. I guess we sit down and talk about our strengths as players and that. And obviously I'm an inside midfielder and find most of my footy on the inside. So it's just about getting the balance of, getting other blokes exposed in there, John Newcomb and Dylan Moore, who's been in the last couple of weeks. And obviously got the older boys, Jager and Tom. And, there's only 3 or 4 spots that can fit in there. So it's pretty tight for competition, and there's some good players in there. So, me and Sam have been pretty open and honest about where I'm at and where he sees me. And I know my footy's, my good footy is good enough. It's just not there at the moment. So,
I think if you look at this year as a whole for Hawthorn, you're regenerating before our eyes. I won't say rebuilding because I don't think you guys are necessarily doing that. But there's been some scintillating football where you've looked absolutely brilliant, to then lapses in games where I watch Hawthorn and I'm scratching my head. Can you just let us in on why that happening and how you guys are working towards, I guess, becoming that more consistent team?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think if we knew why it was happening, I don't think we'd be sitting 13th or 14th or what we're sitting. But it's a bit annoying at times. But we've got a young group, but we're not going to blame it on that. We're just not good enough at the moment. It's as simple as it is. But I'm sure we'll get there as quick as we can. And we've played some really exciting footy. Like, we have some really exciting young players, and we play a really brave style of footy, high scoring, and when we get rolling, it's really exciting and it's really fun to play. But obviously, there's some downside to that at times as well. We get scored against pretty easily, and then we don't compete hard enough, and our system falls apart a little bit. But we're working towards that, and hopefully we can fix it up sooner rather than later.
One player that I think is flying unbelievably under the radar is Dylan Moore. He, I think if you watch the game really closely, you know how valuable he is. Is he given, I guess, the credit for that internally at Hawthorn?
Oh, internally, definitely. Externally, probably not. Maury is a superstar. I reckon he's a he's an absolute machine. He works so hard both ways. He's plays one of the hardest roles in the game today. Half forward role. It can be a bit of a graveyard shift sometimes, but he performs week in, week out, and we knew it's been coming for a while. He's been training really hard, focusing on his craft, and also teaching a lot of younger boys as well about the position and what it takes to play at the level. And I actually live with Dylan, and we have a really good relationship, so it's great to see him flourish.
James, I've always watched from afar when you were coming through the under-18s at the Falcons, and all the chatter was about how well you prepared yourself, how you gave yourself every opportunity to play, obviously representative football at an underage level, and then give yourself an opportunity to get drafted. Now you're at the AFL, no doubt you're doing all of that as well. But as you head into next year, coming off the shoulder reconstruction, coming off the year that you talked about before, what's the next way that you can invigorate your game and go to a new level? Do you go and source things overseas? Do you go and do a training program with I don't know who? Like what do you find again to put yourself back ahead of all of those other players that you mentioned before who want to be inside mids as well?
Yeah, you work incredibly hard, as you know, Lingy, throughout your career. You've worked hard as most as well, so we all work pretty hard, and this pre-season is going to be a little bit different. Obviously, I'm going to start a little bit earlier, obviously with the shoulder a bit slower, but I'd love to be able to just build my aerobic capacity, get to more contests and stuff. I think that's a little holding me back a little bit at the moment, and just a bit of weight stuff. I'm probably a little bit on the heavy side. Wanted to put on all this weight coming in as a young fella and put it on quite easily, and probably went a bit overboard. So I'd love to lose a little bit of weight and increase my running power, because the boys coming in these days are just athletically beasts, and they're running 6K, 6-minute 2Ks and stuff like that. So if I could get anywhere near that, I think I'd be a much better player. So I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to do that this pre-season. Obviously outsource some people and some experts in the area, but I'm hopefully going to do those two things.
The voice of James Warple with you on ABC Sport, on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. James, the interest around the sort of difference between life under Sam Mitchell as opposed to previously under Alistair Clarkson, how different is it?
There's obviously difference day to day, but relatively the same. The intricacies of the footy club stay pretty similar. I think meetings definitely don't go for as long with Clarko gone, which is always nice. But Clarko could ramble on a little bit. But Sam's very. Sam's very.
I bet you wouldn't have said that 12 months ago, 18 months ago to Clarko that he rambles on.
I don't know, maybe. Hopefully he's not listening, but I'm sure he's probably not. But anyway, Sam's really organised, runs very smoothly, and not too much has changed. Coaching style, game style changes, whoever's in position, I guess. So just the normal stuff, but relatively the same.
Yeah, it's a loaded question, James, and you've answered it really well because you've got to please your current master. So how much of an advantage does it make, that link between Box Hill and Hawthorn, with Sam having been there, and we've seen James Blank of recent times, and Jai Newcomb as well, just that transition from VFL level to AFL level?
Oh, yeah, how good is James Blank on the moment? Jesus Christ, he's a star. He's going to be a good player for a long time for us, I think, which is very exciting. Box Hill, experiencing it this year. It's a really good culture down there. Got a good bunch of lads. So obviously Sam played there a little bit before he got picked up, and he's always down there watching. We get most of the boys down there watching every weekend. So Box Hill are going pretty well at the moment, and we're seeing some good growth from the younger fellas down there.
So when Clarko finished up last year, did you think you'd see him back coaching again?
I'd say so. He'd be somewhere. He can't stay out of it for too long, I don't reckon, Clarko. He'd be sitting at home twiddling his thumbs for not too long, and he'd get up and do something, so he can't sit still. But, I'm sure he'll end up somewhere. I don't actually know where, but I'm sure we'll see him soon somewhere, which is great.
And as Lingy and Rama kind of mentioned, it's been a season which has had its ups and downs for Hawthorn. There's been some great showcases of what you can be, and that challenging stretch where you lost 6 on the trot and you didn't have a ruckman for some weeks. So when you reflect upon the season, who do you think have been sort of your rising star, your best and fairest sort of leaders that you really ping the hopes of the future of the club around?
I think Sicily needs to get a little bit more credit for how he's playing. He's just come off a ACL injury and he's, I'd say he's probably an All-Australian team at the moment and probably going to win our best and fairest. So Sis has been great. He's also captain the club, which is an amazing effort for him considering where he's been the last 12 months and years before. And then obviously Dylan Moore's had another good year. I think he finished third last year, so he'll be right up there. Mitchy Lewis is another one. He's could probably kick 50 goals this year and had another strong year. And the list goes on. You could go down to Jai Newcomb, who's played really well. Harry Morrison, who's gone under the radar a little bit. He's played an important role in the wing for us. And yeah, it's really exciting. Blanky, I'm pretty excited about. Blake Hardwick, it's good as well. I could just go on, but probably the main couple up there will be those boys, I think.
Well, there might be someone on this chat who's part of an All-Australian selector, so it doesn't help just to raise some of those names. James,
might put forward a few.
Best of luck with the recovery, getting back to pre-season training in November, and hopefully the Hawks can finish with a couple of wins. Thanks as always for your time. Enjoy the local footy.
Perfect. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
James Warple joining us from the Hawks. Always great to get some insights from the modern-day players, especially, unfortunately, when, like James, their season is done and they have a little bit more time to be reflective about the ins and outs.
Oh, it's a fascinating little case study with Warple, I think, Lee.
Yeah.
I think he's a really good player. I really, really do. It's just, can he change his game to the way Sam Mitchell and the Hawthorn coaching staff want him to? Because there's always some resistance, particularly a young player when you're asking him to change and be something slightly different. I think James understands what Sam wants. It's just, can he go and execute it now?
Yeah, and that's the big one, isn't it? And can he execute it? Can he find another trick or two to the way he plays as well? Because he can't be permanent inside mid all the time because of the other options they've got there, and you need to have other strings to your bow. So, and by his answers, he's not going to leave any stone unturned to go and find those. And, talking about, as a kid coming into the AFL, you are thinking about, put muscle on, get stronger. I've got to be able to cope with these big guys. But then when you hit a certain point and you realise you've probably put a little bit too much muscle on and you're trying to cart that round as a midfielder playing at 85 kilos instead of 80 kilos, that makes a huge difference. And you don't have that run, you can't get to as many contests. So that's what he's already thinking about that. And the fact that he's thinking about that and going to do it post this shoulder reco, that shows to me that he'll bounce back and have a good year next year.
Not to mention the style in which Hawthorn want to play. Josh Ward, the Rising Star nominee during the week, another good example of the direction in which the Hawks are heading. Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. North Melbourne and Hawthorn is our first game for broadcast. We've taken you inside the Hawthorn camp. Our man on the ground will be Chris Rowbottom, who's caught up with one of the North Melbourne assistant coaches, Jordan Russell.
Jordan Russell, thanks so much for having a chat on Grandstand AFL. It's funny, isn't it? You win your second game of the season last week and all of a sudden you're expected to string together two in a row, but you're a decent sort of chance against the Hawks here at your home away from home in Hobart.
Yeah, firstly, it was great to get a win last week, obviously. Been a bit of a interesting couple of weeks at the footy club, but it was great to come out and respond. We had a pretty good game against Hawks in round one where we felt up until just before half-time, we were right in control of the game. They kicked a couple late, so we're going into this week full of confidence. They've got some really good players. They're playing a pretty good brand of footy. Obviously, the wins column has dried up a little bit for them, but it's going to be a really good challenge for us today.
Can you take us inside the club over the past couple of weeks? Mass upheaval with David Noble exiting the club, of course. How does the mood change within a footy club when the coach leaves, whether it's for the better or the worse, or same but different?
Yeah. Patchy said it a couple of times in a few of his press conferences, but the footy industry doesn't really wait for anyone. So it was obviously it was a hard couple of days for everyone involved, obviously for Nobes and then the players who were affected by it. But because you've got a game in 4 days, 5 days time, you've got to get back on the horse and get back into that strong mindset pretty quickly. So the boys did a great job to jump back into it. Obviously the win really helped in those couple of days post, but yeah, it's never a good situation for anyone, but you've got to be able to move on quickly and perform, and that's what we're all here to do.
And the win last week, you broke the duck, of course, against the Tigers. Did that come about as something that you guys did differently, or a change in style, or a slight shift or tweak, or was it just building on what you were doing under David Noble and refining that a little bit and getting over the line at the end?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think against Collingwood, we were there or thereabouts. We were in some really good form in that first three quarters. So that week we sort of tried to just implore, let's attack the game. Let's focus on offence. Let's not worry so much about the defence and the contest. Let's try and free the players up a little bit. So that was our mentality going into that game. And then Patchy sort of just tried to release the shackles a little bit more around a few other little things. But there's no wholesale changes. It's just trying to implore the boys to attack the game and everyone wants to get involved possession-wise, so let's attack the game through our offence. So.
And is that what we can expect today? The shackles off, free-flowing footy from North Melbourne? Because you're right, it had gotten a little bit stagnant at times there.
Yeah, definitely. So that's going to be our focus for the rest of the year, is trying to get a bit more speed into our ball movement. See if we can catch defences out, get it in behind them, trap it in our forward half is probably the simplistic view of it. But we're trying to score more. If we can't score, is lock it in our forward 50 forward half. So we made some mistakes last week. We over-handballed at times. We handballed to the ground a couple of times as well. So we know there's plenty of room for improvement. We left a few goals out there. So we're looking forward to continuing to get better week by week this year.
And you probably just gave a little bit of an insight there, but you've just wandered out of a team meeting. What are the points on the whiteboard for this afternoon?
It is quite simple. Offence, we want to play with speed but not be rushed. At times last week we got a bit handball happy, as I said, and we probably put ourselves into too much of a fast play. So we want to play quick but not rushed. Defensively, we want to squeeze the ground like most teams. We want to try and force that ball to stay in our forward half. Richmond actually smashed us in that area last week, so we've got to keep working our way on pressing up the ground and squeezing the ground to lock it in. And then from a contest point of view, Hawthorn are really good at getting numbers there to those contests. So we want to trust the guy inside, trust that he's going to be able to get the ball out and hold some pretty good shape and balance around the outside. So it's pretty simple. It's not overcomplicated, but something that the boys can really sink their teeth into.
Because Aaron Hall into the team, he was named as the emergency, but Nick Larkey will miss today.
Yes, yeah, he's coming straight back into our half-back line. So he's missed a bit of footy this year, unfortunately, for Aaron. But when he's out there and up and going, he obviously provides that run and carry that we've missed. Jaden Stevenson was able to fill in the last couple of weeks. So it'll be interesting to see how Hawley comes back in. Hopefully we get a few more than a couple of minutes like the Geelong game a few weeks ago. So he's really important and pivotal to our ball movement, and his ability to read the game and get those handball receives is some of the best that you can see in the comp. So he's a great addition this week.
And just lastly, Jordan, before I let you go, the last time you spoke on Grandstand AFL was a couple of weeks ago before the Collingwood game. You made a prediction that North Melbourne would be up at half-time, and it came true. Look into the crystal ball for us this afternoon. What have you got for us? What's going to be happening this afternoon?
I'll probably stick with that again. I reckon we'll be in front again at half-time. It was funny when I said that. I heard a couple of chuckles in the headphones. It was probably a bit bold, but in the end, I don't want to make too many predictions because I might get rid of that 100% record. So hopefully we're in front again. We want to get the win. We want to get two in a row, and we just want to continue to keep getting better and better.
I thought you might have gone one better and said you'd be in front at full time to ensure the win. But Jordan, thanks so much for having a chat on Grandstand AFL, and best of luck this afternoon.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Nostradamus, Jordan Russell there with Chris Rowbottom. So Ben Cameron, Clint Wheeldon, Sharad Wellingham and Bo McDonald with the call for you. It feels like Hawks' talent might be too much for the Kanga kids. Rama, can you see any argument? Although every time North went inside 50, they scored against the Tigers last week.
Well, I think if North Melbourne play with the same freedom that we've seen over the last 2 weeks, they're every chance. They've been moving the ball a lot quicker. They're giving their forwards a chance. Zerha kicked 6 last week. Larkey kicked 5 the previous week against Collingwood. They give themselves a chance. So I really like what Lee Adams is doing. He's freed them up. He's letting them play. He's got a couple of non-negotiables, no doubt. But when you've got talent on your list, sometimes you just got to let it shine. And I think that's what we saw last week.
Larky's a big out, though. Just a bit, and you're right. I mean, he didn't have to do it last week. Zerha kicks the goals, but he was always the threat there, which helps. But, yeah, I think it'll be a good contest. I mean, I know it's two teams right down the bottom of the ladder and it doesn't really matter. But when you get two evenly matched teams who are both in a growth phase of kids wanting to almost build something for the future, it's still a good contest. I remember years when we were no good and St Kilda were no good, in the early 2000s, Bomber Thompson would always say to us, this St Kilda team is going to be good. Start beating them now. Get something over them. Get a mental edge over them. Now, it didn't always happen, didn't always work out, but you almost build yourself up against the other young team who's trying to build towards something just to have that edge over them when you eventually become a good team and they become a good team as well. So that can start today for these two teams.
Yeah, you got to beat the sides around you. So that one late change, Aaron Hall replaces Nick Larkey out, Charlie Lazaro and Tom Phillips the sub. No late changes for Sydney and Adelaide. So we'll keep you across both those games this afternoon. Rammer, 2000 celebration tomorrow.
Yeah, got a little lunch.
Collingwood, there you
got
go.
A little lunch there in the MCC dining room, which will be nice.
Beautiful. We'll be on air with the call.
Style.
I think Rammer will be enjoying his afternoon more than us potentially. Imagine if the Bombers win. Thanks to your company, North Melbourne and Hawthorn, coming up next.
Lend us your ears and experience a world of audio content with ABC Listen.
A world of sound.
Like the new pop culture podcast, Schmeitgeist, decoding the biggest trends this year.
I saw a trend happening on TikTok, basically, I've never seen before.
Trash reality TV. It is my favorite thing in the world.
And for the kids, Dynadome.
T-Rex is ahead. Check out those lunges.
The ABC Listen app.
Lend me your ears.
Download it now from your app store.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
Runs into the 50, steps on the right foot, scores a level.
This is awesome. What a moment to be here.
Roll up, it's time for the show. Forget everything that you know. You ain't seen nothing like this. It's impossible to resist.
Kicks from 45, starts right, but it's coming back. It's a miracle at the Adelaide Oval.
You ain't seen nothing like.
Akers hard up against the boundary in the right corner. Oh, that's one of the goals of the season.
That is incredible.
Buddy Franklin steps forward now. He's done it. A legend joins the immortals.
Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
Now from 55 goes bang. Oh, he's kicked it. He has kicked it.
Welcome to the big time.
He can be a game breaker, this kid. And he'll kick the goal. It's what he does best. Silvani 2-on-1. Silvani! What a mark in the goal square. We're gonna be kids. Throws up from 55. An unbelievable finish. Shuts it down. The big man sorts it out midair. This would be absolutely extraordinary. He is all class. Bolton runs toward the boundary to kick a miraculous goal.
He can't believe it.
Gives it everything he's got. It's going, it's there.
The superstar on the left. He's got a third. Brilliant.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL.
Bells to Van der Beek. Sweeping hand pass to the bot. Shut the door.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
As the debate rages about the merit of a team in Tassie, the co-tenants meet for the first time in the state's south. It's 13th versus 18th, but both sides coming off a win. The Hawks over the Eagles and the Roos snapping a 14-game losing streak. Who can back it up? We'll find out this afternoon. Welcome to Bellreeve Oval. Ben Cameron in commentary for you this afternoon, alongside Clint Wilden, Premiership Pie Show at Wellingham, in for all of the analysis, and the dual Premiership ruck from the Brisbane Lions, Bo McDonald, as well. Now, there is a late change here this afternoon. It comes for North Melbourne, so Aaron Hall is into the starting 22. Out goes Nick Larkey, so Cam Zurhaar without his partner in crime in the forward line. Charlie Lazaro is the medi-sub for North. For Hawthorn, it is Tom Phillips. A couple of milestones today. Hugh Greenwood set to play game 100 for North Melbourne, while for Hawthorn, Mitch Lewis will play game 50 and in career form while he does so. As I mentioned, Bo McDonald, dual Premiership ruck for the Brisbane Lions. That great Brisbane side of the early 2000s, and Premiership Pie Show at Wellingham are here. Bo, firstly to you, welcome. What are you expecting today?
I'm expecting a really good game. I think when you see two teams that are around the same mark, building a list, I think it's going to be a fantastic. You'll see players cracking in hard early. Hawthorn's list, the more you look at it, the more you get excited. Yeah, they might be a little bit up and down, but I think there's some exciting players in there for the future, and North Melbourne the same. They'll be pretty keen. Their supporters will be pretty keen coming off a win to see what they bring to the table this week. So, look, I think we're going to be in for a pretty spirited game.
Well, it's fascinating. I mean, Kane Corns, speaking in the pre-season, said these are clearly the two worst lists in the competition, and we've seen Hawthorn win 6 games this year. We know very well, it's been well documented what's happened with North. Of course, they were 1-15. They've sacked their coach. We saw them win and snap that 14-game losing streak that I spoke about right off the top. And then their applications for a priority pick, Sonia Hood, their president, tweeting after the win last week, our list, not bad. So it's a fascinating discussion with North Melbourne and Hawthorn and the comparison of the two teams. How do you see that comparison, Sharad Wellingham?
The comparison. Sorry, I was reading then. Repeat the question, Ben.
The comparison between the two lists.
Yeah, I think when you look at Hawthorn's list at the start of the year, you probably, like Kane Cord said, that it was going to be a tough year for them. But I think they've been coached really well and have been able to get a couple of wins that probably were a little bit unexpected. Sam Mitchell's doing a great job at the top. So, yeah, it's a tough one. You look at North Melbourne's list, and I think that they're a long way off. They've got a couple of years that they're really going to need to rely on the draft or some strong trading. I've probably got a lot more confidence in the way that Hawthorn stacks up on paper. In terms of the priority picks, I think they're barking up the wrong tree. I think it comes down to recruitment, and if they don't do it right, they should be punished, and you shouldn't be rewarded for mediocrity. If they aren't able to implement what they want from the admin side of things, they shouldn't be able to just go knock on the AFL's door and go, all right, we need to have a little bit of a prop up.
One of the eternal debates in football is a team in Tasmania. Now, these are the two teams that have sold some games to the state. The Apple Islanders have made it abundantly clear that they don't want a relocated team. They don't want a team that's splitting its time between Melbourne and Tasmania. They want their own team. But it'll be fascinating today to see how many do turn up, given these two sides have spent a number of years down there in Tasmania playing some of their home games.
And I think that Hawthorn have probably won the race in that aspect. They've done a really good job at engaging the Tasmanians, and footy is massive in Tasmania. It's a big part of the culture down there, and a team down there would go well. Do I think that they should have a team based there? I don't think so. I think that it is working well in terms of having a team that splits their time there, and they can have ownership of a side. Who that is, I'm not sure, is the honest answer. But I think that it is really good. As you see, Horn Francis with a nice haircut going into today's game. I think that is something that should continue, but in terms of having a full-time team there, I don't think so.
Well, what we do know is that a $7 million contract has been awarded to the firm that designed the GWS and Sons home bases for a new York Park style design. Not a New York style design.
York Park.
A new York Park design. And PwC have also been commissioned by the government to produce a new Hobart Stadium economic impact report. So it'll be interesting. We're expecting a decision next month or in September.
I suppose what gets me is football's flourishing in lots of other areas. It's going really well in lots of other areas. Why can't we give the Tasmanians a team? They've been involved in our game for 100 years more. Some fantastic players are coming out there. Why can't we afford to give them a team in their own state?
So we've done less Victorian team.
Well, I'm not really sure about the politics. I think it's just adding another team to the comp. You know, maybe there's ramifications to that.
Yeah, I don't think you can spread the talent pool to another team.
And that's the question. I mean, and then we could look at, the AFLW is bringing in 4 more teams this year. It's getting diluted everywhere else, but it's just where do you pull the trigger? I'm not really sure, but I just think it's something you look back on and you think of all the great players to come out of Tasmania. How haven't we been able to give them their own side? And look, the Tasmanians will probably tell you that, where you're going to put it, you're going to put it in between Hobart and Launceston. So there's
the divide between North and South in Tassie is so big.
So there is lots of debating points, but just the fundamental point of having their own team, you sort of look back and go, why not? But
I think they deserve it in terms of what they've done, the impact that Tassie has on footy, but does it work?
Do you want to dilate the competition?
This is the crux of the issue.
It is.
We're divided down the middle in here in the commentary box, so that's exactly where we lob on it. What I think is really interesting here today as well, both of these teams are in a state of rebuild at the moment. Sam Mitchell has taken the baton from Alistair Clarkson, the 4-time premiership coach and possibly the coach of the generation, because Hawthorn didn't want him for the rebuild. They wanted Sam Mitchell, and they wanted a transition plan there. Does Alistair Clarkson lob at North Melbourne? And could this potentially be the start of a fixture in years to come where we have Alistair Clarkson coaching North Melbourne and trying to rebuild this once mighty club back up against his apprentice in Sam Mitchell? I mean, it's fascinating. We might be seeing a precursor to that today.
Well, he's the perfect guy to have around to develop your footy club.
Absolutely. I don't know if there's a better man for the job, to be honest. I think that he would fit perfectly. Did they send him on his way too soon, Hawthorn? I think Sam Mitchell's doing an amazing job, though, and I think it was... You kind of look at it and go, did we do the wrong thing in losing Alistair Clarkson, or did we do the right thing in bringing in Sam Mitchell? And you kind of weigh it up and go, all right, we got Sam Mitchell in, who's probably going to be able to coach for the next 10 years, whereas Alistair Clarkson, do we want him coaching the club for... It would have been 24 years or something.
Last week we saw the proverbial sugar hit that almost every team gets when they sack a coach, and the players seem to find something the very next week. Why does that happen? What did we see with North, and what happens the second week after that? Is there, the come down that you have after the quick sugar hit?
Yeah, well, look, I experienced it a long time ago when John Northey got sacked and Vossi stepped in as the interim coach during the year, and you get a bit of a sugar hit, but it is hard to sustain. But I think as a player, you've got your backup. You need to prove yourself again to a new person, a new group, and you want to get off on the right note. But it can be damning sometimes, because you can get pulled in and say, well, you didn't do this last week and you did this week. So as a new coach, you're just looking for the characters, who's going to continue with this footy club going forward, and that just brings everyone's on edge. And that's not just the players. I reckon you'd find it in everyone that has a role in the footy club around the place. When a new coach comes in, they're sharp.
So what is that feeling like when you're being coached by the guy you've had for a couple of years, and then someone comes in who you're familiar with, but what gives you the pick up there? Why does that occur?
It's a $1 million question, I reckon, Sharad. I think from the first point I just raised, but you'll hear the comment, we felt freed up every single time a team wins after. So, what is that freed up? Is obviously when you've been losing, there's a lot of frustration, there's a lot of emotional energy spent around losing, and is freeing up just going out and
playing on instinct, because they're AFL players.
Yeah,
they're AFL standard players. They're all good footballers. Did you just manage to go out there and just play footy?
I think so. Look, there's so much analysis in the game, and when you're a player, you've got split seconds to make those decisions out there. You're not sitting out there making it's all muscle memory and habit that you've trained, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I think it comes down to your character as well. You really got to, when the head coach gets sacked, if you're any sort of bloke, you're going to have a real go at hard long look at yourself and be a bit embarrassed that your head coach is being sacked, because you're part of the reason. You're amongst it. So if you got to have... Players will have a good look deep inside, and you be honest, where you can keep floating through.
Quite funny. I mean, Cam Zurhaar kicked 6 goals, a career high last week from 9 score involvements. When the coach was sacked the last time, he also had 11 tackles the next week. So he is one who likes to bounce back once the coach has been sacked, unfortunately. We do have a 5th member of the team down riding the boundary today. His name is Chris Rowbottom, and he's with us. Chris.
G'day, guys. Good to be with you. A good little crowd building here at Bellerive. The Hawks have never played at this venue. Well accustomed to Tasmania, of course, but have never made the trip to Bellerive. They have played at North Hobart Oval some time ago in the early 90s against Fitzroy, to give you a bit of an idea of how long ago that was, but never at Bellerive. So the Hawthorn faithful are out in force, as well as the North Melbourne faithful off the back of that win last week. Conditions are pretty good. Overcast and cool, but perfectly good conditions for football. An interesting one with the Hawks. Since Alistair Clarkson has left the team, we've seen the no long sleeve rule go completely out the window. Chad Wingard and James Sicily in recent weeks. James Sicily has the sleeves on again this week, as does Tom Phillips, the sub, and Mitch Lewis, the big full forward, is rocking the sleeves as well, which is good to see. Just about all set to go. Hawthorn will kick to the right of your radio dial, North Melbourne, to the city end. No late changes, as you touched on, for the Hawks. Aaron Hall in for the Roos, replacing Nick Larkey, who was out with a knee.
Thank you, Chris. Stay close throughout the afternoon. As we move through, just repeating the Medi-subs, Charlie Lazaro and Tom Phillips. As Chris mentioned, there was a late change with Hall in for Larkey. Tips, gents?
You're going the Hawks, 3 goals.
Bo McDonald going for the Hawks. Sharad Wellingham?
Hawks for mine.
Clint?
Good to see you, Ben. I'm with Hawthorn as well.
Yeah, great to have you along for the ride. So I'll go for Hawthorn too, which might be bad news for the Hawthorn faithful. Just about set to go. 2 teams around each other's station, both coming in off wins. Let's get it underway. Saturday afternoon footy.
Good bounce by the umpire. It's one down by Reeves and trying to gather quickly. Well done by the Kangaroos. Kicking around the body. Simpkin gets it towards half forward. Here's Horn Francis for the Kangaroos. Sends it to Zeeble. Dropped the mark he should have taken. Hit him on the chest. Was able to regather. Got it to Horn Francis. Has to go back to Taylor. Juggled the football again. Not the control he would have liked early on, but North are able to recover. Short pass goes backwards. Now it's in the hand of Simpkin from Perez. Simpkin kicks inside forward 50. Can only find DGB. Granger Barris marking in the left back pocket, or rather right back pocket, for Hawthorn. Some early fumbles for North Melbourne. Granger Barris beyond defensive 50 towards the broadcast wing. No mark taken off hands. Horn Francis went out after it, tapped down by the Hawks. Now an opportunity off the ground for Mitchell to O'Meara. Back to Mitchell by hands, looked like a throw. Umpire says play on. Came in the direction of Hardwick. Newcomb goes in, dives on the footy, gets it held to him, somehow manufactured a hand pass away. Simpkin kicks towards left half forward. Ward there, mops up, gives it to Sicily of the Hawks. Bounces the ball on towards Mitchell. From right half back, he'll kick towards centre wing. One-on-one battle, nicely worked Lewis. Was able to outpoint Mackay, who was right there. Spoils it across the boundary line for a throw-in on true centre wing, broadcast side of the ground. No score opening stages. We've gone about 90 seconds at Bellreeve.
The umpire spins it in, knocking it down. Reeves coming through, losing it. Ward eventually gets a handball away. Now North come away with the football. Quick kick towards half forward, trying to gather Zeeble. He does. He's shoved out by Sicily, straight into the fence. He's okay. We'll get a throw in between wing and left half forward for North Melbourne in this opening term, attacking the city end of the ground in this opening stanza. Goldstein works his way to the front, slaps it down. Davies Uniacke trying to pick it up. Goldstein goes in. He's tackled there by O'Meara. Eventually, Goldstein gets it out. Back to Davies Uniacke. Handball away to Anderson, the former Hawk. Snaps into the pocket, bouncing ball. It tumbles out, and we'll get a throw in left forward pocket for the Roos. No score through the opening 2 minutes on Grandstand AFL. Saturday afternoon footy from the Apple Isle.
Mitchell and Simpkin both with 3 disposals early on. Going to stand alongside him as McGuinness. We know does such a good shutdown job as Reeves wins it down to Newcomb. Hawks go beyond their defensive 50. Good mark, Hall. A late inclusion with the injury to Larkey. Kicks back inside attacking 50. Poor kick. Reeves was there. Hawks are able to work it away again. Come through Granger Barras into the left back pocket to Sicily. Will kick towards left half back. And they'll be able to find themselves in the hand of Phillips. Pausing for a moment. Chance now for Lewis to go long towards left half forward. No mark taken. Ball to ground to O'Meara. Tries to fend off. Is able to just get a kick away? No, according to the official. Just took a little bit too long. Free kick going the way of North Melbourne.
Hall a couple of good defensive efforts, which is good for him to start that way, I think.
They'll come into the middle of the ground through Goldstein. Hand passes on. Kick inside forward 50 from North Melbourne, mopped up by Hardwick. He'll go back to Sicily, who has it in the right back pocket. And he'll kick towards centre wing commentary side. Good stretch and a good mark to McAvoy, who has it for the Hawks. Still no score, opening 3.5 minutes.
A big ruck. He kicks towards half forward, and you can hear Bruce. He comes up and marks 60 metres out from the attacking goal for the Hawks. 6 goals last week. Goes into the pocket, trying to find Lewis. Over the back it goes, bouncing ball. Mackay is there. He mops up for North, goes short. A good kick to Core. Core moves it on short again. Stevenson, who gives off the handball to Hall. Handball into the middle of the ground to Goldstein. The big ruckman stops, props, does a pirouette. A little bereft. Now he kicks into the middle of the ground. Anderson gathers well. Gives it off to Davies Uniacke. Handball away to Stevenson. Run down Morrison. Caught him dead, holding the ball. And the Hawks get it back, just backward of the wing.
So I'll kick out to Mitchell, who mark on the logo on the eastern side. Kicks inside forward, 50, Gunston. Back in the team, marks 50 from goal, a couple of metres in from the boundary. He'll start from left half forward. 15-16 for the season. It's a great goal kicker, 413 goals in what is today a 221 game career. The kick will have to travel 52. It's on its way, looked pretty good off the boot. It's a tremendous kick. Great start for Gunston. The Hawks get the first. 1 straight 6. North Melbourne yet to score. 5 played at Bellerive on Grandstand AFL between the Kangaroos and the Hawks.
Jack Gunston, a kiss of the black armband and a point to the sky. Of course, the passing of his father, Ray Gunston, all of the Hawks coming to get around him, playing with a heavy heart today.
Great kick by Jack. It's a tough kick down in that pocket, or that flank at Hobart Oval, so a really, really good kick. Both teams are moving the ball pretty well. They're trying to move at pace at the moment, I think, and trying to really run and carry and move the ball at pace, but both kind of setting up well defensively.
Yeah, you can see that they're trying to get that corridor kick and then the overlap run from behind, so it's always interesting. Both teams are trying to do the same thing, and Hawthorn just a little cleaner going forward there.
Bounce back in the middle. Reeves and Goldstein going after it. Greenwood in game 100 gets it off to Simpkin. Dances past a couple. Misses the target with the handball. Now the Hawks onto it. Connor McDonald. He'll go on his left. Inside attacking 50. Looking for Gunston. Can't take the mark. Core swoops onto the footy for North. Handball to McDonald. Handball away towards Powell, who kicks laterally. A good kick to Young, and he moves it short to Hall. Gives it off to the running Young. He'll kick towards the wing. A good kick for Zurha. He has to reach, but he marks on the eastern wing. Close to the boundary line. Hawthorn with the opening goal. We've played 6.5 in this first term.
Zurha short to Anderson. Ponytail flowing behind him as he gets a hand pass away. North will go deep inside the right forward pocket from Young. Stevenson brought it to ground. Curtis tries to step one way and then met by Granger Barras. Is able to get a hand pass backwards. Reeves picks it up. Stevenson is able to tackle him over the boundary line for a throw in about, let's say, 45 out from North Melbourne's attacking goal. They're heading to the Church Street or City end.
Not enough of a contest for mine from Stevenson then in the forward 50. He's got to create more of a contest there.
Reeves palms it down. Here's Anderson for North, though. Hand passes back to Scott. Kicks into the right forward pocket. And Zurha marks. He's got it 35 from goal. Couple of metres in from the boundary in the right forward pocket coming into this game after an outstanding performance last week. Can he continue the goal fest?
You can tell North Melbourne they've got a directive to run from behind, give the handball, play on quick, and makes it harder to defend.
Cam Zurha, it starts out to the right, it swings, it swung a lot, and then cannons into the left-hand goalpost. So just a minor score to start for Zurha. Hawthorn 1 straight 6, North Melbourne 1 behind, 7:53 gone in the opening quarter.
Knuckleball, that one, wasn't it?
Hardwick with a big barrel into the middle of the ground. It bounces past the centre circles, Core onto the footy. Eventually, they shovel it out North through Greenwood. Bumped off it though, McDonald. O'Meara wins it. Off to Impey. Paddles to his own advantage. Run down by Hall. Spills to O'Meara. Bangs it through. Coast to coast from the Hawks. The long kick in from Hardwick opened it all up. And O'Meara finishes. Hawthorn 2 straight 12. North Melbourne 1 behind. 8.5 minutes into the opening term.
We'd be sending the message out there to Coleman Jones. You've got to put your body on the line, big fella. You just got to go back and take that grab for your team, no matter what's coming the other way. And when you
definitely a bit of hesitation there, wasn't there?
Yeah, and look, you're a young ruck trying to get a spot in a game. They're the opportunities you relish on to show the rest of the team that you're going to do do
Tough
what's
stuff.
required. So
big barrel from the
love the barrel,
kick in,
don't
wasn't
you?
it, from Hardwick?
That's gone miles.
Oh.
That has gone 10 metres past the centre square, hasn't it?
It's gone past the centre circles or the
centre
bullseye
circle.
in the middle of the ground. Incredible kick in from Blake Hardwick.
And then just the flow from behind it, wasn't it? It was just keep the ball moving at all costs.
A restart. North Melbourne win the tap, and it comes down to Newcomb. Gives it out towards McAvoy. Hand pass to no one in particular. Mitchell mops up. Sends it to Moore by hand to McAvoy. To Mitchell again. Puts the Hawks inside forward 50. Not the kick he wanted. Mackay diving backwards. Takes the defensive mark between fullback and centre half back for the Kangaroos. Shares it with Hall. And then goes short to another player in the long sleeves in Greenwood. Greenwood's kick is disappointing. It's been marked here by Hardwick, who on recent form should have gone for goal with the torpedo. Instead he goes towards centre half back, and it's marked by Nash. He'll trot back, and he points in the direction of full forward. That's where the kick goes. North had the numbers there and in best position again. That's a fine mark to Mackay. Brewster's right with him. He's able to drag it in though, the Kangaroo. He has it at full back. That score remains Hawthorn 2 straight 12. North Melbourne 1 behind. The Hawks by 11 points. 11 into the first.
Mackay's kick dodgy for Young. Young able to recover. Gets a handball back to McDonald, who kicks the ruse long to the wing over the head of Zurha. He tries to keep it in. He does for Coleman Jones. It bounces back to him. Now he goes for a run. Kicks long inside 50. Stevenson. He cradles the mark as he falls to the ground. He wants to move it on quickly. He's got Goldstein in the goal square. It gets there, but the Hawks arrive. They fight on in ground level in the goal square, and they might have earned a free kick. They have.
Ruckman.
Just go back and kick it, Jamie.
Take your
Don't
time.
worry about the big fella.
Take your time.
Yeah,
Morris
I
has
agree.
earned a high free kick from Goldstein in the defensive goal square for the Hawks. They've kicked the opening 2 goals of the game. North Melbourne 1 behind. We've played 11 minutes.
Morris short up the corridor to Hardwick. The traditional drop punt goes towards the commentary wing. Decent battle here. Gunston out-pinted his opponent. Got a hand pass inboard to the logo. The run of Mitchell. Mitchell will pop it forward. O'Meara marks 49 from goal. Spots a player inboard in the corridor. Tries to find him. Can't do first time. Spinning out of trouble, McDonald. Goes back to Newcomb. He's 49 from goal. He heads towards the big sticks and he converts. They've got the opening 3, the Hawks. 3 straight 18. North Melbourne 1 behind. And when it looked like it was about to rebound, they were good enough to put it back into the danger zone. And Newcomb kicks his 5th of the season.
When you talk about the Hawks' future, this bloke's name is one that certainly pops up, just developing as the year goes on. Just a fantastic ability to change.
Great little sidestep there, wasn't it?
Yeah, just a great change of angle and more importantly, the finish. Love it when your mids can kick goals.
They found him at the VFL level as well, didn't he? Came through Box Hill, I believe, and a great find.
Let's head down to Chris Rowbottom on the boundary.
Yeah, that breeze is starting to pick up a little bit. We saw the Blake Hardwick torpedo out of the full back line. It's more blowing across the ground, but the Hawks are going to take full toll while they can. Denver Granger Barras also on the boundary, just getting some strapping around the midriff, but we'll be right to go.
Bounce back in the middle. McAvoy into the ruck. Coleman Jones for North. He lays it down for Davies Uniacke. And now Powell, a high kick towards half forward. Coming across, Day Marks. Takes it for the Hawks at right half back. This promising young player, maybe just stagnated slightly this year, but still high hopes for him as he kicks forward of the wing. Over the head of the target it goes. Bouncing ball, Coleman Jones tracks it. He watches it tumble out. We'll get a throw in at right half forward for Hawthorn. They lead by 17 points. Kick the opening 3 goals of the game. Umpire spins it back in. Coleman Jones and McAvoy again. McAvoy lays it down. Davies Uniacke wrestled down to ground by Moore. And we'll get another ball up. 55 out from the Hawks attacking goal.
Throwing up. McAvoy against Coleman Jones. Coleman Jones won it down, but it was straight to Morrison of the Hawks, who kicks up into the air towards full forward. Reeves slaps it out. McDonald tries to gather Scott right with him. McDonald dives on it again. Scott looks to hold it in. North Melbourne appealing for no effort to get rid of the football. Well, the umpires say we'll look to ball it up. Deep into attack again for Hawthorn, who've dominated the early stages. Reeves wings it down towards the boundary. Mitchell just kept it in, not quite. That's a throw, actually, being recorded against Mitchell. He might have stepped over the line, but the free kick coming back to North Melbourne anyway. And Greenwood will have it at left full back. He'll go across the face of goal to Mackay.
Mackay goes for a little run, takes a bounce almost immediately. Now he runs into trouble. Just breaks the tackle of Impey, gets a handball away, but only gives the trouble off to a teammate. Clearing kick there from Bonner, tumbles it beyond the defensive 50 for North. The Hawks arrive in numbers and eventually seeing it out. Morris a throw in at left half back. Left half forward for the Hawks, right half back for North. 17 points, Hawthorn's advantage, nearly the quarter-hour mark of this first term. Coleman Jones brings it down for Davies Uniacke again, loses it upon contact. There's a whistle, free kick the Hawks. O'Meara takes the advantage, kicks towards full forward. Reeves was being held, and he'll get the free kick at full forward.
It might have been a downfield. O'Meara maybe laid down after he disposed of the ball there.
I think he was. They're remonstrating around Jager O'Meara. And Reeves will have the set shot, the mark 20 metres out, a slight angle to the left-hand side.
Doing a good job with their inside 50s at the moment, Hawthorn, playing nice and direct and not getting the most for it, but they're doing a good job of getting an inside 50 in good, dangerous positions.
6 goals in his 16 games. Ned Reeves, it's only the slightest of angles to give Hawthorn the perfect start. He puts it through. Hawthorn running rampant down in the upper aisle. They've kicked the opening 4 majors against North. They're 4 straight, 24. North Melbourne 1 behind. 15 and a half minutes into the opening term. Clint Wilden, Ben Cameron, the Premiership Pie Show at Wellingham, and the dual Premiership Ruck, Bo McDonald.
Well, at 209 centimetres, it's almost a new mould for the Ruckman now. They're all, back in the day, it was around 200 or 204 and 5, but now they're pushing up to 210, like Sandlands was 211, and just the agility and the way they can move. Obviously, Max Gorn's up at that height as well. Look, Reeves has played 16 games, but at 209 centimetres, he's another one that will just keep developing and become a solid player for the Hawks in the future.
What are you measuring at, Bo?
I'm only 202. I'm a rover.
Sorry, Clint.
That's right. Yeah.
A rover. You're a very tall rover. Reeves wins it down. Comes out to Anderson. Hand pass towards Logan on the outer side. Looking to battle his arms free. He was Powell. Got it back towards Young. Tackled straight away by Mitchell. Got him in a beauty. Took him to ground. Ball up the cool.
Good strong tackle there from Mitchell. Having an impact early. 8 disposals and 3 inside 50s.
Ronald off. Reeves won it down. Maybe taken a little bit higher, the Hawk player coming through, but they'll send it inside forward 50 anyway. Mackay front position. Hand pass forward from Lewis of the Hawks. Battling away Gunston. Tackled by Bonner. It's been held to him. Ball up the call.
9 inside 50s for Hawthorn, but 4 goals, so going at a really good scoring rate at the moment.
Goldstein wins the tap. Comes down to Powell. Hand pass to Anderson. North able to get it away through Core with a hand pass out the back to Young, who kicked long towards the eastern wing. Zeeble underneath it, but marked by the player behind him. Scrimshaw has it for Hawthorn.
Former son. Scrimshaw wheels around onto that left, kicks long into the forward pocket now for the Hawks. Big pack forms. Bonner fists it away, close to the boundary line. Gunston tracking it, slaps it back through his legs. Eventually, Impey and Bonner arrive. And a free kick going to Impey. It was taken high by Bonner, and he'll get the kick deep in the left forward pocket for the Hawks.
He's done well to draw that Impey. He kind of turned back towards where the pressure was coming and put his head over the football and drew the free kick.
Only 2 goals this season. The mark set literally on the boundary line, 2 metres around from the point post. Impey wheels around onto the right, bends it back, and sneaks it through for a major. Just a high 5 unanswered to start for the Hawks. 5 straight 30. North Melbourne 1 behind. 18 minutes into the opening term. Grandstand AFL.
We spoke pre-game about the instinct that players like to play with, and really good little bit of play by Gunston there to keep the ball alive inside his forward 50. Tapped it between his legs, and then as I said, Impey's ability to kind of know where the pressure was coming, put his head over the ball, didn't draw the free kick as a result of shrugging or anything, just put his head over the ball and drew the pressure from front on, and a beautiful snap around the corner. Very, very tight. Not sure how easily that one went through, but it's gone through for the 6 points.
Geez, it's amazing. You blink, you're 5 goals down now, sitting in the coach's box at North Melbourne.
It's already got the makings of a horror show here. North, what can they do to respond? I'll get the clearance this time. Simpkin then hands it off to Goldstein. Kicks towards full forward. Stevenson went at the back, got nowhere near it. Granger Barris takes it over the boundary line. It'll be a throw-in, 20 out from North's goal.
If that breeze is, 3 or 4 goals, it could be playing a fair part into the success of Hawthorn really moving the ball at pace.
Like waiting for the cricket pitch to see with the second innings. How does it play? Goldstein front position, tapped it down. Hawthorn through Nash. There's a whistle on play. Which way is it going? A throw. Here's a chance for the Kangaroos. It's against Nash. It'll come back to Zeeble, who can have a shot from no more than 25 out. He'll start in line with the left hand behind post.
Good spot from the umpire there. He was in a good position to see that one. So often they can go unseen. But a nice call from the umpire. Sleight of hand from it was there, but
there was a fist in the general vicinity of the
there,
football.
but I think it may have been both hands flying in the same direction.
North desperately need a goal, and Zeeble has missed. Oh, putting it to the left. That's a horror miss. Should have thrown that over. 2 behinds North. Hawthorn are 5 straight. They lead by 28, the Hawks.
Sicily with a long kick in. It goes all the way to the logo. No mark taken off hands. Hall there to Rove. Gathers on the second attempt. Runs to the bullseye. Kicks short. Turns it over. Mark taken there by Mitchell for the Hawks. On the defensive edge of the square. He'll flare it out towards the eastern wing. His kick, not a good one. And Perez is able to mark there for North.
Done well to mark that on the chest in between 2 Hawthorn players there, Perez.
He's bracketed by a couple of Hawks. Kicks towards half forward. Coleman Jones drops the mark. Now a loose footy. There's a whistle on the play. It'll come back. And the free kick will go the way of the Hawks. Tom Mitchell to get it at left half back. With Melbourne suffering from a little bit of hypoglycemia, otherwise known as the sugar crash after the sugar hit.
They'd had 2 weeks of good performances. Of course, the result, they went down to Collingwood by 7 and then were able to get over the line last week against the Tigers, but it's been lopsided so far. We heard from Chris Rowbottom, of course, that there's a fairly handy breeze that Hawthorn are kicking with. Will that continue when North get a go towards the Derwent River end? The kick's deep inside forward 50 again for the Hawks. Lewis tries to get to it. Impey battling away against Core. Core puts himself over the football and then slapped it straight over the boundary line. That has to be insufficient intent and is.
A little bit
against
stiff.
That.
No, I think he's a little bit stiff there. He had a teammate on the boundary that he could have been trying to knock it to.
That was his argument.
He's got someone there literally gone past his teammate.
It's been hit past his teammate like a rocket.
His teammate was still there.
Oh, Sharrod. I'll hear what you say. I think they got it right, though. Impey will snap around the body and sends it narrow. So Sharrod will
defender's hat on.
Sharrod will think there's a bit of football justice in that. A shake of the head. They've blotted the copybook, the Hawks. 5-1-31 to North Melbourne. 2 behinds. What have we travelled? 22 and a bit into the opening term on Grandstand AFL.
Hall with the kick in towards right half back, and Perez, who takes a bounce, runs beyond the defensive arc, kicks long to the wing, turns it over. Mitchell again with the intercept mark for the Hawks.
Doing a good job at setting up that kind of centre-half back area, aren't they, Hawthorn, and relying on those kicks not hitting their target.
Mitchell on his left, sends it back towards half forward. Big pack forms. Mackay puts his fist through it. Loose footy. And North come up with it. Anderson, handball away to the run of Hall. Handball to Greenwood in the middle of the ground. Gives it off to Davies Uniacke, who kicks short to Zeeble. 51 metres out. Can North build here? He goes into the pocket and he finds a teammate in Coleman Jones, who marks 40 metres out, a slight angle to the right-hand side.
So a couple of short kicks there and then the really good use of run and carry with hands. I think that's what they're going to have to employ when they are running up against that wind. The short kicks come at the kicker and then just change the angles when going inside 50, because Hawthorn are just doing a really good job of setting up behind the footy at the moment.
Yeah, they certainly are, and Zeeble, like you said, just coming straight at the kicker makes all the difference.
No denying North need this. It's going to be across the face and a miss from Coleman Jones. Impacted a little bit by the wind. It hooked late. 3 behinds North. Hawthorn 5-1-31.
Hawthorn bring it beyond their defensive 50 through the right back pocket. Morrison works it on to McDonald. Connor McDonald with it. 19-year-olds. Looks to come down the broadcast wing. Big pack up. No mark taken. McAvoy tries to go back by hand. Hand passes straight to Morrison, who's met two directions. Scott got him one way, Hall the other. It's wrapped up, ball up. Umpire takes possession of the footy.
Once played a game down in Hobart, and the wind was so strong at this oval that Sam Butler kicked the ball and it came back, landed 10 metres in front of him after he's tried to roost it.
Matt Prittis did something similar as well in a West Coast game against North Melbourne, I remember, as kicks inside forward 50 here from the Hawks, who played it on beautifully, and Bruce is able to spot the leading Gunston. And already with a goal to his name, Gunston marks. He'll start in line with a right-hand goal post and will boot the ball from 45 out.
Well, very open forward line there, and all the space in the world for Gunston to lead at the kicker. He's a fantastic player and a known goal kicker, so I reckon this one will be straight through the middle.
Gunston sends it on its way. It sneaks through for a second. After an emotional few weeks for Jack Gunston, he returns to the Hawks side, and already with 2 goals in the opening quarter. 6-1-31 the Hawks. North Melbourne 3 behinds. Hawthorn by 34 points. 26 gone in the first on Grandstand AFL, with concern off the ball for Horn Francis, who has collected and stayed down, but he looks all right now up on his feet.
Winning the ball from the stoppage just doesn't allow any mids or wingers to sort of get back and get in those lanes. It was a bit of a lucky kick out of the stoppage that they marked, but as soon as that happened, it was just an open forward line for Hawthorn to play with. There's a couple of scores from stoppages in this quarter.
So a dominant opening term from the Hawks. Bounce back in the middle. McAvoy backhands it down. Davies Uniacke goes after the football. Right there with him is Ward from the Hawks. Eventually it's hacked out of there. Inside attacking 50 from Ward. Bouncing ball. It tumbles to the line. Mackay elects not to touch it and just see it out. A throw in right forward pocket for the Hawks. Only 2 points off their highest scoring opening term this year, Hawthorn. Reeves doing the ruck work. Little soft drop in front. Moore goes low. The umpire doesn't pay the high free kick. So much spoken about that during the week. If the player drops, shrugs or lifts their arm, the high free kick won't be paid. It wasn't there. Moore goes again. Receives it off the tap from Reeves. Now coming through Morrison. Back feeds a handball out to McAvoy. He's tackled there by Anderson. Can't get his hands free to get rid of it. Umpire lets them play. Quick snap from Morrison back inside 50. Reeves goes up. Spoiled away by North. Zeeble sees it out. Throwing at the elbow of the 50 in the boundary line. At right half forward for the Hawks. They've kicked the opening 6 majors of this match. 6-1-37. They lead North 3 behinds. 27 minutes into the opening term.
So Mitchell with it 11 times for the Hawks. Anderson 9 times for North Melbourne. Ball makes its way towards the commentary wing and then tracked over the line. It'll be a throw-in. Ward unable to keep it in. Other possession winners for Hawthorn. O'Meara's had it 6 times. McAvoy, Hardwick, Newcomb, Morrison, all with 5 touches. McAvoy won it down to Newcomb. Here's Morrison again. Great smother. Davies Uniacke. Football bounced back to him too. Shrugged the attempted tackle. Got a hand pass away. Now it comes to the Hawks. Moore to McGuinness. Now picked up by Ward. This is Newcomb. Newcomb goes on a little bit of a run. Takes a bounce. Got past Young. Got a hand pass inboard. Was able to find a teammate. McGuinness will send it inside forward 50. Reeves out and marking. He takes the footy where the 50's painted on the ground. He'll go back and have a shot at goal from right half forward.
You're queuing up for the handball here, wouldn't you, off the big fella?
Looks confident.
Yeah, he's actually told.
Yeah, he told
Wade,
him, get away.
No.
It. The big man.
5 goals won for the 17-gamer in his career. Well, that's this season anyway. Kick's on its way. He's looking for his 6th of the year. Not a bad-looking kick. Oh, no wonder he was confident. That has sailed through for his 2nd of the day. It is as lopsided as you could imagine. No matter what impact the breeze is having, it is all those in brown and gold. Reeves with 2, Hawthorn now with 7. 7-1-43, North Melbourne 3 behinds. We've travelled 29 minutes into the opening term on Grandstand AFL.
Also, off the turnover, Hawthorn have just absolutely killed him. What are we looking for? Almost 4 goals there, yeah.
Turnover,
a couple from stoppages, and it's just one-way traffic. And, yeah, well done to the big fella to go back and kick the goal there. It's probably a lot easier kick for a 209-centimetre person from out there than it is shorter.
Big lever.
With his big levers, but he's going to be a hard man to stop.
He's kicked it really well, hasn't he? Because he's literally foot on the paint of 50, and it's gone through 20 metres past the goal as well.
He's in the ruck now, the goal kicker Reeves. Highest scoring opening term this year from the Hawks. Reeves wins it down. O'Meara onto the football. Great smother, Horn-Francis. Now a loose footy. Comes back to Horn-Francis. He's tackled quickly. The umpire lets them play, and eventually Hawthorn extract it through Ward. And then a push on Morrison. Free kick in 50. Descent from Jed Anderson or Horn-Francis. It was Horn-Francis, in fact. And Morrison will be marched into goal-scoring range. The mark will be set 25 metres out, slightly right of centre.
There's no excuse for that. It's obvious everyone's frustrated.
To make it 8 goals unanswered. Harry Morrison drives it right through the middle. And it's as dominant an opening term as you're likely to see. Hawthorn 8-1-49. They lead North 3 behinds. We've ticked past the half-hour mark of this opening term down at Bellreeve.
You can understand his frustration, but AFL level, you can't afford to give away those stupid 50s, especially when they've got 7 on the board already. And it's just an unnecessary remark or something that he's made.
And the ball had gone a fair way away too. The umpire was coming in and then just decided to give him what for, Horn-Francis.
Yeah, I look at this Horn-Francis and I see, what can the footy club do for me, not what can I do for the footy club. Yeah. Now, that'd be pretty bland by just watching it on TV, but it doesn't impress me with some of the actions you see.
He's a talented young man, but that is a disappointing moment for him. Coleman Jones wins it down for North. Newcomb's out after it. Bounces though to Scott. Got a hand pass forward to Anderson. Tried to work it on to Davies-Uniacke. Did well. Picked it up. Worked it backwards. Stevenson. Now the kick inside attacking 50. Overrunning it is Taylor. Putting his head over the top of it a second time though, Taylor. O'Meara applies pressure. Ball bounced out the side. Oh, taken high there, Morris. Copped a little knee to the head. No doubt about that. It's going to be a free kick his way. In his defensive 50 as the siren sounds for quarter time. What a lopsided performance it has been. And Francis continues to have a bit to say as well. Hawthorn 8-1-49, North Melbourne 3 behinds at quarter time.
So the highest scoring term of any quarter this year for Hawthorn is what we've just witnessed, with those 8 goals won in that opening term. The goal kickers, a couple for Jack Gunston, a couple for Ned Reeves, and then singles to Morrison, to Jager O'Meara, and to Jai Newcomb, as well as Jarman Impey. For North Melbourne, no goal kickers, because they kicked 0 goals, 3. Hawthorn, 8-1-49 to North Melbourne, zip 3. Just the 3 behinds in that opening term. It's got all the hallmarks of a horror show, as Clint said, in this opening term. Time for us to pause. This is Grandstand AFL.
We are one.
But we are many, and from all the lands of earth we come. We share
voice of the ABC.
You are Australian.
90 years yours.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
So I'll kick out to Mitchell, who mark on the logo on the eastern side. Kicks inside forward, 50, Gunston. Back in the team, marks 50 from goal, a couple of metres in from the boundary. Kick will have to travel 52. It's on its way, looked pretty good off the boot. It's a tremendous kick. Great start for Gunston.
They shovel it out north through Greenwood. Bumped off it though, McDonald. O'Meara wins it. Off to Impey. Paddles to his own advantage. Run down by Hall. Spills to O'Meara. Bangs it through.
Spinning out of trouble, McDonald goes back to Newcomb. He's 49 from goal. He heads towards the big sticks and he converts. They've got the opening three, the Hawks. Newcomb goes on a little bit of a run. Takes a bounce. Got past Young. Got a hand pass inboard, was able to find a teammate. McGuinness will send it inside forward, 50. Reeves out and marking. Kicks on its way. He's looking for his sixth of the year. Not a bad looking kick. Oh, no wonder he was confident. That has sailed through for his second of the day.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
It's UGLY. Ugly for North Melbourne down at Bellerive as the two co-tenants of Tasmania meet for the very first time in the State South and in Hobart. 8 goals to zip in the opening term, the way of Hawthorn. 8-1-49 to 3 behinds at quarter time. Premiership Pie show at Wellingham and dual Premiership ruck Bo McDonald watched it all. Bo, that was ugly.
Yeah, well, for me, regardless of the stats, just as the game was going through that quarter, I'm putting asterisks next to players who... There were efforts in there that are just unacceptable, whether it's not going back with the flight or keeping your head over the ball, the fundamental basics. And there's a lot of asterisks here. I'm not going to name the players, but just way too many. And they're the sort of things you don't do once in a game. And when you've got 5 or 6 players doing those efforts in the first quarter, you got to question, where are we at today? There's missed tackles. I think I spoke about the big ruck not going back when he should have. There's been a couple of instances where blokes are going for ground balls and they're lifting their eyes up instead of taking the ground ball and just taking what comes.
Fingers in the grass.
They're just little things, but they're the signs that you can't compromise. And for me, that sort of summed North Melbourne up that quarter. And Hawthorn were able to probably use the ball shown a little bit better by foot as well, a little bit smarter. But yeah, that's what stood out for me for most for North Melbourne was those courageous efforts, really.
How many have you got?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, but I reckon I could go another 4 or 5. Probably being nice.
Well, just got a bit of an issue with Sharad Wellingham's mic there.
But the Hawks, I mean, they've been good at the stoppages. I think Ned Reeves at that stoppage, it gets him proactive, having a big 209-centimetre player in there, and he gets his hand on the ball. And they've got a couple of goals from stoppages, but 4 of them have come from turnovers.
Nope, still no good. We'll try and get Sharad Wellingham's mic sorted and come back to him.
Go get the pizza.
Some of the numbers through to quarter time. We'll have a look at all of those. Overall, North Melbourne 85 disposals to Hawthorn 82. Contested possessions, Hawthorn 37 to North Melbourne 30. The clearances 11 apiece. The inside 50s 17 to 9. Some of the marks inside 50, Hawthorn 4-3. Individual ball winners, Tom Mitchell with 11, Jed Anderson with 10, Aaron Hall with 9, and John Newcomb with 7. What does Lee Adams say at quarter time as the caretaker coach, Bo McDonald?
Well, I think early when they were using the ball by foot and trying to come into the corridor and get some run from behind, it looked all right, and then they were just falling down, going inside 50, but then it was the defensive end. Once they didn't get bang for buck there, it was like all the wind went out the sails, and the defensive and the courageous efforts sort of went out the window as well. We saw players giving away free kicks, running their traps to the umpires, which is, we all know, is not acceptable and what's going to happen if you do that. So get back to basics. Get your head over the ball and get it in your hands and get it to a teammate would be my message.
Hawthorn leading by 46 points, 8-1-49 to 3 behinds. Second quarter underway. Goldstein reaches over Reeves. Ball bounces again in the middle. Reeves spikes it forward. Coming up, Moore gets a handball out to O'Meara. Kick smothered. Ricochets back to O'Meara, who runs towards the wing. Kicks to half forward for the Hawks. Perez does well to Harvard. Hall onto the footy for North. Handball to Powell. Powell goes back towards Hall, who leaves it behind. Impey steals it at half forward. Handball inside the attacking arc for the Hawks. Bonner a little fumble and he carries it out. A throw in 40 around from the attacking goal. For Hawthorn, it's been one-way traffic in this match. If you've just joined us, 8 goals to zip in the opening term.
So the ball back into play. Goldstein front position against Reeves, who had 2 touches. Though Goldstein's able to gather for North. Gave it to Bonner. Hands it off to McDonald. Kicks the Kangaroos towards left half back. Travels the pack. Working there was Zeeble. Did he get a push in the back? He did. Umpire says no advantage. And come back to Zeeble to have it at left half back. Had an opportunity in the first quarter to kick the Kangaroos first. Bad miss. An experienced player, a really good player. He would know that, the captain. Comes equal third in most games captain for North alongside Adam Simpson today. He's got the ball in his left hand. Sends the Sherrin back inside defensive 50. Marked there by Bonner, who has a bit of time. Takes a bounce and flares it out towards right half back to Young, who marks. North kicking to the Derwent River end of the ground in this quarter to the right of the broadcast wing. Young takes a couple of bounces, goes back inside his defensive 50. Hand passes off to Hall. The late inclusion with the injury to Larkey. Hall will kick towards the logo, commentary side of the ground. Nicely worked here. Perez going down onto one knee, marks the footy. This is a much more slow, deliberate approach from North. They're controlling the footy at the moment, something they couldn't do in the first quarter. It comes towards right half forward to Anderson. Jed Anderson with the left, sends it deep into the right forward pocket. That's nicely worked. Zurhaar out and marks. Better from North Melbourne. Now a chance to kick their first of the game.
Different tactic with the wind, North from Hawthorn. We saw Hawthorn really willing to move the ball at pace, whereas Hawthorn try to control tempo football there. Worked for them at this stage, but I would like to see them try and take the game on and use the corridor.
So Zurhaar tight in the right forward pocket. He'll kick from about 35 out. Starts out to the right. It keeps going right and keeps going right. His frustration is plain to see. He has missed the lot. No change to that score. Free kick to Hawthorn at full back. The score remains the Hawks by 46, 3 minutes into the second.
Really short kick from Hardwick. Sicily in the long sleeves. He marks. He wants to kick into the corridor. Dangerous kick. Bad kick. Turnover. Mark taken by Curtis. 47 metres out directly in front.
Have to take their opportunities, don't they, North Melbourne? They've had a few shots now.
Pick 35 in last year's draft. Paul Curtis is an exciting X-Factor prospect for the North Melbourne Football Club. And boy, do they need a spark now. The left foot up from right on the arc. Starts it out to the left. He can't quite bring it back enough. Another minor score. They're 4 behinds. Hawthorn 8-1-49. They lead by 45 points 4 minutes into the second.
Oh, what's your thoughts on that arc around from a set shot?
I think just as a young player, probably knew he didn't quite have the leg power, so just needed to try and get a little bit more.
Hardwick, the kicking jitties, heads into the middle of the ground. There's a free kick to the Hawks and they take the advantage and they're away. The ball comes out towards Impey. Got it from Ward originally. Impey goes back by a hand. Chance to kick it into the right forward pocket and Gunston on the lead. He takes the mark from the Moore kick. Already with 2 today. Gunston will be shooting for his third. He'll start from beyond the boundary in the right forward pocket and kick from about 25 out.
It's just too easy going from one end to the other, isn't it?
Yeah.
And somewhere along the chain of possessions there, you know, not one North Melbourne player got in even a hand on a Hawthorn player or touched the ball. It just went down the side of the ground with ease.
Jack
Tough
Gunston,
kick from this pocket.
Yeah. Looking for his third. It's going to go and swing across the face. It just sneaks through for a minor score. As Sharad said, it is a tough kick, but they've brought up the half-century Hawthorn. 8-2-50 to North Melbourne, 4 behinds. We've gone 5 minutes into the second quarter.
Hall with the kick in, tries the barrel, floats like a wounded duck, fisted away by Hardwick to Moore. Quick kick inside 50 from Nash for the Hawks towards full forward. Loose footy onto it, Gunston. Zigs, then zags. Snaps on goal and misses across the face.
Look, the kick didn't come off from the kicking, but I like the aggression and the attitude that Hall took there and just go straight up the middle and take the game on North Melbourne.
They lead by 47, the Hawks.
As McDonald, the kicking duties towards left half back. Hawks will get it again. One down by McAvoy to Ward, now to McGuinness. Tackled by Goldstein. Ball spilled out. Zeeble was there to mop up. Spilled again. Out to North Melbourne, who looked to go forward through Simpkin. Sicily intercepts. Gave it to McAvoy. Now to Nash. O'Meara inside forward 50. Defensive mark taken by Young of the Kangaroos. North into attack again. Comes to Hall. Left half back. Chance to work it forward once again through McDonald to Goldstein, and he marks just forward of left half back for the Kangaroos by hand back to Hall.
Hall, handball to Bonner, handball back to Hall, runs across the top of his defensive arc. Looks long with his leg, a long kick. Coming up, Stevenson. Going back, doing a really good job there, Josh Morris. He wins it down for the Hawks. Kicks back to the wing. Gathered though by Scotty's handball errant for North. And coming up with it, McDonald. Gives it off to Mitchell. He kicks forward of the wing and the mark taken there by Moore. Off to Impey. Long kick for the Hawks towards the forward pocket. Lewis in good position and he marks in the pocket. 25 metres out, a tight angle left of centre.
So what we're seeing from North Melbourne is they're using the ball a lot. They're trying to come back in the middle and get the handball receives, but too many of them are going over the hill. It's all right to have one handball received, but you don't want everyone going. And then when Hawthorn turned the ball over, thanks for coming back the other way, and it's just too easy. So granted, you want to get the run, but you got to do it as a team.
Snapping around the corner, Mitch Lewis. He marks his milestone game with the goal. And Hawthorn have 9 unanswered to start. 9-3-57 to 4 behind, 7.5 minutes into the second term. And North Melbourne need to find something and need to find it soon. Sharad Wellingham and Beau McDonald.
It's those turnovers, isn't it? It's I mean, you can't say simple skills, but it's the skill execution that's letting them down. That handball from Davies Uniacke over the shoulder. You've just got to...
Yeah, that goes to the right spot and it's a different story, isn't it?
Exactly right.
Yeah.
But I agree that they're trying to take it on at some points, but they're being a little bit indirect. I want them to just go straight down the corridor and take the game on. Yeah. They probably don't have enough forward of the football. You're working with Stevenson and Zerha. If they had a nice big key forward there, it might be a different story.
Yep.
So from the restart, McAvoy against Coleman Jones, and McAvoy won it down and bounced to Newcomb. His hand pass intercepted. Coleman Jones had it. Was able to work it back to Simpkin for the Kangaroos. To Anderson, now to Greenwood. Bounces to kick inside forward 50. Set upon quickly by Josh Morris. He'll kick down the outer side. Still there to be won. Coleman Jones is able to mop it up. Hand pass to Perez. Goes shooting through the logo. Hand pass behind Anderson. Newcomb bumps him off the football. Hardwick tries to dive on it. Coleman Jones gathers. Look away, hand pass over the shoulder. Worked out okay to Stevenson. Hands it off to Horn Francis. He'll kick towards goal and he'll finish for the Kangaroos. They've got there first at the 9-minute mark of the second term. They end a run of 9 unanswered Hawks goals. North Melbourne 1-4-10. Hawthorn 9-3-57. That was a lovely finish from the youngster.
Yeah, well, it almost went back the other way from what you said, Sharad. A poor handball, so they were quite lucky there, and a couple of quick kicks forward.
Loose handball from the ruckman into Stevenson's hands and his ability to swoop on that, and a really nice finish from Horn Francis.
Well, that's what coaches mean, I suppose, when they talk about we fuel the turnover, we fuel their goals. You almost want to keep it in there for a secondary stoppage if you're the Hawthorn ruckman, or look to the boundary side. Don't just dump the handball into the corridor.
Well, it's a turnover game now, isn't it? The majority of the scores come from turnovers, so when you're defending, you try and bring them about, and when you've got it, you try and minimise them. As Coleman Jones tries to hack it forward out of the ruck, Moore emerges with it for the Hawks. Handball away to Finn McGuinness. Mitchell on his back gets it out to Ward. Tumbles a bouncing ball towards half forward for the Hawks. Young's there for North, gathers, runs a little arc, snaps on the left towards the logo on the wing. Now to bring it down, Scrimshaw. Handball back to McAvoy. And now running with it, Ward, the rising star from last week, kicks inside 50 towards Mitch Lewis. Low down, he's claimed the mark. The umpire says, no sir, bump ball. Let me ball it up. 47 metres out from the Hawks goal. They kicked the first 9, North Melbourne the last goal. They lead by 47 points, 10 minutes into the second.
Tap, one down by Lewis, doing the right work for the Hawks, diving on it, trying to tap it out, then was Bruce. Ball still in dispute, picking up Simpkin, tackled to ground by Lewis. Ball came out the back again. Bonner was able to manufacture a kick that bounces beyond defensive 50. Mackie there though is McAvoy, gave it to Mitchell, now onto Morris, kicks inside forward 50. Bonner read it well, but couldn't complete the mark. Gunston was there, Grubbers a kick forward for the Hawks. Bruce almost pausing too much and looking to raffle it with his teammate in McDonald. Still the ball there to be won. Kangaroos eventually through Coleman Jones will clear, kicking into the middle of the ground and bounces in the centre square. Granger Barris is up the moment he receives the football. He got tackled by Goldstein. He's able to get it away though. Morris once more with a hand pass, comes out the side, scooped up here. Blunk's able to get a short kick forward only as far as Anderson. Messy play on the commentary wing. It came to Moore. He was tackled, got a hand pass out the side. Newcomb can't keep it in. Under pressure from North Melbourne. It'll be a throw-in. Commentary wing. Hawthorn lead is 47 points, 12 gone in the second quarter.
Cool day down in the Apple Isle. In Hobart, 15 degrees Celsius and overcast. Winning it down, Coleman Jones. Davies Uniacke with a kick forward of the wing for North. Coming up quickly, tackled Day. Curtis wraps him up with a little bit of help from Stevenson. And another ball up. Just forward of neutral territory, western side of the ground. Umpire puts it aloft. There's a whistle. Free kick's going to go the way of McAvoy, though the Hawks take the advantage through Moore. It'll have to come back. So it'll come all the way back, having gone inside 50 to backward of the wing. Have you noticed any changes, gents, for North in this second term?
No, not really. I think that the pressure's a little bit more around the ball. But just when North Melbourne win the ball in those tight, close contests, their skills, their handballing and their kicking is just not the mark, is it?
Hawthorn leading by 47 points. Almost 13 gone in the second. McAvoy will give it off by hand to Scrimshaw. Left-footed ball looking for Mitchell, overshoots him. And he turns it over. Davies Uniacke. He marks just backward of the wing for North.
One of the Kangaroos' best. 23-year-old Davies Uniacke kicks towards right half forward. Big pack up. Zeeble flew, got hands to it, couldn't mark. Spicer ran straight into trouble. Bounced away from him. Newcomb's able to get a hand pass away to Nash. They'll quickly through a chain of hand passes work it to Day. Back to Nash. The Hawks are away. He arches the back and keeps going. Works it on to Gunston. Gunston kicks towards full forward. Desperate effort in defence from the Kangaroos. Sees it spill down, though, only as far as O'Meara. Hand pass back to Nash. Hand pass was intercepted. Greenwood got it away for the Kangaroos once more. It came through Scott, then to Goldstein. Kicked into the middle of the ground. Ricocheted off Zeeble. Sat there again. For the Hawks to go back to Scrimshaw. Got a hand pass short now to Sicily. Kicks inside forward 50. The Kangaroos met it at pace. Greenwood couldn't gather though. Bounced away from Powell. Hall can't pick it up. Davies Uniacke could. There's a whistle on the play. The Kangaroos will take the advantage and they'll move it to Stevenson, who marks on the commentary wing.
Looking for Spicer, forward of the wing. His kick doesn't quite find him. Sicily shoves him away, then picks it up. Handball back towards McAvoy. McAvoy back to Sicily. Loops a handball away to Day. He's run down. He's caught. Curtis catches him. Holding the ball. North win it back. Curtis wants to go quickly. Long ball towards full forward. Horn Francis tries to trap it. Can't quite do so. Coleman Jones picks it up. Snaps towards the goal square. Lands in the lap. And the mark is taken directly in front for North Melbourne. And able to go back and kick for goal, Curtis Taylor.
Made hard work of it, but there was a fair bit of effort in the play then, so it was good work from North Melbourne. Got to finish here.
We'll waste no time. For two on the bounce for the Kangaroos. Curtis Taylor kicks it, and they're 2-4-16. Hawthorn 9-3-57, a 41-point advantage the way of the Hawks. But an improved showing in his second term from North.
It's good play by the young Phoenix Spicer. That's what he's in the team there for, to use his pace to put some pressure on when the ball is turned over in the forward 50. And we just saw that then from here, what he can bring, a little bit of pace and a little bit of pressure.
And good work from Tom Curtis as well. I think he may have been the one who just pumped it inside 50, and it was...
Didn't muck around with it.
Muck around with it, and his ability just to wheel and go on his left there.
Just seeing on the screens the torpedo from earlier today from Hardwick. 67.4 metres they brought that up as. That was a thumping kick. Had a bit of help from the breeze, no doubt, but travelled across the centre circles before it bounced. Reeves wins the restart. Newcomb looked to tap it forward. It's been locked in. Good effort from O'Meara. Was able to wrap up his opponent and took Simpkin to ground. Bit of running repairs on the nose downstairs of Phoenix Spicer. Kangaroos will try to bring it away from the restart. Impey, they look to steal it. Hand pass straight to Scott. Kangaroos get a kick away. Only as far as Day, though. Not what Core was hoping for. Day kicks into the left forward pocket. A bit of space here. Kai tracks it towards the boundary line, and happy to see it over. Right behind him for the Hawks was Connor McDonald. Inside 50s in this quarter, 10-4 in favour of Hawthorn, but it is North who have kicked the past 2 goals to put a smidgen of respectability back on the scoreboard. The Rucks wrestling with each other. Newcomb able to gather. Goes back to Ward. Got a hand pass away, but the kick inside forward 50, not quite what they would have wanted. And Ward's kick was easily marked here by Perez, who has it between fullback and centre half-back for North.
Perez, he'll kick towards the wing. A good kick onto the chest of Zerha, who is always full-chested in his attack on the footy. 6 goals last week in the win for North. He kicks forward of the wing. Over the pack it goes. It lands in the lap of Hardwick. He wants to go back inside his D50. The ball's taken by the wind. Morrison has to track it back to fullback. Has time to do so. Picks up and kicks short. And the mark taken there by Ward for Hawthorn. We'll go around the boundary line towards the wing, and McDonald intercepts for North.
So can North, can they get 3 on the bounce here in regards to goals? As McDonald will put it back inside the forward 50, flying. Horn Francis has given away a free kick. Which way will the umpire rule here? It's going to be free against Horn Francis. He did. Leaping into McDonald. Ball eventually will make its way back to the right back pocket for the Hawk. Hawthorn's lead is 41 points. 9-3 plays 2-4. Short pass from McDonald finds Day, and he'll switch play out to Sicily. Mentioned earlier with the long sleeves on. Kicks beyond defensive 50 and tracking it towards the boundary. Good run that was well rewarded from Ward. Rising star nomination from last week. Short pass inboard to Newcomb, who pauses. It's congested in front of him. His kick is short, almost trapped by Scott. Spilled down to Bruce at the back. Bruce handed it on to Ward, hand passing forward again to Nash, but then under pressure from Core, sees the ball over the boundary line for a throw-in. Hawthorn's lead, as we said, 41 points. They're 9-3-57. Kangaroos at 2-4-16. 19 gone in the second.
Umpire brings it back in. Goldstein a little backhand down. Newcomb eventually wins it. Handball away. Davies Uniacke onto the red Sharon. Gives it off to Scott. Handball to McDonald. Handball to Stevenson. A little fumble. Recovers. Handball to Anderson. He runs. Now kicks towards half forward. Through the hands of Zeeble it goes. Bouncing footy. Beelining it there beautifully. Hardwick. He gives it off to Sicily and he kicks to the wing for the Hawks. And McDonald's able to mark. He'll kick to the logo. Impey's able to claim it. He's brought down. Umpire says it's not 50. Hawthorn leading by 41 points. Impey. A kick to half forward for Ward. Ward marks. Wheels onto the left. Goes to left half forward. Scrimshaw able to mark. Will go for the lead in Gunston. Overshoots the target. Loose footy at the top of the goal square. Goldstein wants it for North. Handball to Bonner.
Too big for his opposite 22 in Bruce as Bonner and send it towards Taylor. Curtis Taylor, one of the goal kickers for North, marking it right half back. He sends it on by foot to Anderson, running by Scott. Receives the hand pass. Hand passes again forward. It was poor for Horn Francis, right at his bootstraps. Couldn't take it cleanly, was set upon immediately by the Hawks, and then it's been held in. No effort to get rid of it.
Hard to get rid of something you're not holding, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd make the point that although Horn Francis has been the player who's been pinged, the hand pass was well short of what was required.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Hawks have it at left half back. This is Sicily. He'll kick down the commentary wing and he finds Gunston, who marks on his chest.
Wants to kick towards half forward. The kick's a good one. Scrimshaw marks, moves it on by hand quickly. McGuinness snaps inside 50. Poor kick. And Cause there to mark. Man they call Apples goes short.
Loves the nickname, old Benny.
Doesn't he?
Do you know why they call him Apples?
Apple call?
Yeah.
Appropriate for the
to
Apple
work out,
Isle.
is it?
A real fast stretch.
So Greenwood in the middle. Handball to Davies Uniacke, who goes long towards full forward. Sicily stands tall and marks defensively for the Hawks. Short to Hardwick. Kicks across his body to Morrison at right half back.
Just nothing strong when they go inside their forward 50 for North Melbourne, is there?
His kick was short to McDonald. Tackled immediately by Young and spilled out the back for Powell. Here's a chance for the Kangaroos. Siebel kicks towards left half forward. It only found Hardwick. Shrugged the Young tackle. Shrugged the Anderson tackle. Gets a kick away towards the outer wing. Donald couldn't mark against Bruce, so he was happy to just palm it away towards the boundary line. It'll be a throw-in on the eastern wing.
There's been a case of shameless self-promotion in the box, Clint, which will need to be addressed at half-time as well.
What's that?
We'll get to it at half-time.
Oh, okay. Nothing wrong with a bit of self-promotion as Greenwood got a hand pass forward. Mopped up there, though, by McGuinness. Hands it off to Newcomb. Newcomb hand passes to McDonald. Oh, that was dangerous. Set his Hawks team out a real task. Was tackled immediately. Ball spills out again. The Hawks still providing numbers. Good tackling coming from the Kangaroos. Siebel absolutely wrapped up his opponent. He made almost a mess of that. Ward's hand pass was a little less than he would have been hoping for, and Scrimshaw, I'm sure, wasn't delighted to get set upon the moment he got the ball. Goldstein won it down at the back to Greenwood, tackled by Mitchell right away. The intensity level has certainly lifted in the last few minutes. There were moments, certainly in the first quarter, where it looked a bit like a training drill for the Hawks as Reeves takes clean possession, kicks up the corridor. Impey's in hot pursuit. Getting there first, though, was Perez. Got a hand pass away, but to no one in particular. Lewis gathers it. Hand pass, though, taken by Scott. He'll go back inside his defensive 50. Oh, Bruce defects the tackle. Who looked to gather was set upon immediately. Trying to spot who that is. It's Davies Uniacke underneath Bruce. There'll be a ball up inside Hawthorn's forward 50. They still lead by 41 points. 23 gone in the second.
Goldstein brings it down for Davies Uniacke. McAvoy roves it though. Gives it off towards Newcomb. Snaps across his body. Towards the goal it goes. It tumbles wide of the target. A minor score. Hawthorn leading by 42 points. 23 minutes into the second term here on Grandstand AFL. A reminder, you can let us know where and how you're listening or pass comment on the game. 0437 774 774.
Hall up the corridor. Chance for North through Young. Move it quickly in the hands of Davies Uniacke. Shooting it around through Powell. Now to Scott, and that was right at his bootlaces as well. Powell was able to lend a hand. Went back to Mackay. Kicks the Kangas towards the broadcast wing. Spicer sees it bounce past him. Sets out after it against Hardwick. Bobbled away from his grasp. Spicer still going. Bounced off his knee and over the boundary line. It's okay. It's going to be actually, no. Correct decision. I thought maybe it was just above the knee, but instead spotted by the officials. It's out of bounds on the full. That is unfortunate. He's there though for Spicer. So it'll be Hardwick with the inboard kick today. He'll go right back to his fullback spot where Granger Barris marks.
Goes for a little run. Will kick long towards the wing in the Scrimshaw direction. Scrimshaw, strong mark. Claims it on the second bite. 42 points the advantage. The Hawks kicked the first 9 goals of the game. North have now kicked the last 2. Scrimshaw short to Sicily. Long sleeves on. Michael Tuck, Ken Judge, amongst others. Happy as they... Oh, Judgey watches from above, and Tucky, I'm sure, watches on somewhere as the intercept marks taken by McDonald for North. He kicks off to Powell, forward of the wing, handball from Greenwood to the run of Hall, inside the square, pulls the trigger on goal and misses to the right. A minor score.
Begging for a hit up forward there, aren't they?
Certainly. There's two players there. One could have come forward at the ball. This would have been a really simple kick.
Hardwick with the kick in short to Scrimshaw. Plays on by hand. Hardwick has it in the right back pocket. Brings two North players towards him and then sends it towards the logo on the outer side. McAvoy got a touch on it. Spills down though to Powell, who'll go inboard with the pass to Hall for North Melbourne. Hall marks and pauses. 31-year-old kicks inside attacking 50. It's not what he hoped for at all. Moore was back there and he marks defensively. Sends it now for the Hawks towards the eastern wing to McAvoy. Sting gone out of this game for the moment as we close in on half-time. McAvoy short to Hardwick. Takes a couple of deep breaths. Thought about going inboard with the kick. Changes his mind and will send it long towards right half forward. 2-on-2 battle. Reeves goes out after it. Can't gather it. Bounce. Sees the ball bounce. Was able to tap it inside forward 50. North player there's lost his shoe as he's tackled by Bruce. And that's holding the ball. And that's a little bit unfortunate for McDonald, who lost the boot and lost the footy. But then Mackay is able to take a defensive mark from the kick.
This should have been 50, shouldn't it?
Yeah. He took his kick and he was tackled as he kicked it by Gunston, who came from behind him to tackle him. Brewster's taken the mark, 55 out, sets it up towards the hot spot. Getting back, Curtis drops the mark. Core onto the footy, just says, get it out of there. Tumbles it out, the mark taken. The kick will go back into the pocket quickly, and Gunston marks right as the siren sounds. And Jack Gunston will have to kick after the siren from deep in the right forward pocket, 40 metres out. It'll be boot to ball from 45. The breeze not assisting in any way, but if anybody could, he's usually a great kick on goal. He tugs this away to the left. It won't even score. It won't matter too much. It's been a dominant first half from Hawthorn. They kicked the first 9 majors of the match. North Melbourne able to respond with the next 2. The goal kickers for Hawthorn, a couple to Gunston, a couple to Reeves, singles to Morrison, Lewis, Impey, O'Meara and Newcomb, while for North Melbourne, Curtis Taylor and Jason Horne-Francis, their only goal kickers. Ben Cameron calling the action alongside Clint Wilden, Premiership Pie Show at Wellingham and dual Premiership Lion. Bo McDonald are watching on with us. Gents, how did you assess it?
It's a lack of effort for me for North Melbourne. I think that they're just unable to get to the level. I mean, maybe it is that little bit of a come down from last week's adrenaline and performance, but they're just not able to hit targets. They're missing tackles. They're pulling out of contests that you spoke about a quarter time. I don't think Hawthorn are playing an amazing brand of football by any stretch. I think that they're more so just able to be cleaner and sharper with the ball in hand. You look at the disposals, they're pretty even. North Melbourne are actually laying a lot of tackles, but they're just not able to do anything when they get the ball in their hands. I don't know how well Hawthorn are setting up behind the play, but in terms of taking away options, they're going sideways all the way around, not going direct towards goal, and this could be a 5-goal breeze at the Oval.
That's a really good point, Chad. I mean, that you could see North Melbourne will get in a couple behind the ball there and it was a lot harder for the Hawks to score that quarter. Obviously, they didn't bang eight goals on, but then going back the other way with that breeze, you've got to capitalise when you've got it, and they'll be walking in the sheds at half time probably not ticking that box, and you hit it on the nail of the head with the skills. You can have all the best structured plans in the world and you can be working in unison, but if you don't hit your handballs or hit your targets by foot at the elite level, you're going to get found out, and especially when you're trying to get run from behind and handball receives, and then all of a sudden a player makes a skill error.
A simple mistake, and it's deflating.
Just get smacked going back the other way. So, that wind's certainly playing a little bit of a factor in it, and it was harder for Hawthorn to score, but you could see what Hawthorn slowed that game down a bit. They thought, it was almost like, let's limit the damage this quarter.
Yeah, exactly.
And we'll come back out and knock them over again in the third.
I reckon it's probably a 5-goal breeze, to be honest, and they didn't capitalise on that at all.
Sam Mitchell almost killed this quarter, and we'll go again.
We'll go back out.
It is interesting too. I mean, North Melbourne, they've won 4 of a possible 34 second half quarters this year.
Well, here we go.
So they are generally after half time, not much chop, to put it politely. Just repeating the score, 9-4-58 Hawthorn, North Melbourne 2-5-17. On the SMS line, 0437 774 774. Neil from Coburg says, can North Melbourne please play Richmond again? And Fran from Melbourne says, hi team. This is quite a surprise from North, but not from the Hawks, looking at their games so far this year. Now, I mentioned a moment of selfless.
Shameless
self-promotion.
Shellfish.
Yeah. Shameless self-promotion is what I was getting at. From one Sharrod Wellingham, in the wake of Blake Hardwick's kick-in, which was a massive torpedo that went 67 metres as measured, a text bobs up on my phone from Sharrod Wellingham with a link to a highlight titled Wellingham kicks 70-metre bomb. Eagle Sharrod Wellingham pulls down a big mark, then kicks a huge goal. Now, I don't know whether he had to search for this or whether that is just a highlight that he keeps saved in his phone.
It was a
that
drop
is what I
punt too,
received.
wasn't it? It wasn't a torpedo, it was a drop punt.
Talk us through it, Shaz. You obviously want to.
Mate, that is saved on your phone. I did not send that to you. It is saved on your phone. You're stitching me up because you know Snezzer are going to get over the top of your boys today. But, it was at this oval, and it was against North Melbourne. I think we actually got done that day.
Breeze behind you?
Breeze was well behind me. But, I managed to get right behind it. It came clean off the boot, and I reckon it went 20 metres past the goals as well. So that's what I mean when I say that this Breeze is definitely a strong one and hard to run up against. And I mentioned it during the call then that I'm not joking. Sam Butler kicked a ball as hard as he could, and it went 20 metres. So it can be a really, really tough ground to play at. But, it was a big goal.
You're right. I have thrown you under the bus there, Shaz. But, where they actually measured your kick, it only came in at 66.5, so Hardwick's was actually longer at 67. Andy from Wodonga says, hey, gang, we are sitting in the backyard in Wodonga listening to the radio and the Quaker parrots ramble on, trying to work out why North is so good or so poor today. But he's going to say they're making more sense than us. Rob in Perth says, hi, guys, in bed with COVID, listening to your great call. So get well soon, Rob. We appreciate that. Chris Rowbottom is downstairs and has a better idea of the conditions than all of us. Chris.
Yeah, g'day, guys. The wind has certainly picked up a little bit. It's still quite swirly. It's not like heavily favouring that river end, but there is certainly a couple of goals in it. We've seen North Melbourne try to utilise it as best they can. Aaron Hall a couple of times trying to really get things going off half-back, and one of you mentioned it during the call that they could really use a hit up forward in Nick Larkey this afternoon, and you're absolutely spot on, because every time they look up they're seeing James Sicily, Denver Granger-Barras, Blake Hardwick just setting up really, really well. And it's one thing to utilise the wind, but Hawthorn are one step ahead of it. They know what North Melbourne are going to do, so they've set up really well, and as you mentioned as well, been able to slow the game down and play the game largely on their terms. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the third term as the conditions continue to change. I remember a game down here, Melbourne and North Melbourne it was, where the wind may have even been stronger than it was in that game between West Coast and North Melbourne, where Max Gawn and Todd Goldstein went at it all day, and that was about as windy as you'll see in a game of football. So not quite at those levels, but certainly having an impact on this game so far this afternoon.
Ugly in the other game that is taking place. Thank you, Chris, by the way. Sydney and Adelaide, 11-6-72. Adelaide, 6-5-41. Sydney leading Adelaide, 11-6-72 to 6-5-41. Early in the... or late in the second term in that fixture. Nick from Mount Martha says North lost the match in the first quarter. Perhaps they can regain a modicum of dignity in the second half. Thank you for your input, Chris. 0437 774 774, the SMS line. We love to hear from you. But right now, time for us to pause and take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Hello, this is ABC News with David Rowlands. Home Affairs Minister Claire O'Neill says her predecessor must apologise for publicising the interception of a suspected asylum seeker boat on the federal election day in May. A report by her department has found public servants declined to reveal the operation while it was ongoing and refused to send a statement to select journalists. The then Minister, Karen Andrews, says there was no breach of caretaker conventions and that issuing a short statement was appropriate. However, Ms O'Neill says the public service was pressured to act politically.
The actions of the former government on election day were a profoundly disgraceful set of activities that undermined our national interest, that subverted our democracy on the day of an election. And the former government need to hang their heads in shame and come forward and apologise.
Medical experts are calling on the public to follow public health measures to reduce climbing COVID case numbers and hospital admissions nationwide. Emergency departments across Australia are grappling with rising COVID-positive patients. The AMA's Dr Chris Moy says getting back to pandemic basics will help ease the strain on frontline health workers.
Vaccinate as much as you can in terms of eligibility. If you get sick, isolate and get a PCR test, and don't rely on a negative rapid antigen test to say that you're okay in the clear. Stay at home if you're sick and just wear a mask as much as you can at the moment.
COVID hospitalisations in Queensland have reached a new pandemic record, with the state's winter wave yet to peak. Queensland Health says 1,061 people are receiving COVID care in hospital. 30 of those patients are in intensive care. That's the greatest number of COVID hospitalisations since the pandemic began. Queensland's registered more than 7,500 new COVID cases in the past day. 8 virus-related deaths were reported. Another 41 people with COVID have died in New South Wales. COVID hospitalisations have risen to 2,176, with 59 of them in intensive care. Just under 15,000 new cases have been reported. Boris Johnson has assured President Volodymyr Zelensky that British support for Ukraine will not waver no matter who succeeds him as leader. The two men held a phone call to discuss the war, with Mr Zelensky afterwards describing the outgoing British Prime Minister as a great friend of Ukraine. Mr Johnson stepped down as leader of Britain's governing Conservative Party earlier this month after a number of scandals, although he remains as caretaker Prime Minister until his replacement is announced in early September. The former advisor to Donald Trump, Steve Bannon, has been convicted of contempt of Congress. North America correspondent Jade McMillan reports.
Steve Bannon was charged with 2 counts of criminal contempt for refusing to cooperate with the Congressional Committee investigating the January 6 attack on the US Capitol. Prosecutors accused him of willfully and unlawfully defying the committee's subpoena, while his defence lawyers argued he'd been targeted for political reasons. A jury in Washington found the former strategist to Donald Trump guilty on both counts. Each one is punishable by up to 1 year in prison, as well as a fine. Jade McMillan, ABC News, Washington.
Both pilots of a helicopter that crashed while fighting a fire in the US have died from their injuries. The chopper came down on Thursday as 700 firefighters battled the blaze in Idaho, which began last Sunday. Both pilots were said to be highly experienced and military veterans. The Idaho incident comes less than a week after 4 first responders on a firefighting mission were killed in another helicopter crash in New Mexico. Organisers of the Splendour in the Grass Festival in Byron Bay in northern New South Wales say trucks have been pumping sodden areas of the grounds. The first day of the festival was cancelled yesterday due to weather concerns, but the Bureau says showers have become more isolated today in the region. Organiser Paul Pittico says bands were informed that today's performances would go ahead.
All the site kind of rectification works are in place, but it's going to be muddy and people have to get on. And I don't think it's bothering many people. We were out there last night and the people that were on site were having a great time.
In sport, Australian Kelsey Lee Barber has defended her javelin title at the World Athletics Championships in the US state of Oregon. The 30-year-old produced a throw of 66.91 metres to secure the gold medal. She's the only woman in history to win back-to-back World Championships in the event. Fellow Australian Mackenzie Little finished 5th overall. That's all the news for the moment. For more news at any time, you can download the ABC Listen app.
If you love sport, we've got the podcast for you. ABC Sport Daily, it's your daily sports conversation.
Well, Pat, I've never seen someone so excited to play a game of rugby league.
He would have liked to have, shared the claret jug and a bunch of beers out of the claret jug with his dad, but I guess that'll just have to wait until he gets back to Brizzy.
I feel like I'm just getting started and there's so much more to come. There's no doubt about that. I can jump higher. There's no doubt about it. So let's see what happens.
ABC Sport Daily. Find it wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, buzzers ready. Which favourite music quiz is back on the ABC?
Papa's got a brand new bag of Spicks and Specs.
Join Adam Hills, Nick Warhurst and Alan Bro with new celebrity guests.
I'm not here to make friends.
For great music and some fun and games.
These are Willie Nelson's actual braids. That's genuinely distressing.
All new Spicks and Specs.
Thanks for watching.
Back Sunday, August 7 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Coming up with it, McDonald gives it off to Mitchell. He kicks forward of the wing and the mark taken there by Moore. Off to Impey. Long kick for the Hawks towards the forward pocket. Lewis in good position and he marks in the pocket. Snapping around the corner, Mitch Lewis. He marks his milestone game with the goal.
Hardwick tries to dive on it. Coleman Jones gathers. Look away, hand pass over the shoulder. Worked out okay to Stevenson. Hands it off to Horn Francis. He'll kick towards goal and he'll finish for the Kangaroos. They've got there first at the 9-minute mark of the second term.
Curtis wants to go quickly. Long ball towards full forward. Horn Francis tries to trap it. Can't quite do so. Coleman Jones picks it up. Snaps towards the goal square. Lands in the lap. And the mark is taken directly in front for North Melbourne and able to go back and kick for goal, Curtis Taylor. Will waste no time. The two on the bounce for the Kangaroos.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
So after conceding the opening 9 goals of the match, North Melbourne respond with the next 2 and win the quarter 2-1, but they did have the wind in that term and Hawthorn probably seemingly pretty content to just kill that quarter and get out of it before the third term. 9-4-58 the Hawks, they lead North Melbourne 2-5-71, a 41-point advantage. A reminder that you can get involved here on Grandstand AFL this afternoon. 0437 774 774. There is another match taking place at the moment between Sydney and Adelaide, and at half-time, Sydney 11-7-73. They lead Adelaide 6-5-41. Clint Wilden is here and he's got all of the numbers through to half-time.
Thanks, Ben. In terms of total disposals, it's Hawthorn 196 to North Melbourne's 179. The kicks to Hawthorn 111 to North's 92. The hand passes going the way of North 87 to 85. The marks to the Hawks 49 to 44. Marks inside 50 to Hawthorn 7 to 6. The tackles to North 37 to 22. Contested possessions with the Hawks 76 to 64. Clearances 17 apiece. The inside 50s absolutely dominated by Brown and Gold 34 to 18. The free kicks going Hawthorn's way as well 15 to 6. The hit-outs to the Hawks 20 to 16. Reeves has 13, McAvoy 6, while for the Kangaroos, Coleman Jones and Goldstein with 8 apiece. Individually, Hardwick's got 16 for the Hawks, Ward and Mitchell with 15, Sicily, Newcomb 14 touches apiece, while for the Kangaroos, Hall with 19, Anderson 15 and Davies-Uniacke with 12.
Thank you, Clint. A reminder that at the conclusion of this match, we'll send you off to the Adelaide Oval, Port Adelaide and Geelong. Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Scott Camporeale and Stephen Williams to bring you all of the action in that contest between Port and Geelong. 0437 774 774. Jerry's in Tassie and he says both teams playing today aren't much chop and the Tasmanian public emphatically do not want a relocated Victorian team, which we spoke about right off the top. We did see a shot as well of Sonia Hood, who's had a busy couple of weeks sitting alongside Jeff Kennett, watching on all of the action today. She's probably made more headlines than Jeff Kennett in the last couple of weeks. I did hear her joking about that she's been the president that has made the most headlines in recent weeks and given Jeff a nice little break from that. So she's happy at least she could do that. I'd like to be a fly on the wall of their conversations. Sherrod Wellingham, Bo McDonald, what do you want to see from North in this second half?
I want to see them really work hard defensively. They're not going to be able to score at will in this quarter, so I just really want to see them work hard defensively, get numbers back behind the ball and clog up the Hawthorn forward 50 and not allow them those easy inside 50s. They had too many inside 50s in that first quarter, obviously scored 5 goals off turnover. Minimise the turnover, and if they can get away with this quarter only having 3 or 4 goals against, maybe try and pinch one. They put themselves in a position to come home with that breeze in the last quarter, and it's just about minimising the damage in this quarter and working really hard on defensive.
Yep, I agree. Working really hard defensively for me too, and I reckon, I don't have the stat in front of me, but I reckon they'd have a lot of missed tackles. Yeah, the tackle count, you have it here on the stats, 37 to North Melbourne, 22 to Hawthorn. So North Melbourne have had to make more tackles because the Hawks have had the ball, but I'd be really surprised to see what percentage of those made tackles have been missed, because I reckon it'd be pretty high, and that's the starting point for getting the team defence going.
And with those tackles, they're not slowing up the ball movement with Hawthorn. They're laying the tackles but aren't able to stop the ball movement. They're able to free the arms and still get the kick away, release from that 5 metre zone around the ball and can just continue. They're not effective. I'm not talking missed tackles. They're not effective in terms of slowing up the ball.
Yep.
So as we said, 9 goals unanswered to start for Hawthorn and 2 to respond for North Melbourne. I spoke about it before half-time, but only 4 of a possible 34 second-half quarters won by North, so they haven't been good after the main break, and they've conceded over 100 points already 12 times this year. Predictably, they've lost all of those games, given their record. Hawthorn are trying to go past triple figures for a 4th time this year. They've won all 3 of the previous occasions. What will the second half bring? We're about to find out. 2 teams coming in off a win, 13th against 18th, and a dominant first half for the Hawks. The players are in position, just about ready to go. 9-4-58 the Hawks. They lead North Melbourne 2-5-17. The second half about to get underway. You're with Clint Wilden.
A little bit of a hush around the ground. Good bounce from the umpire too. One down by Reeves though, who stood there as Goldstein went out after it. Greenwood can't control it. The Hawks can send it inside forward 50 quickly. McAvoy stretching immediately. Kick was from O'Meara originally through the pack, and the ball's over the boundary line for a throw-in. 40 out from Hawthorn's attacking goal. Another inside 50 for them in the opening 20 seconds. 35-18 they lead in that stat at the moment. Ball thrown back in. Ruckman were more interested in each other than the footy. Taken high, I thought, underneath all that. There's a Hawks player who climbs up off the deck. It's not going to be given. Young was the player who wrapped up the Hawks player a little bit high. It was Moore from the restart. North throw it on the boot. Newcomb can't quite mark. Simpkin gathers for the Kangaroos. Spilled away from him. Bruce had it. He got tackled and he's taken to ground. Young wrapping him up with another ball inside forward 50. When I look at it, I think maybe Moore did get taken high. Another replay, but umpires said play on. Moore's involved again up against Perez. Nash got a hand pass out to Impey for the Hawks. Hand pass onto Morrison. He broke the Spicer tackle. Gets away from Davies-Uniacke. Will centre the football. He wants Lewis Mackay. Very strong. Drags it in with the right hand. Great defensive mark for the Kangaroos. And he sends it out to the left back pocket to Perez, who moves it on to Bonner.
Bonner will kick North towards the wing. Strong mark taken by Zurha. He drags it in. Starsh and short cropped hair. He comes infield to Simpkin, the reigning best and fairest at North. He kicks into the middle of the ground and Hawley's able to mark.
I like what they're doing here, just holding the football, taking time off the clock for this third quarter. Smart play at the moment.
Hall plays on, tries to kick towards a leading Anderson. Past him it goes. Sicily picks it up. Newcomb receives it, gives it back to Sicily. Kicks around the boundary line and wide of it. Out on the full. North will get it back. Mackay to have the kick at left half back for North. Sicily shakes his head. In back play as Mackay comes infield to Bonner, who moves it short to Hall. As we were at half-time still.
Hall to McDonald. Mark's just forward of the defensive edge of the centre square. He'll trot back. Now we'll get told to move it on. Heads in the direction of the commentary wing. Kick is out that way. Sliding out. Anderson couldn't mark. Newcombe tries to pick it up. Anderson knocked it off the ground to Scott. Worked it in the direction of Davies-Uniacke. He gathers, hands it to Perez. North forced to go into the middle of the ground. It came to Hall. Tackled by Nash. Wrapped up and taken to ground. Ball up.
That's the tackle I'm talking about, where you actually stop the play and have to go to a ball up.
It was a good, solid, absolutely legal tackle. Goldstein, fingertips to it. Nash looked to slap it forward. Hall goes back, can't gather. Newcombe can, tackled by Young. Worked it out though to O'Meara, ran straight into Davies-Uniacke, and that's good defending as well. Davies-Uniacke wouldn't let him go. Ball up at half forward for the Hawks. Their lead remains 41 points, 3 minutes into the third.
Going after it, Davies-Uniacke gets a handball away to Simpkin. He's gang tackled, somehow stands up in it, gets a handball away, though Greenwood's is stolen. Day comes away with it for the Hawks, drives it long to full forward. Mackay does well against Lewis, fists it away. Perez arrives in support. Handball back to Mackay, North Melbourne at fullback. Now in the back pocket, Bonner. He thinks he can take on McAvoy. He can as well. He kicks towards the wing, and the mark taken there by Blunt. He marks on the wing for Hawthorn.
Blunt sends it back inside, attacking 50. Good mark again, Mackay. Wow, he's been almost a one-man defensive machine at times today for North. He'll send it into the left back pocket. Finds Scott, moves it on to Davies-Uniacke. He's at left half back. His red boots right on the boundary line. It's told to move it on now. And stabs it forward into the lead of Zurha, who marks. Without a goal today, Cam Zurha, after 6 last week. Key reason why North were able to win over Richmond. His kicks towards left half forward. Scrimshaw is able to etch out a mark up against Zeeble. He'll send it towards the logo and only finds Zurha on the run. Marks and plays on quickly. Worked out pretty well. It came to Curtis. Pops it forward. Spicer marks. He's 35 from goal. He'll start slightly to the left of the left hand behind post. North Melbourne could well do with this.
They gave themselves a couple of opportunities in that first quarter. Didn't capitalise. Admittedly, they were, other than the Zeeble kick, which was an absolute shocker. Other than that, they were all reasonably hard kicks. So this one needs to go through.
Phoenix Spicer looking for his first goal in AFL football. He kicks it for North. He leaps into the arms of his skipper. And the Kangaroos come from all over the ground to congratulate him. The 20-year-old in his 5th game. He's got a major in elite football. Hawthorn's lead has cut to 35 points as North kick their third. 3-5-23 the Kangas. The Hawks are 9-4-58. 5.5 gone in the third term on Grandstand AFL.
We saw the skipper, Jack Zeeble, walk up to him before he took the kick, and I imagine it would have been a little bit of do as I say, not as I do, after he missed that first one. But really good composure and a really important kick for North Melbourne. Like I said during the break, if they can sneak away with 1 or 2 and quell the onslaught from Hawthorn, they'll be in a really good place at three-quarter time.
Well, they've got the first of the quarter, Ben.
All of a sudden, they've kicked the last 3, Clint. Not so much all of a sudden, but they have. In the middle, McAvoy lays it down beautifully on a platter for Mitchell, gives it to Newcombe, bursts out of the middle, kicks into the pocket, onto it, Gunston on the bounce, snaps back towards full forward. Mackay's there again. There's a one-man show in defence for North. Moves it short to Curtis Taylor. He will stab a kick towards the wing in the direction of Anderson. He drops the mark. He might have got a shove. He will get a free kick. Former Hawk Jed Anderson, 10 games in 2 seasons in the brown and gold. Now he kicks forward of the wing. Mark taken by Taylor for North. He'll come infield with his kick, a dodgy one. It's a turnover. Mark taken by Newcombe.
Newcombe, hand pass to Mitchell. Scrimshaw runs by. His kick forces Lewis to stretch, but he's done well to drag in the footy on the eastern wing. He's just forward of the logo. attacking side for the Hawks, puts it into the left forward pocket. It bounces in front of Gunston. He bobs up, goes short for Bruce. Young spoils. Comes down to Mackay, now to Perez. On a bit of a run and then kicks in the direction of Goldstein. The ball bounces and Goldstein, I reckon, with no real support around him, was happy to take one extra step and see it over the boundary for a throw-in. Mentioning before about Mackay, 7 marks for him today. Zurhaar's the only player with the same number. Nobody else has more on the ground. In the restart, it's down to Newcomb for the Hawks. He breaks one tackle, hands it off to Hardwick, receives it back from behind the logo on the eastern wing. Newcomb kicks it deep, inside forward 50. Impey's out after it, bounces away from Core. Bonner has to get back. Gunston's right with him. Gunston affects the tackle, goes back by hand though. Did well then, Bonner. Found Mackay, who steers it into the left-back pocket where it's marked by Taylor.
Hawthorn's lead 35 points. It was 46 at quarter time, 41 at the main break. Long kick towards halfback. Scrimshaw brings it down, going after it. Mitchell shovels out a handball to Scrimshaw on his non-preferred right. Chips towards Impey, right there with him. Core. He fists it out, a throw-in. 45 metres around from the attacking goal for the Hawks. SMS says, I'm a Mad Hawk member in Lonnie. Would like to know the crowd number and which colour has the majority of the crowd. I reckon it's about 60-40 the way Brown and gold. As Anderson gets a 3-metre clearing kick off to Mitchell, to Moore, gives it off, running in. McGuinness threads it from the pocket. And the Hawks get their first of the second half. It ends a streak of 3 consecutive North goals. And they're back out by 41 as they were at the main break.
Another goal from a stoppage there for the Hawks. I suppose what we saw is once the ball come into play is all the North players just fold on the ball, the old bees to the honeypot. And
4 of them at that, and then it gets popped out. Just not enough pressure on the ball. I said that need to work hard defensively. They're hunting the ball, as we can see from the replay. 4 of them around the ball, but defensive 50 stoppage. Get some numbers behind the play. Not good enough in terms of setup there from North Melbourne.
Hawthorn 10-4-64. They lead North 3-5-23, 10 minutes into the third term.
Reasonable crowd in. We're seeing a bit more of a contest, despite the Hawks ending that run of North's 3 unanswered goals. As Scott looked to take the ball away, Horne-Francis rather, and was tackled immediately by Newcomb. They ball it up again in the middle. McAvoy got the touch down to Horne-Francis. Nowhere to go. Set upon immediately. Moore got him one way, Mitchell the other. Well, just forward of the centre circles. Hawthorn attacking side of the centre line. North are able to get it away. Decent clearance towards centre half forward. Well done, Davies-Uniacke. Bustling through. Oh, strong tackle. That's a great tackle. Coming through and wrapping up his opponent, Day. Taylor had it and got crunched. Day, not the tallest of men, but absolutely made sure that his opponent was going nowhere. Goldstein wins the restart down. Sicily gathers off a step, then sends it spiralling into the middle of the ground. Ball bounces and continues towards centre half forward for the Hawks. Back there, Bonner. Oh, missed it. Here's trouble. Bruce sockers it forward. Gunston provides the shepherd. Bruce gathers. Bruce snaps. He goes. You hear the calls for Bruce around Bellerive. That's his first of the afternoon. The Hawks lead is out to 47. 11 gone in the third. They're 11-4-70. North 3-5-21. They've kicked back-to-back majors.
We're harping on here, but that's just another skill error by Aidan Bonner there. He grabs that ball and doesn't fumble it, and it's not a goal. It's as simple as that. His teammate flares off, and it's a half-back. They're off half-back, and it's... You've got to ask yourself the questions. Why are we fumbling? What are we looking at? Why am I taking my eyes off the ball? That'd be the question I'm asking, because that's just the pressure wasn't huge there from Hawthorn. He had plenty of time just to grab that. But as soon as we know at the top level, as soon as you fumble once, the pace of the game just catches up to you. And yet another skill error from the Kangaroos.
Head down to the boundary momentarily for a crowd prediction as McAvoy wins the tap, but Davies-Uniacke there for North. Shares it with a little 1-2 with Powell. Now bursting out of the middle. Kicks long towards full forward. Getting back. Lunk is there to take the mark for the Hawks. 40 metres out from his defensive goal. Goes laterally to Mitchell at left half back, who kicks close to the line. More diving, just marks in the field of play. Wants to come infield with his kick. It just gets to its target. In Mitch Lewis, working up the ground, gives it to Scrimshaw. Loops a handball over the top. Here's Blunk again. He started all of this. Sells some candy to Horn Francis. Looking for a leading target. Reeves might have been impeded. Umpire says no. Back there, Perez. He's tackled by O'Meara, taken to ground. And the umpire will come in and ball it up. 20 out from the attacking goal for the Hawks. They lead by 47.
Thrown aloft. Reeves and Coleman Jones both had a go. Spills out in the direction of North. It's going to be locked in here. Unable to get rid of it. They'll ball it up. Taylor will play with the last touch. Reeves taps it down. Taken though by Core of North Melbourne. Kicks high up in the air towards right half back. It's allowed to bounce. McAvoy meets it. Strongly tackled. Wrapped up by Curtis. Ball jarred out though. North with a real pressure here. Hawthorn sent it inside forward 50. Over the top of it. Moore battling with Bonner. Gunston emerges with it. Bonner tackles him. Somehow Gunston got that out. Spills out again. Kick up into the air by Hawthorn, like in the elevator spot. Flying it at Newcombe. Did it go far enough to be paid a mark? Yes. And he's been paid the grab in front of the big sticks and about 30 metres out. Certainly went far enough to be a mark up and down on the spot. And yep, probably enough from where it was originally kicked from, off the boot of War.
Tough one there. Great effort and desire to make that contest from Newcombe, but the tough one was Zeeble, who was already under where it was going to land. Not much he can do, and Newcombe making a big fly at the ball, and it's taking it at its highest point.
Jai Newcombe, a tackling machine. He's got one goal, though, already today. Right in front, starts left. Gets the perfect swing back to the right. It sails through the big sticks. He's got his second. Hawthorn have kicked 3 straights. They're 12-4-76. North Melbourne 3-5-23. The Hawks lead is 53 points at the 15-minute mark of the third.
Have Hawthorn secured Newcombe in for a contract?
I'm not sure.
Because he's a
good, isn't he?
Vital piece of that jigsaw, isn't he?
Yeah, when your mids, they can sneak forward and get a goal at the right time, and that's his second for the game. That's like gold. It's just a great work rate, hasn't he? He runs both ways as well. Rarely ball watching.
Newcombe is under contract until the end of 2023.
Equal game high, 53-point lead the way of the Hawks. Goldstein and Reeves. Goldstein wins the tap. Nash comes in. McGuinness the other way for the Hawks. Trying to get involved now. Picking it up, Greenwood. Handball to Scott. Handball to Perez, who will send it out towards the wing. Bouncing ball for Stevenson. Does well. Able to gather. Now he kicks across the body. A high ball to half forward. In good position, Coleman Jones. 2 hands to it. Doesn't drag in the mark. Davies Uniacke goes in. He's tackled by Nash. And he's taken to ground. We'll get a ball up between wing and right half forward. So between wing and right half forward for North. Goldstein to Greenwood. Handball intercepted there by Scrimshaw. Getting involved, Simpkin. He stands up in a tackle. We'll try again. Quickly downstairs, Chris Rowbottom, a crowd prediction.
Yeah, don't have an official number just yet, but I'd guess a crowd of 10 to 12,000, which I would say would be the biggest Hobart crowd so far this year. Hawthorn fans outnumbering North Melbourne, but only just.
Greenwood bursting out of the contest and kicking on goal. He's missed away to the left-hand side. A minor score. Hawthorn lead by 52 points, 12-4-76 to 3-6-24, 16 and a half into the third.
North home game. It is Hawthorn that have Tasmanian on the jumper, though. Sicily. Big kick right up the middle. Gunston tries to punch it forward. It's spilled there for McDonald of North. He kicks back from whence it came. Inside attacking 50. Off hands at the spill. Zeeble gathers, kicks the goal. Gives North their fourth. The captain converts on the run. Ends 3 unanswered goals from Hawthorn. The Hawks are 12-4-76. North move to be 4-6-30. That gap is back to 46 points, 17 minutes into the third.
Too many Hawks players just flying at the contest, wasn't there?
Yeah, it was take your pick at ground level there for North Melbourne. There was 3 of them, and Zeeble happened to get it.
Nice clean finish. Trying to get his team up and about. Fist pumping the come on boys after the goal. He's still believing.
He spoke during the week. He was adamant that players on North's list have improved in spite of the results. Perfect bounce in the middle. Reeves lays it down to Nash, who parries it cleverly away to Mitchell. He kicks inside 50. There's a free kick. And it's going to be downfield. And I think Gunston will get it. Mitchell was whacked in back plate. Now a few players come to remonstrate. But Jack Gunston will get the kick directly in front, 30 out. And with Jack Gunston, you could almost pencil these in.
Well, it's a coach killer, isn't it? Starting to get a little bit of momentum.
Jack Gunston, 30 out, directly in front. Put an emphasis on the first 3 letters in his name. He is a gun, Jack Gunston. 13-4-82. The Hawks lead North 4-6-30. Almost 19 minutes into the third term. Josh Simpkin, the offending party. What did you think, Bo McDonald?
Oh, look. It's nothing you haven't seen before. And Mitchell got back up. It was just that 1 second too late going to tackle and sort of threw the punch. And
yeah, there wasn't a lot in that.
There wasn't a lot in it, no. But yeah, it's a pretty easy one. I don't reckon you can hang the North Melbourne player out to dry there, because you can guarantee the coach would have been asking him for some aggression at the tackle. Yeah, maybe a little bit unlucky on replay there.
He was a bit late. The clenched fist never looks great.
Yeah.
And that's probably what cost him. As Ward tries to take it away from the restart for Hawthorn. Bounce in the direction of O'Meara. Throws it on the boot from centre wing. Eastern side of the ground. Kicks into the left forward pocket. How's it bounce? Okay for Bruce. Tackled to ground. McDonald got him. Spilled out the side. Came to Core. Core clears the defensive 50 for North Melbourne. Encouraged by McDonald. Threw himself into the pack. Couldn't get to the football. Scrimshaw could, though. Hard up against the boundary. Sweeps the hand pass inboard to Nash. Pops it inside forward 50. Can't find a target. Taylor was there for the Kangaroos to mop up, and he'll fire the ball to Scott, who marks it right half back.
Scott moves it short. Greenwood able to mark. Greenwood, his left-footed kick over the head of Anderson, who panicked, but Zeeble was coming in behind him, and he's able to mark. Zeeble tiptoes the boundary line with his kick. To Curtis, who's an excitement machine, finding his way in AFL footy on his left leg. Kicks for the long sleeve. Greenwood marks. Handball away to the run of Hall. Kicks long inside 50. Spicer's down there. Goldstein too. Spicer jams it on the right boot. Kick goes sideways out towards the pocket. Horn Francis! Almost something miraculous. Dumping it on the boot. As he was falling to ground, his snap is a little narrow. A minor score. North Melbourne bring the margin back to 51 points. Time on in this third term.
Hawks short. Hardwick to Blanc. Goes out to Scrimshaw, who marks it left half back. Again, a little bit of sting going out of the game as Hawthorn try to control the football. Uncontested mark now taken by Nash on the eastern wing, just shy of the centre line. Get told to move it on. Takes a couple of steps and then kicks with the right. It'll land inside forward 50, but best position is Goldstein. Defensive mark for the Kangaroos. He'll go up the corridor but can't find a target. Courage then. Coming at the football, Granger Barris was able to win it to ground. Picked up by McDonald of the Kangaroos. Handing it around, it comes to Hall. Got it originally from Scott, now to Greenwood. Greenwood sweeps a hand pass forward. On the charge, Scott once more. Kicks towards full forward. Oh, got past a couple of Hawks. Coleman Jones can gather. Hand pass back for Zeeble. Oh, awkward bounce. Set him a task. Went towards the boundary line. Came back to Coleman Jones. wrapped up in a strong tackle. Hawks pile in. They'll kill the football in the left forward pocket. Morris made absolutely sure of it, but that was a great effort from Scrimshaw for that tackle just a moment ago on Zeeble.
Ball up, left forward pocket for North. Reeves knocks it down boundary side for the Hawks. Holding the ball, Mitchell, he's pinged. Zeebel's got him and caught holding the ball. Zeebel's got it in the left forward pocket. Here for North. He's going to arc around and snap it home on the right boot. North need a captain's goal and he's hit the fat part of the footy. And it's floated across the face and fortuitously it lands in the lap of Callum Coleman-Jones. He's got it almost in a similar position on the opposite pocket.
Very, very hard from over here. Almost got to aim right of the behind post, let alone the goal post.
Setting up as if he'll go for the drop punt. Boot to ball from 30 out. Boundary line, 3 metres on his right. Not a bad effort, but it swings late. Across the face, a minor score. Hawthorn's lead brought back to 50 points.
Go downstairs in just a moment. Day, dangerous kicking. Can't find a target. Greenwood's there. Gave it to Zeeble again. Sends it high up into the skies. It'll land at full forward. Zerha flew. Free kick spotted. They will bring it away. They'll take the advantage here, the Hawks, as they go beyond their defensive 50. Mark taken at centre-half back. Blank was the original player to get the free. Came out towards O'Meara. Shares it out to Mitchell. On the run is Scrimshaw, heading towards left half forward. Hawks have got players free everywhere. Opportunity to send it deep inside, attacking 50 again through McGuinness. McGuinness kicks towards full 40, wanted Reeves. Well read again though by Mackay. Through and marks defensively for the Kangaroos and hands it off to Taylor.
Taylor just waltzes out of the D50, stops, he'll chip it short. Good kick to McDonald, or it didn't go the 15. Sicily brings the pressure. Handball away to Greenwood. Handball away to Perez, who goes for a little run. Handball to Zerha. Don't argue on Newcomb. Don't mess with Zerha, he says. He gives it back to Perez. Back to Curtis Taylor, who moves it short. And onto the chest of Stevenson. On the wing. Short little left-footed kick. Knocked away there from Simpkin. Out of play for a throw-in downstairs. Chris Rowbottom.
Yeah, Denver Granger Barras copped a knock a couple of minutes ago in a contest in the middle of the ground. He hurt his right hip. He's doing some run-throughs on the boundary line as we speak. That was the part of his body that was strapped up and patched up prior to the game. He's looking a little bit ginger, but hoping to get back on.
Lovely bit of play along the boundary line by O'Meara. Tapped it to his own advantage, gathered, but the kick was intercepted again by Mackay. How good has he been for North? Gave it to Perez. Oh, terrible kick into the corridor. Mopped up here by the Hawks, who kick towards Gunston. Gunston gathers. Can't quite mark it. McDonald is back. Gets a hand pass short. Umpire says holding the ball. McDonald tried to take them on. After gathering it, he got pings. It'll be costly. Gunston's running down and he can go back and have a shot. It's a 45-degree angle to the right. He'll kick from no more than 25 out.
Certainly frustrating. Another skill error coming in the corridor. And look, you can't coach execution on game day. There's nothing the coach can do to, send a runner out or make sure you kick better. It's not going to have an impact. So very frustrating from the North Melbourne coach's box, I reckon.
Jack Gunston. It won't surprise you to know he's kicked the goal. He just makes it look so easy. He's got 4. What we mentioned at the very top would be an emotional day for him. Hawthorn of 14-4-88. North Melbourne of 4-8-32. The Hawks by 56 points. 26 and a bit gone in the third term. That's a game-high lead for Hawthorn.
You certainly don't want to stop your player from taking that option. It was the right option. I think we saw it a bit with the Dockers last night. They just kept on until they got it right and got it in the inside and didn't change the way they played. And look, I think for North, you're behind now. I think you just got to still keep trying to play the right way, even though the skills aren't up to scratch today.
Wonder what Alistair Clarkson's thinking watching this game. See the club he coached to Four Flags, the club he played for in North, potentially the club he might be coaching next year. Out of the middle, Moore receives it from McAvoy, handball to Mitchell, to Newcomb, kick inside attacking 50, a low ball dropped by Perez, Gunston onto it, tackled to ground by Bonner, and now they come in, a ball up, 35 out from the Hawthorn goal. Roost to do the ruck work, opposed to Coleman Jones, who wins it easily off to Horn Francis. High ball just beyond the defensive arc, Nash underneath it, can't take the mark. Anderson arrives and drags it in, and they're all on top. 0437 774 774, the SMS line number. Let us know, particularly if you're at the ground today watching. So much said about a potential Tassie team next year.
The restart comes towards Moore, kicks towards full forward. O'Meara out after it in the right forward pocket, hands it off to Lewis, hand pass back to Moore, fires a hand pass back into the corridor. It comes to Gunston, he gives it to Scrimshaw, back to Gunston again. He'll snap with the left around the body. Oh, that just misses to the right. It would have been the best of them too. Just the minor score. Great effort, good build-up. Missing by about 2 metres to the right-hand side. 14.589 Hawthorn, 4.832 North Melbourne. And we've travelled in the third turn about 28 and a bit minutes.
In the other game, Adelaide fighting back against Sydney. Swans leading by 20 points midway through the third term. We'll keep you up to date in that contest. North Melbourne move it to the wing quickly. Here's Scott running with the footy. Handball looking for Curtis. Doesn't quite find him. Now Taylor coming through. He's tackled by Newcomb. And the umpire to come in and sort it out. Just the attacking side of the logo for North. Umpire puts it aloft. Winning the tap down, McAvoy. North Melbourne with a quick kick forward. Onto it, Hardwick. Hardwick a handball away towards Nash. Now Sicily dragged out by Zerha. A couple of firebrands in that pairing. Throw in left half forward for North. They lead by, Hawthorn lead by 57 points. Closing in on three-quarter time.
McAvoy against Coleman Jones. McAvoy was strong, stayed in the position he wanted, got it down towards Mitchell, hand pass in the direction of McDonald for the Hawks, but stolen away by North. Stevenson to Perez, opportunity for Powell, just got the hand pass away to Stevenson, and then he's tackled the ground by Nash. And the free kick, though, is going the way of Stevenson. The tackle, not legal.
Dangerous?
Yeah, he has thrown him. I wouldn't say thrown him because he sort of still had his arms around him, but the way that Stevenson was brought to ground would have been the concern of the umpire. Here's another look here. Has he lifted him off the ground? Yeah, he has. Had his arms pinned in. Any problems with the decision, guys? I thought it was there, certainly on the replay. Good call from the umpire. As soon as you saw Stevenson's feet leave the ground. Looks like he's going to go the torpedo here, Stevenson. He is. From about 55 out, he goes with the barrel in the right forward pocket. Zerha up, has two grabs. Couldn't quite mark. Spills out to Spicer. He's met in a solid tackle as well. Hardwick got him. A little bit of push and shove afterwards. Sicily was very unhappy for a moment, and now it really is starting to break out. Zeebel's at the bottom of a couple of plays and really has kicked off in the right forward pocket here. Granger Barris was dragged off Zeebel. Coleman Jones has got a bit to say. There's players right on the ground here. Sicily continues on. Still the wrestling.
He's got someone in a good headlock.
Yeah, Hardwick is in the bottom of all of that. Even O'Meara has decided to try and drag a couple of players off the ground. Zerha and Granger Barris continue. Wonder if they know each other from back in their WA days. The age gap would suggest probably not, but nevertheless, the wrestle continued for some time. There was a little bit of spice in that at the end of the third quarter. Hawks, they'll go to the final change, leading by 57 points. 14.589 to North, 4.832.
The goal kickers for Hawthorn, Gunston with 4, a couple to Reeves and also to Newcomb, and then singles to Morrison, Lewis, Impey, O'Meara and McGuinness. While for North Melbourne, only single goal kickers, their 4 goals coming through Curtis Taylor, Horn Francis, Zeebel and Phoenix Spicer, his first goal in league footy. Quarter time on Grandstand AFL. 14.589 plays 4.832. This is Grandstand AFL.
This winter, chill with the best on ABC iView. With a huge selection of the best shows.
Come on, cowboy.
Come with us on an adventure through time and space.
And entire seasons to please everyone.
That's fantastic.
Gripping drama with Mystery Road Origin, the unmissable You Can't Ask That, all new episodes of Bluey, and so many more.
What you see is what you get.
Chill with the best this winter. Stream for free on ABC iView.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Zeeble will send it towards the logo and only finds Zerha on the run. Marks and plays on quickly. Worked out pretty well. It came to Curtis. Pops it forward. Spicer marks. Phoenix Spicer looking for his first goal in AFL football. He kicks it for North. He leaps into the arms of his skipper.
As Anderson gets a 3-metre clearing kick off to Mitchell, to Moore, gives it off, running in. McGuinness threads it from the pocket.
Goldstein wins the restart down. Sicily gathers off a step, then sends it spiralling into the middle of the ground. Ball bounces and continues towards centre half forward for the Hawks. Back there, Bonner. Oh, missed it. Here's trouble. Bruce sockets it forward. Gunston provides the shepherd. Bruce gathers. Bruce snaps. He goes. Sicily. Big kick right up the middle. Gunston tries to punch it forward. It's spilled there for McDonald of North. Kicks back from whence it came. Inside attacking 50. Off hands at the spill. Zeeble gathers, kicks the goal.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
The Hawks leading by a game-high 57 points as we turn for home on Grandstand AFL down in the south of the Apple Isle at Bellreeve Oval between the Hawks and North Melbourne. Coming up, we've got a game between Port Adelaide and Geelong at the Adelaide Oval. To call all of the action, Aaron Bryans. Aaron.
Benny, as it has been the past few weeks, Port Adelaide's finals hopes hanging by a thread. They could be ended this afternoon. They're facing the most in-form side in the competition, Geelong, on an 8-game win streak. The last time they won 9 in a row, they actually won the flag back in 2011. These two sides trading wins in their last 6 games as well. That included multiple qualifying finals. So hopefully a ripping contest coming up on Grandstand AFL. No late changes for either side. Riley Bonner, the sub for the Power. Shannon Neal for the Cats. Neil Cross will be calling alongside me. I'll have Scott Camporelli and Stephen Williams, your experts, and also Jack Paquetta down on the boundary. Looking forward to it next, Ben. It's Port Adelaide and Geelong on Grandstand AFL.
Thanks, Az. Appreciate that. Sharad Willingham, Bo McDonald. What do you expect for this final term?
Oh, I want to see North Melbourne just take risks, take the game on, nothing to lose, everything to gain just by being brave. And I think they actually did pretty well in that quarter. Hit the scoreboard a couple of times, and I think Hawthorn only scored the 1 or 2 goals. So you kind of give that a tick from my point of view. So, yeah, just got to come out and be brave and take the game on.
Yeah, I thought North Melbourne's pressure at the source on the ball, at the ball carrier, so the ball carrier wasn't able to dispose of it by hand or foot as easy, was a lot better that quarter. I still thought they didn't take their opportunities. There's 2 or 3 more goals on the board there, and then you come into the 3-quarter time with a bit of a sniff. But it's I totally agree with you. I think they've got to be they've got to take the game on, and like what we mean by that is, you know, the guy on the mark has to stand there, get going, think on the run, keep trying to get that ball in the corridor. If you've got shape with your defence and you get it out the other side, once you get it out the other side, go, don't slow down, come back inside, just take, like you said, take the risk. So I reckon that's what they'll do. I don't think you're going to. Yeah, I don't think like I said, they've been doing the right things, and their structure's actually all right, and then their skill execution just killed them. And it's not something you can coach on game day. It's not. Yeah.
So from a team point of view, North Melbourne, they come away from a game like this and last week going, all right, our structures are working and what we're implementing in terms of setups and things are tick, but we're just not able to implement under game pressure.
Yeah.
So that during the week, that's trainable. So, you know, behind closed doors, they're probably going, look, we're improving. So continuing on that, but it's training at a level where you know you go out there on Saturday and implement.
Thoughts of Sherrod Wellingham and Beau McDonald. The fourth quarter about to get underway. Hawthorn leading by 57 points over the Roos.
Goldstein and Reeves. Reeves won it down. Simpkin, though, sharked it. Got tackled by O'Meara. Lost it. Mitchell picked it up for the Hawks. To Reeves. To Newcomb from the middle of the ground. Sends it deep inside forward 50. Gunston flew, got a hand on it. Couldn't mark it. Went down towards McDonald, though, for North. They can go beyond their defensive 50 here, the Kangaroos. It came through hands to Scott from right half back, and he'll stab the pass towards the commentary wing. And wanted Coleman Jones. Great bit of defensive work, though. Knocked away from him and over the boundary line for a throw-in from Blanc.
Swans leading by 28 points, close to three-quarter time in that game against the Crows. A little bit of history there as well. Buddy Franklin has replaced Ablett Senior in fifth place on the all-time goal-kicking list.
Newcomb with a clearance from the restart. He kicks the Hawks into the left-forward pocket. Well read by Corey against McAvoy. He ran himself almost into a cul-de-sac, but got a hand pass away to a Kangaroos teammate in McDonald. Kicked back towards right half-back. Off-hand, spilled down to Newcomb. Kicks towards full forward. McDonald waits there. Sees it bounce onto his chest. Goes short to Scott. Just far enough to be a mark, but he's got it again in the right back pocket. Hawks by 57 points, opening 70 seconds of the final term against North Melbourne in Hobart.
Scott chips it short to McDonald. Two sons of guns, two former shinboners. Both of their dads as the kick to the wing. Loose footy, Sicily. His kick smothered. Ricochets away. Now onto it, Reeves, the big fella. Picks it up, passes it to himself through his legs, then snaps forward of the wing. Gathered there by Mitchell. Handball to Wimpy. He tries to take on Scott in the tackle. He does. Fends him off. Runs to 47. This would be special. He misses to the left. A minor score behind. They move along Hawthorn to 14-6-90. North Melbourne 4-8-32. 2 minutes into this final term on Grandstand AFL.
North would know they, after two meritorious efforts, with two different coaches, mind you, in the win last week against Richmond, they really don't want to see this game ripped away from them completely. They're not going to win, but they don't want to be belted. As Young, from beyond defensive 50, kicks towards the outer wing. Onto it, Morrison, met by Stevenson, who bumps Morrison and the football over the boundary line for a throw-in. Four-point win last week, a 7-point loss the week before, and then before that you've got to go right back to round 3 for their most previous loss by 2 goals or less. In fact, really only their competitive result of the season, apart from their win over West Coast. Can they fight back on the scoreboard here? But we're still in the outer side. Big head clash a moment ago. Zurha was met pretty solidly and got crunched. I think it was McDonald coming the other way. Meantime, from the restart again, North had possession. They sent it in towards the middle of the ground. Stevenson picked it up. Short hand pass to Core. Got a kick away, but only as far as O'Meara. It's scrappy. Mitchell got it back to O'Meara. Hawks work it around by hand. Now it's with Morris at centre half back. Comes to McDonald, to Mitchell, running by Sicily, receives the hand pass, goes short to Impey. Marks on the attacking edge of the centre square, puts it into the left forward pocket. Gunston! Out and marking, tighter than a 45-degree angle to the left. He'll put boot to ball from 45 out.
Such smart play from Hawthorn coming forward. That little hit-up kick just takes out the spare defender and makes him irrelevant. And Gunston just leads to the exact right spot. And how good were the skills? The skills, they put it right where they needed it. Kick out to advantage to the leader. He takes the mark. But that hit-up kick, when you can lower your eyes coming forward, it's a great skill to be able to have.
Jack Gunston's got 4 goals. This kick looks a little bit to the left. It stays that way. It misses. 4 goals, 4 for him, yes. Jack Gunston. Nevertheless, a solid return. Hawthorn by 59 points, 4 gone in the last.
Hall brings it back in, short onto the chest of Horn Francis. At the SCG, the Swans by 28. 30 minutes into the third there. Can't be far away from three-quarter time. Horn Francis, long kick towards the logo. Underneath it, Morris marks. So the Hawks get it back on the logo. Head down to Chris Rowbottom shortly. Morris stabs a pass out wide. Good enough to find Ward. Broad overachiever Ward, studying law, rising star last week. He's Run down here. Really good job there from Paul Curtis. And now North win the footy. Davies-Uniacke gives it back to Paul Curtis. Now Davies-Uniacke inboard with his handball to the run of Scott. To Coleman Jones. Over the top they go. Here's Young.
Young hand passes forward to Powell. Powell on the run from 49 outs. Kicks the goal for North. Brings the Kangaroos fans to life. Their first goal, their first score of the quarter, their fifth of the game. 5-8-38 North Melbourne. Hawthorn 14-7-91. The Hawks lead back to 53 points. 5.5 gone in the final term.
Well, that's taken on the game there. Just 3 or 4 handball receives and then finished with a goal.
Good link-up play, wasn't it?
It was terrific link-up play. Quick hands. It just kept drawing the defenders. It's almost like dominoes, isn't it?
Kept finding the overlap, and the skills were there, so they were able to hit the target. And the first quarter, they would have missed the target, and they would have missed the goal.
Yep.
Class finish too. Downstairs, Chris Rowbottom.
Yeah, it was James Blank on the other end of that head clash with Cam Zerha. He was assessed by the doctor, and he's getting ready to come back on the ground. Josh Ward, whose kick was smothered, which led to that North Melbourne goal a few moments ago, straight to the bench and straight onto the headset for a few words with Sam Mitchell.
High achiever, but can't survive the commentary curse, Ben.
No, it's undefeated. McAvoy slaps it down for Newcomb. There's a whistle. Advantage paid. Newcomb out of the middle. Takes a bounce through the attacking edge of the square. Chips towards Gunston. Doing really well. Young going back with the flight. He got a fist in. And it's knocked out eventually. A throw in left forward pocket for Hawthorn.
That was a terrific tack by McAvoy. All his body language showed he was going to one lane, and then his wrist just flipped over and knocked it the other way. It was fantastic.
Look at that. The analysis from R. Ruckman, looking after his portfolio as the clearing snap comes from Taylor for North. The mark taken there by Scrimshaw.
Trots back for Hawthorn. Look to switch play. From the commentary wing to the eastern wing. It's in the hands of Hardwick. He'll put it into the right forward pocket. He's Gunston again. Did he mark it? Under pressure from Bonner. Well, the umpires say, did he have enough on it, or will he be balling it up? I reckon he's been paid the mark. He has. Just seemed to drop away between his legs for a moment. His back was to us. But Gunston's been paid the mark. He glances inboard. As Sharon said, this is a tough pocket to kick from, the right forward pocket to the City or Church Street end of the ground. He'll start right up against, well, forget the boundary. He'll start right up against the fence at right half forward. The kick will have to travel about 52. From where the 50-metre arc meets the boundary, Gunston looks to bring it around. It's swinging back. It's swinging back. That is some sort of finish. He raises the hand to celebrate. He's got 5. Teammates come from everywhere. A broad smile on the face of Sam Mitchell on the big screens. What a return after the emotion of the death of his father. Jack Gunston back in the Hawks side, back amongst the goal kickers. He has 5 of their 15. 15-7-97 the Hawks. 5-8-38 North Melbourne. Their lead 59 points Hawthorn. 8.5 has passed in the last.
Beautiful kick. Great finish.
I mean,
he started it outside the goalpost, didn't he?
As you said, they had to. Outside the behind post.
Outside the behind post. It has swung a good 25 metres, I reckon, with that breeze.
The margin for error on that kick is so small.
It's over the defender. He'd done everything right there and pushed it as wide as he could.
Well. From the restart, McAvoy lays it down, but stolen by Davies-Uniacke. He sends the blue and white inside attacking 50. Greenwood can't mark. Caught behind, he has to spoil. Mitchell roves it off the deck at half back for Hawthorn. Handball back to Nash. Away towards Sicily. Kicks into the middle of the ground, and the mark taken there by McDonald for the Hawks. He'll kick out in front of Moore, who marks on the run. Has Bruce leading to the pocket. Looks further afield. Gunston's at the top of the goal square. Perfectly timed shove. And he takes the mark. Not paid. Umpire says play on. And now North can repel through Bonner. His kick's tumbling beyond the defensive arc.
They'll get another chance here, the Hawks. McDonald kicks inside forward 50. Newcomb. Slips mark, not paid. Diving out to his right. Got it onto Lewis. Hands it off to Nash. Sweeps it back beyond defensive 50. Tomorrow sends it inside forward 50 into the right forward pocket. McDonald knocked it down against Moore and then has taken it over the boundary line and was pretty happy, I reckon, to get away with insufficient intent then. There was no effort.
He walked over the boundary line then.
It was an amble.
With no one against him.
It's like a little country stroll. He got away with it though. Thrown back in. Hawks have it through Mitchell. Works it on to Morrison. Morrison snaps around the body. Oh, from 48 in the right forward pocket. That's his second. And that's a ripper as well. Lovely finish. In fact, the last two goals have been all class from the Hawks. And their lead stretches out again to another game high. 65 points. 16-7, 103. North of 5, 8:38 on Grandstand AFL. 10 minutes gone in the last.
So at the forward 50 stoppie there for the Hawks, the North Melbourne high forward has not got up high enough to help at the back of the stoppage, and it just arrives late. Ball comes out the back from Mitchell. It's an easy snap-on goal. Should have been there much earlier, get a little bit closer. It's on again.
It's on here.
Yeah, there's a bit going on. Let's go to Chris Rowbottom down on the boundary. It's right in front of him.
Yeah, Jai Simpkin and Ben McAvoy were both running to the bench. Jai Simpkin deliberately ran into McAvoy, and that sparked a 7 or 8 or 9 player melee right in front of the interchange benches. It looks like there'll be a free kick plucked out. North Melbourne are going forward now.
Yeah, they got the free kick. Long kick to full forward. Goldstein can't mark. Wins the footy, though. Out to Davies Uniacke, and he kicks the major. The 6th of the afternoon for North. They bring the margin back inside 10 goals. It's 59 points. The Hawks 16-7, 103. North Melbourne 6-8, 48. We get a replay. Simpkin put down put down McAvoy. And then the Hawks were there in numbers to let him know what they thought about it. Zeeble gets involved. Stevenson comes to join in and have a good old-fashioned wrestle.
I'm not sure what Stevenson's going to do with getting into that pack there.
Granger
Probably got
Barris
some sharp elbows.
Yeah, he's shown in recent weeks, Granger Barris, that he doesn't mind getting involved.
He's a Swan Districts boy, mate, from Bassendean. It's probably just come natural.
I thought he was an East Perth boy.
No, Swannies. Absolutely from the Swans. Come on, Sherry.
Let's go downstairs quickly again.
And I reckon that might be some frustration from Jai Simpkin, who's been very well held by Finn McGuinness today, just 12 disposals, so maybe some frustration boiling over on the way to the bench.
There's a bit in this, despite the score. It is the battle for the hearts and minds of Tasmania between these two sides who have spent so long down here as Newcombe gets it away to Nash, to McDonald, sweeps a hand pass forward again. Lewis will put it inside forward 50, backing back, Bruce. He marks for the Hawks. He should be able to convert from here. He's such a lovely set shot from on goal. He'll be kicking from about 35 out and just to the right. Luke Bruce.
Reliable goal kicker, isn't he?
One goal today. It's a very short runner. It's a short approach, but he needs no more. He can get it over the top of Goldstein, who was on the goal line. Bruce gets his second, and that score is back out to a 65-point advantage to the Hawks. 17-7, 109 is Hawthorn's score. North Melbourne 6-8, 44, 13 and a half gone in the last.
So Luke Bruce kicked 475 goals over 255 games. Pretty incredible return, isn't it?
They're great players, both Bruce and Gunston. When you think about Barty and Roughhead and the great falls, even Cyril all gone through there, these guys, they've stayed the test of time. The team's not as good as it used to be, and yet they're still producing, and it just shows you how good of players they both are. Really hard matchups. Both can get it done in the air.
Such a lovely kicking style as well.
He's, very reliable, and his work rate's massive. I remember I played on him a couple of times, and he was kind of just renowned for that forward 50 pressure early on, but he's a very, very smart player as well.
Out of the middle go the Hawks again. Ward with a high kick towards half forward. No mark taken. Horn Francis at the full. Snaps towards half forward for North. Bouncing ball. Scrimshaw onto it. Handball to Morris. Handball back to Hardwick. Back feeds it further to Sicily, who stabs his pass and does it well to find Tom Mitchell. He'll wheel and go. High kick towards half forward, going up Mitch Lewis. Mackay again. Boy, he's been a pillar for North down back. He takes another mark. He's 11th of the afternoon before he moves it on short. Away to Curtis Taylor, who will kick North long around the wing. Crushing the pack, Zeeble. He can't mark. Roving Horn Francis. Handball back to Zeeble. Now they stream forward. He chips it over the top. Goldstein marks. Onto his left quickly. Into the pocket. A turnover. Will Day able to fist it away. It'll tumble out. And a throw in at half forward for North. Quarter hour mark of this fourth term. Hawthorn leading by 65 points in the other game between Sydney and Adelaide. The Swans leading by 29 early in the fourth.
Put back into play. Reeves against Goldstein. They both had a touch. Horn Francis taken high by McDonald. Surely. And it was called eventually by the umpire. Oh, no. What's he decided here? Horn Francis, has he contributed to that? I don't think so. I mean, he's raised the right arm, but only after he had almost had his head taken off. Free kick wasn't there. This kick now comes the way of the Hawks, and they'll kick towards the outer wing. It comes to O'Meara, takes one bounce, then a second, then a third. He's still going O'Meara, and he finishes as well. Pretty much did it all on his own for his second. The moment the Hawks were away down the eastern wing, it was all Jager O'Meara. 18-7, 115 the Hawks. North Melbourne 6-8-44. Their lead is now out to 71 points, 16 and a bit gone in the last.
He was just off to the races there. Like you said, Clint, it's three bounces unanswered, got to about 35 and put it through quite easy, and it almost looks like the wheels have fallen completely off now. For me, it's interesting looking at the North Melbourne players' body language after the goal gets kicked. It's not real good. And it's hard when you get smacked. But you've got to show something. You've got to stay together as a group, and they don't look that at the moment.
Game high 71-point lead. Now for Hawthorn. Reeves in the ruck. Slaps it back. Ward. Handball away towards Day. Back to Reeves. Shovels it forward. Newcomb. He tries to knock it on, but getting involved. There is Curtis for North. He punches it out to the wing. Coming after it is Taylor. He's over the top of it. Lewis eventually wins it there for North. Loose footy on the logo. Anderson gets a handball out. They crash in. Day goes in. Greenwood over the top. And a ball up alongside the logo. Eastern side of the ground.
It needs little, but I'm still confused about the non-decision. It must have been something else happening when Horn Francis was taken high.
I think he maybe got done holding the ball.
Ball through the centre of the ground, comes to Hawthorn, centre half back, and they'll set up again. Comes out here towards Moore. Moore forced to retreat, takes a bounce as Bono continues to apply pressure, goes right back to left half back. Hand pass to Hardwick. He'll get a kick away from left half back towards left half forward. Bruce tries to fly against McDonald. Ball carries over the group of them. Still there to be picked up. Taken nicely here by Powell to Scott. Hand pass was meant for Perez. Did well to Scott, to Anderson. Norther away through the middle. Greenwood to Scott. He'll kick towards the eastern wing.
And he finds Zeeble. Has Stevenson breaking. He'll eventually send it in his direction. Stevenson marks 60 metres from home. Takes his time getting back off the mark, and Hawthorn flood back inside their D50. Stevenson tries to go laterally and can only succeed in turning it over. Mitch Lewis gets back and marks at centre half back for the Hawks. He moves it on to Blake. Look out! Greenwood runs him down. Anderson takes the advantage, chips it to 40 out, and Zeeble marks for North.
This is what I mean. Not too many North Melbourne players getting around Greenwood there to say well done for the tackle, mate, and the turnover. Thanks very much. And that's sort of just what I mean by the team's body language. And obviously when you're not going so well, it's poor, but it's certainly very evident.
So Jack Zeeble, he's already got one today. He's missed a couple of other chances. This drop punt is true. His second, North seventh. And they bring it back to a 65-point deficit. Hawthorn 18-7, 115. Plays North 7-8-50, 19 and a half into the fourth on Grandstand AFL.
Was a great tackle by Greenwood. Snuck up on him, didn't let him know he was there. But I think Hawthorn too also, a lot of energy being expended. 8 or 9 minutes to go. I suppose this is where you really see the character, Sherrod, isn't it?
It is. You want to see effort right through to the final siren and heart, I suppose. Very hard at this stage of the game, though.
Ned Reeves faces Callum Coleman-Jones, and it's Coleman-Jones who wins it down to the north to Greenwood. Was tackled by Newcombe. It spilled out. Nash had it. Have it on in turn to Moore. Kicks the Hawks into the right forward pocket. Bruce went underneath it. McDonald was able to gather. Moore should be able to clear. Anderson. Was the hand pass a little bit behind Hall? It was. Allows O'Meara to gather. Tackled by Perez, but not before he got a hand pass away. McAvoy trying to work there. Coleman-Jones gathered the bouncing footy. Gave it to Anderson. Back to Young for the Kangaroos. To Taylor. Now to Hall. The late inclusion. Pops it up towards centre wing. Commentary side. Big pack go underneath the football. Newcombe able to gather for the Hawks. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Moore will gather going through the centre circles, and he'll go short with a little foot pass and find a teammate.
McDonald wants to kick back into the middle of the ground to Sicily. He'll bring it back towards the western wing. Mark taken by Scrimshaw. Drop from Hall before, gents. I'm sure we'll come back to that. Scrimshaw goes towards full forward. Impey almost outbodies his opponent and takes the mark. Tries to recover at ground level. He's caught holding the ball. Simpkin able to pin him. The basic skill errors all day from North. As they want to switch it here, North. Simpkin gets it off to Stevenson. Handball to Young beyond the defensive arc. And now Scott. He'll come infield and spot up Hall at halfback for North, who moves it on into the middle of the ground in Greenwood. Handball to Stevenson, using his run in the bullseye. Kicks long inside 50. Zerha clinches it to his chest, 45 out. Slide angle right of centre.
The corridor option, where I think it was kicked into Hall, is what just opened up the whole straight line towards goal.
Zerha, 6 goals last week, goalless this week so far. He'll send it on its way and it'll hit the goalpost. It's been a little bit like that for Cam Zerha today from Chocolates, the boiled lollies. 64 points, the Hawks lead. Chris in Brunswick says enjoying the customary Melbourne win today. Warm fire, glass of port and the footy on the ABC.
As Hardwick sends it beyond defensive 50. McDonald, Rose, slapped it down for North Melbourne. Sat there for Sicily. Tackled immediately. Young got him. No chance of getting rid of it. He'll ball it up. Left half forward for North Melbourne. I wonder if they can avoid an 11th defeat by 50-plus points this season. One down by Goldstein. They won't with this as McDonald gets a kick away for Hawthorn towards the middle of the ground. Young's back there, the bright yellow boots. Hands it off to Hall. He can run to the logo. Takes a bounce. Still going. Puts North inside forward 50. Sicily was up. He read it well but couldn't mark. Day got crashed into it. Came down to Zeeble. Manufactures a kick towards full forward. Zerha gathers. Hands it off to Stevenson and Stevenson can goal. From in the goal square. Couldn't miss. And he gives North Melbourne their 8-9-57. Hawthorn 18-7, 115. The Hawks leaders cut to 58 points. We've got, 24 minutes gone in this, the final term.
He's a warrior, Jack Zeeble. Just gets a quick ball on the foot. Creates a scoring shot. He's one player that that does play 4 quarters out.
Doesn't ever give up, does he? Yeah, he's a warrior.
Let's go downstairs to Chris Rowbottom.
I tell you what, I don't think they've paid the power bill here at Bellerive Oval down in Hobart because the lights are still yet to be turned on and it is dark. And as I say that, we've got a pitch invader running onto the ground, fully clothed, I will add, but very, very briskly being escorted by security, and a second pitch invader. You wouldn't believe it. A second separate pitch invader making his way towards the heel. One security guard has completely gone over The second security guard making very, very hard work trying to track down this pitch invader. Eventually, he is brought down in an Andrew Simon-style tackle. So a pitch invader at one end of the ground was the diversion. The second one hopped the fence in front of the hill. The security guard, he was running rings around the Hobart security. Eventually, they brought him to ground, and he's going to be hopped back over the fence and whisked away. So a little bit of entertainment here at Bellerive as the crowd flashes up. 9,713 bore witness to a little bit of shenanigans on a very, very dark Bellerive. I'm surprised I could see it because, as I mentioned, the lights are yet to be turned on and it is dark, genuinely dark.
Chris, did he at least take the opportunity to have a Believe Tasmania T-shirt on or something?
There was no sort of paraphernalia or sponsor opportunities, and there was even the kit stayed on. It is pretty cold down here, it must be said, but yeah, just a little bit of entertainment on your Saturday afternoon here in Hobart. I can't believe that there was two separate pitch invaders. One pulled the tricks out of the bag, and the second thought he'd follow. I thought that looked like a pretty good idea, but it's certainly got the crowd up and about and giggling, that's for sure. So very, very funny.
Not a place for streakers as a general rule, I'd reckon.
58 points is the lead. Back in the middle, Coleman Jones knocks it down, then McAvoy knocks it forward. Onto it, Davies Uniacke. The Hawks have the numbers, though. Swooping on it is McDonald. He kicks towards a leading Gunston. Past him and his opponent it goes. Bouncing ball. Hall claims it for North. Runs back towards his defensive goal, then kicks up the corridor. A good kick. Horn Francis is able to mark. He chips it short. Off to Greenwood, then he bursts by, receives the handball. Handball to Davies Uniacke, handball to Scott. All of the shaved heads combining. Now Perez, he'll kick low inside 50. Spicer drops the mark, gathers at ground level, feigns one way. Handball away, a turnover. And Hawthorn win it back. Morris clears with a kick.
Ball's allowed to bounce on the broadcast wing. Hall will track it back and drag it in and then pop it into the centre square to Davies Uniacke, who marks. He'll flare it out towards Perez, just shy of right half forward, takes a couple of steps, puts it inside forward 50. Now Sicily had gone down. The mark's been taken by Zeeble, and the umpire has said it will be a mark that's paid. Didn't see how Sicily was dealt with, just saw him hit the turf. Zeeble, as we know, is an absolute warrior. He had no interest in anything but the football after he'd marked it. Replay.
It was just a little check on Sicily, nothing worth a free kick, but just a body check as the ball was headed in.
So Jack Zeeble looking for his third. 45-degree angle out to the right. That is a good kick. That is a good finish. That's what you'd expect from their captain. He kicks the goal for North. His third, their ninth. 18-7, 115. North Melbourne 9-9-63. The Hawks leaders cut to 52 points at the 28-minute mark of the final term. And I mentioned again, I was wondering if they could get it under the half century, because if not, it would have been their 11th loss by 50 points or more this year. Jack Zeeble's given them that hope.
Yeah, and I think it's taken to the 28-minute mark in the fourth quarter. Those last minute was probably the best passage of play for North Melbourne. The cleanest through the middle. They dropped the first mark coming into the 50. It went back out, but then it come back in and Zeeble kicks the goal. So you can see he's still trying to gee his teammates up, still trying to get something out of the day.
"28 minutes into the fourth term. McAvoy lays it down, and again Davies Uniacke is able to gather it. He stands up in a tackle, full 360, just gets a handball away. Newcomb, he's tackled forcefully by Simpkin. He's got involved physically today, Jai Simpkin. Get another ball up in the middle. Coleman Jones wins the tap down. Free kick, though, it's going to McAvoy.
Yeah, don't get that one either. They've been wrestling each other, going nuts all day, and then a real soft one.
Gives it off to Morris, who kicks the Hawks to high half forward. Onto the chest of Impey. Chisels a low ball towards the pocket, and more. He's able to mark 40 metres out, wants to come back centrally, and spots up Tom Mitchell, who claims it 40 metres out on a better angle. That's a bit of encouragement for the faithful. Not sure if it was encouragement in the end, but... Tom Mitchell. He'll trudge in. Boot the ball on his left. It's a good-looking kick. It's another major for the Hawks. And their lead out to 58 points. They're 19-7, 121. North Melbourne 9-9-63. A couple of minutes away from North Melbourne being put out of their misery down at Bellerive.
Well, you kind of got to chip it to your captain when he's alone by himself inside the 50. Otherwise, you'd probably hear about it during the week. But I thought it was great team play. He took the mark out wide just to really quickly look inside and notice that there was an option on and make the angle a little bit easier for Mitchell to kick the goal. Brownlow medalist, Claremont Tiger.
He did come from the Tigers, didn't he?
Did indeed, with his dad coaching at the time in the West. We're heading across to Sydney. It's Coleman Jones wins it down. Davies Uniacke gets a hand pass forward. He'll burst away here. Horn Francis runs to the attacking point of the centre square. Kicks towards goal. Marking in the goal square, Zurha. Not the day he would have wanted. But he could throw this over, looking at the opposite end of the ground. Zurha kicks the goal. And he brings that margin back to 52 points. 31 and a bit minutes gone in this final term. 19-7, 121 Hawthorn. North Melbourne 10-9-69 on Grandstand AFL.
I'd be happy to have hit the scoreboard, contributed a little bit today, but not the impact that we saw from him last week. He's such an impact player, though, isn't he? He can have a huge influence on a game.
He can. I love watching him. He plays with aggression. Apologise to Benny McAvoy too. He's the skipper. Mitchell was the skipper.
I think he's got the full house today. He's got an out of bounds on the full, a behind, a poster, and now a goal. The full house for Cam Zurha.
What was the full house last week?
That's from one from the right forward pocket, one from the left forward pocket, one on the run, a soccer, and a mark and goal.
I called it the Royal Flush.
The Royal Flush.
Back in the middle.
It's a little bit better than the full house.
Reeves able to knock it down. In baseball, they call it the cycle when you hit for a single, a double, a triple, and a home run. It's kind of like the cycle. As through the middle goes Moore. Kicks Hawks towards full forward. No mark taken. Spills to Newcomb, who eventually decides to snap on goal. Bouncing ball. Getting back McDonald. He gathers in his defensive goal square. Gets onto the left and kicks long beyond the defensive arc. Strong mark, Morris. Wins it back for the Hawks. 60 out from their attacking goal. He'll go low into the pocket. Can't quite find a target. Hall able to spoil it away. We'll get a throw in between wing and right half forward for the Hawks. They're going to be winners. They're going to win big. They lead by 52 points. Late in this final term, they kicked the opening 9 goals of the match.
Put back into play. Reeves, tallest man ever to wear a Hawthorn jumper, won it down to Mitchell. North will get a free kick and they'll take the advantage here through Stevenson. Powell sweeping it forward. This is Spicer. Turns and kicks towards centre half forward. Marked here by Zeeble. Tries to spot a teammate. Can only find Sicily. Oh, who dropped the mark. Spicer had continued his run. His kick was smothered. Hardwick got his hands up to it. Spicer tracks it towards the boundary line. And he'll be over for a throw-in. They had a couple of chances there, North. Sicily walks away shaking his head as if to say, how did I drop that? Ball back into play. Reeves again, down to Newcomb, comes to Mitchell. Hand pass short. Trying to get it away here was Nash, who sees it towards the left back pocket. And Lewis is content to just take it over for another throw-in. Inside 50s in this quarter a lot closer. 16-12 Hawthorn over North for the game. They've been pretty lopsided. 68-38. Back into play. Comes in to Zeeble. Inside forward 50 for the Kangaroos. To Powell, to Stevenson. Hand passes back. This is Horn Francis from 50 out. He'll wobble and kick towards full forwards. And he's able to spot a teammate. And Davies Uniacke should be able to go back and have a shot at goal. He will from no more than 25 metres out on a 45-degree angle to the right.
Geez, Siebel hit that ball hard then. He comes straight at it and just... Really well done.
His kick will only mean a change in the margin. Davies Uniacke in, looking for his second of the game. He kicks it for North Melbourne. He finishes with 2. But the Hawks have won 3 straights. And it's back to reality for the Kangaroos. Hawthorn by 46 points. 19-7, 121 to North Melbourne. 11-9, 75. And a day out on his return for Jack Gunston. 5 goals for the Hawks.
So as Clint said, Jack Gunston finishing with 5 goals, Jager O'Meara and Luke Bruce, as well as Ned Reeves with a couple, as did Harry Morrison. Singles to Lewis, Impey, McGuinness as well. While for North Melbourne, 3 to Siebel, 2 to Davies Uniacke, 1 to Powell, 1 to Spicer, and singles as well to Stevenson and Curtis Taylor. So it was set up in between, well, it was set up by an 8-goal-to-zip opening term. They kicked the opening 9 goals of the match. They led by 46 at quarter time. They led by 41 at half time. They led by 57 at three-quarter time and ended up winning by 46 points. Jack Gunston, the star, after booting 5 goals, and looks quite emotional doing a television interview, playing with a heavy heart after the passing of his father, Ray Gunston, who it must be said was a true gent, and I think he was respected by all and sundry in the AFL community. So our thoughts still certainly with the Gunston family. We don't have a lot of time. Sherrod Willingham, Bo McDonald. How can you put it into words?
Skill execution, just a lack of finish and polish from North Melbourne for me. I don't mind the way they're playing, the way they're setting up and structuring around the ground, but just the skills let them down, and then scores from turnover today was 9 goals 3. Admittedly, they got their name back on the ledger. They scored 9 as well, but they tidy up their skill. They might be able to move the ball a bit easier and be scored less against. So that's the goal for them.
Yep. I suppose the most concerning thing for me about the Kangaroos today, and they were able to turn it around a bit, but it was in the first quarter. There was just too many, those acts where you not putting your head over the ball once is enough in a game, let alone, like I spoke about at quarter time, there was 5, 6, 7 blokes that had done some acts, and it's in the first quarter when you're most hyped up, when you think you're going to do the tough stuff.
Should be able to run through a brick wall.
Yeah, like you're ready to go, and they're only little signs, but it just shows you, I suppose, the attitude of the group, and that's what I noticed in the first quarter, and it wasn't for the whole game, don't get me wrong, but I think they'll be heading back to Melbourne and be asking the questions. What are you doing? What are you doing with your skill work when you're away from the club in your own time? When no one else is watching, because you can guarantee they're working on it at the footy club and while they're there. But at this level, you've got to find time in your week to make yourself better. And that's how you improve the skills. You don't improve them on game day, and then there'd be a few blokes coming up on the video during the week and be asking the question, why didn't you go hard enough here? Why didn't you hold that tackle and put your body on the line? Why did you lift your eyes up when you were picking up the ball, when the pressure was coming at you? Why didn't you back and take that mark, or at least make a contest and halve it? There was just too much of that stuff in the first quarter from me, from North.
We don't have an awful lot of time here today, gents, so I might need you to give us your votes. Are you ready to go with your 3, 2, 1? I might get the stats while you guys confer.
So I'll dive in with Hawthorn having 360 total disposals to North Melbourne's 381. Hawthorn +1 with the kicks, 203 to 202. Hand passes to North, 179 to 157. The marks to North, 95 to 85. Marks inside 50 ended up being 13 apiece. Tackles to North, 59 to 51. The contested possessions, 135 to 129 in favour of Hawthorn. The clearances to the Hawks, 42 to 32. Inside 50s dominated by Hawthorn, 68 to 38. The hit-outs to the Hawks as well, 43 to 36. 27 of them going to Reeves, 14 to McAvoy. Hit-outs for the Kangaroos. Goldstein with 19, Coleman Jones with 17. Free kicks to the Hawks, 22 to 13. Scores from turnovers pretty even, 9.3 Hawthorn, 9.5 to North.
Let's go back to the votes. Bo McDonald, you've got the honours. What have you got?
I gave one to Mitchell. Started fantastic in and around the contest in the first quarter especially, so I gave him one vote. I gave 2 votes to Newcomb. He's a player now. Don't worry about a player of the future. Just his work rate is fantastic. And then 3 to Gunston. Well done on a fantastic effort back in today, kicking a heap of snags.
Beautifully done, Bo McDonald. Well done, Sharad Wellingham. Thank you, Clint.
Thanks, Ben.
Where you are headed next, you're about to head off to, the match between Port Adelaide and Geelong. Geelong, of course, the form team of the competition, taking on Port Adelaide, who, as we heard from Aaron Bryans, their season goes on the line today. Thanks for your company right across the course of the afternoon. It was all set up by Hawthorn, who kicked 8 goals in the first term to zip. They kicked the first 9 goals of the game. They led by 46 points at quarter time. It was 41 at the main break. It was out to 57 at three-quarter time. And in the end, they won by 46 points. Jack Gunston gets the 3 votes. He finished with 5 majors. Thanks for your company. Thanks to Craig back in the studio as well. As we said, you're off to Port Adelaide and Geelong from Bellerive. We're saying